Chapter 1. Tossing his cigarette aside, Rip Campbell pushed through the swing doors of the Old National Saloon in Cheyenne. Instead of moving to the bar, he ran his quiet glance over the men in the place. After a moment, he spotted the leathery little man he was looking for, seated at a card table in the rear. Gator Gibbs, crusty, dour-faced, bore little resemblance to the experienced and capable range detective he really was. Casting a look of irritation over his shoulder, as Rip paused behind his chair, he growled, "Don't stand behind me." Then his tone changed. "Oh, you Rip? What you want?" A slow smile appeared on Rip's lean, bronzed features as he answered, "Break it off, Gator. There's a job waiting for us." Gator frowned. "It can't wait till I finish my game, can't it?" "It can, but I don't see why it should, seeing what you're holding." Gator started to argue with him when one of the other players thrust in brusquely, "Okay, Gibbs. Ante up." Gator made his bet. Presently, the hand was played out. While one of his opponents raked in the pot, Gator whirled on his partner. "There you go," he rasped. "You made me lose again, taking my mind off what I'm doing." Rip laughed shortly. "Cash in and we'll be shoving off," he insisted. There was nothing else Gator could do. When he got up with a long face, Rip waved him to the bar. They made an ill-assorted pair as they stood there, the one tall and quiet and still young, the other short, iron-faced, almost ugly. Drinks were set before them. Gator downed his at a gulp and grunted, "What is this job that's so dang pressing?" For answer, Rip handed him a telegram. Taking it suspiciously, the other read the words, "Rustled for 6 straight months, can't. Stop at ruin, staring in face you and partner recommended by U.S. Marshal Graham, good pay assured, if you'll undertake clean up this range." It was signed, J. Grimes for Tuscarora Cattlemen's Association. Gator stared at the paper. "Crazy Horse, Nevada," he snorted, naming the address from which the telegram had been sent. "We can't go shoving off into that godforsaken country." "Why can't we?" There was no good reason, but Gator went on in his crusty manner until Rip finally cut him off. "Nonsense. You've had a week to play cards and take things easy. According to this wire, we're needed and needed bad. We're going to the hotel right now for our things. Then we'll have supper, and we can get away by the evening train." They did as he said. They were just comfortably in time to catch the UP flyer for Salt Lake and the West. Once he had given in to the idea, Gator's grouch slipped from him, but as they settled themselves in the smoker, a new idea struck him. He turned to Rip. "Seems to me you're answering this call in a gosh-awful sweat. You know this Grimes?" "I never heard of him before," was the prompt reply. "Then why?" "It's there in the wire," Rip told him. "Grimes may be a stranger to me, but I know these Nevada buckaroos. If the telegram says conditions are bad, it's a safe bet they're even worse than it sounds. That's enough to assure me that there's no time to be lost." It was a shrewd surmise. Grimes's wire was an understatement in every respect, save its reference to the imminence of ruin. Almost at that very hour, while Rip and Gator were riding west in the train, old Ted Johnson, who owned a little spread a few miles away, was riding into the ranch yard of Grimes's huge wishbone outfit in northern Nevada. There was a man with him. It was Bart Galey, of the Circle G on Misery Creek, a burly, hard-looking individual with a red face. Grimes's foreman met them. Johnson's nod was brief. "Jim around?" "Yeah. He's grabbing himself a bite." Grimes appeared in the kitchen door at that moment, picking his teeth. He called out, "Here I am, Ted. What's up now?" Raw-boned and lanky, Johnson turned toward him. Salty as Ted was, it was plain that he deferred in many things to the younger man as the head of the local Cattlemen's Association. Bart here wants some extra help, he explained. He thinks he spotted some hombres snooping round the edges of his range today. Figures there's probably a raid planned. Wants us to give him a hand, guarding his stuff. Tall and lean-hipped, with level gray eyes which attracted one to him at first sight, Grimes was yet on the happy side of 30. Capability showed in the set of his broad shoulders. Jim had made a name for himself on this range since taking over the management of his father's big spread on the latter's death a year ago. It was a tribute to his fairness that even the owners of small outfits, ordinarily suspicious of any large ranch, held him in high esteem. But if Grimes was generous, he could be severely just on occasion as well. His regard switched to Haley. There was a touch of curtness in his manner. That's hardly a reasonable request, Haley. We can lend you a few of the boys, maybe. But yours is the smallest outfit on the range, and up to now it's suffered the least. It'll be pitch dark tonight, with no chance of a moon. If there's a raid, and I'm satisfied there will be, it's scarcely likely it will be directed at you. Hell, Grimes. Haley burst out. I don't think that's square. I'm a member of the association, in good standing. I've always held up my end of things. There ain't no call for you to throw me down now. I've got reason to believe the rustlers aim to get into my stuff tonight. This may be just the chance we've been looking for to snag them. I'll do what I can by myself, of course, but if I was to lose out for lack of a little help. He broke off significantly. It was a telling argument. The forays of the cattle thieves who were demoralizing this range had been so bold and persistent of late that only the most rigid cooperation served to keep some of the weaker spreads from folding up. Even the powerful Wishbone had suffered heavily. Still, Grimes hesitated. You've brought us tips before, he told Haley, that got us nowhere in the end. If I could be sure this one was any better. Damn it, I ain't got nothing but my brains to go by. Bart exclaimed wrathfully. No man can't read the minds of those rustlers, Grimes. If I was dead sure of anything, PD'd go straight to Lint Hoff with it. Grimes knew Haley for what he was. A crabbed, small-minded man perpetually afraid that someone was attempting to take advantage of him. It was plain Haley had never had any advantages. Perhaps his two-bit spread meant even more to him in toil and effort than the vast Wishbone holdings meant to Grimes himself. It was that which decided the latter. Since you put it that way, he said slowly, we'll do as you want this time, Haley. He turned to Johnson. You'll see that the boys get word, Ted. Tell them to be at Haley's Circle G before midnight. Old Ted cleared his throat with a rumble and nodded. I do that. Bart said, I'll carry word along the South Fork, Johnson. You can take the North Fork. That way, it'll save time. A moment later, he was jogging away on his errand, brisk and matter-of-fact. Grimes remained where he was for a long time, looking after Haley. At last, he shook his head. I wish I could satisfy myself about that gent, he murmured. It ain't right to hold his looks and his manner against him. It was the measure of Grimes's squareness that his dislike of Bart Haley's personality troubled him. Mean or small as the man might be, he was a member of the local organization. That fact alone entitled him to full consideration. Grimes warned himself against taking the others' concerns too lightly. The Cattlemen's Association members, nearly a dozen grim-faced, silent men, gathered at Haley's little spread on Misery before midnight. Bart says he saw prowlers on his range today, Grimes told them. We'll let him give us the rest of it. Haley complied with what he had seen and what he suspected. As Grimes says, the rustlers have left me pretty much to myself up to the present. They may be figuring to polish off my whole herd at one clip, he summed up. He went on with his suggestions for its defense. None of these men were the arguing kind. A plan of action was soon hit on. They swung away from the Circle G 10 minutes later. The high, dim stars seemed only to accentuate the darkness. Not a word was said until, half a mile from Haley's bunched cattle, Grimes gave his orders for the disposition of the men in a low tone. They split up, threading the brush with the silence of the shadows, drawing an unbroken cordon about the steers. Time dragged by. The failure of anything to happen did nothing to lessen the tension of these men. They had been forced to do so much of this kind of riding that their nerves were rasped raw with disappointed expectation. All would have welcomed a sharp clash with the rustlers, who were slowly but surely bringing them face to face with ruin. So far, none had occurred. Would it be the same tonight? It appeared likely. Hours later, the first streaks of the false dawn appeared in the sky, and still the dreamy peace enfolding the Circle G herd remained unbroken. Ted Johnson snorted his disgruntlement. He was on the point of voicing a gloomy remark to Grimes when the silence was split abruptly by gunfire from over west. Both men jerked taut in a flash. They headed that way and struck in the spurs, Grimes in the lead. Old Ted was not far behind. "By grab, maybe this time there'll be something doing," the latter burst out harshly. Grimes was equally hopeful, but he said nothing. Nor did he show disappointment when the firing broke off and sharp cries rang out. Several men were gathered on a ridge when Grimes and Johnson rode up. They were staring their hostility at a rider a little apart, menacing him with their guns. "Who is that?" Grimes jerked out. "It's me, Jim. Tell those fools to lay off. I fired a signal shot to find you, and they tried to jump me." Grimes recognized his foreman. He pushed forward, old Ted at his side. "What are you doing here, Steve?" "You figured you was laying out in the right spot tonight," Steve exclaimed, "but there was a mistake somewhere. Them wolves got into your own stuff. There's been 18 or 20 head of wishbone stock drove off. He spotted the rustlers. There was some lead thrown. But they made a clean getaway. Damn." Grimes packed all his exasperated wrath in the word. "Then, how long ago did this happen?" he rapped swiftly. 2 hours. "Which way did the steers go?" "North, as near as we can't figure," came the answer. Quickly, Steve told his story. "They're heading for the Idaho border." Bart Galey struck in. Cursed the rustlers loudly. "By God, Grimes, if they get away with it this time. If they do, it'll be because you insisted on having your way." Grimes cut him off flatly. The others had come up. To them he said, "We're striking north, boys. There ain't nothing to keep us here any longer. Let's go." They swung away at a round pace. An hour later, Galey pulled up beside Grimes. Light was gathering strength now, and still they had seen no trace of either cattle or rustlers. But the ground was so flinty, the going so rough, that it was impossible to be certain they had not come this way. "You're making a mistake, Grimes," Galey declared. "I told you them rustlers was making for the Idaho border. I'm sure of it now. This heading north was nothing but a ruse to throw us off." Grimes met his stare stonily. "You may be right, Galey, but this time I'll prove myself wrong before I believe it," he retorted. Bart was quick to make capital of his stubborn attitude. "You won't let a man tell you a thing," he stormed. "Sure, I made a mistake tonight," P1H admitted, "but who else is doing any better? Small wonder we ain't getting anywhere," he added significantly. Grimes looked at him sharply. It struck him that Galey's vehemence was designed chiefly for the benefit of the others, but he might be wrong about that. Bart had always been unnecessarily noisy. Either he was one of those unfortunates whose blunders only succeeded in directing unjust suspicions against themselves. They were still pressing forward at noon. Their luck had not improved. They had no more inkling of where the rustlers had faded to than before. For this reason, no one suggested giving up, until at last Grimes reined in on the edge of a vast stretch of badlands. "We've come far enough," he declared. "If they got into these breaks, we'll never clap eyes on them. Personally, I'm satisfied they never came this way at all," he added. "Where do you think the steers went, Jim?" a man asked. "I don't know." Grimes was frankly at a loss. "But if it was this way, we'd have been sure to spot some sign of it before now." "Dang it all, I told you," Bart Galey began argumentatively. Grimes rounded on him. "You tell us more than any sensible man can afford to listen to, Galey," he threw out before the other could go on. "But this time, I'm going to forestall you before you have time to yell stubborn. There's nothing else we can do, so on the way back we'll loop over northeast and have a look at the Idaho trails. That ought to satisfy you." If it did, Bart failed to signify as much. But he said no more, as they headed back by the course Grimes indicated. There were half a dozen Idaho trails to be crossed, leading up to the passes in the hills, but as one after another dropped behind, it became increasingly clear that no steers had been driven this way for a long time. "It don't prove a thing," Galey insisted when this was called to his attention. "No reason why the rustlers should stick to the trails. We're all fagged out anyway. We may have passed plumb over their sign without even being aware of it." It was logic of a kind, but Grimes rejected it on short consideration. "If guesses are what we're working on, hereafter my own will suit me as well as another, and maybe a bit better," was his grim comment. "Far as that goes, we'll soon have something a whole lot better to depend on." His tone was arresting. Old Ted said, gruffly curious, "What's that, Jim?" "I received an answer last night from those range detectives I was to wire. They're on the way now. We're to be in Crazy Horse tomorrow to meet them." "Yeah." Johnson was attentive. "They're accepting our offer then, is that it?" "Looks like it." None was more interested in the news than Bart Galey. At the first word he pricked up his ears. Nothing that was said on the subject escaped him. But he said nothing, as the men prepared to split up and head for their own spreads. Grimes arrived back at his ranch late at night. He felt burned out, but all the men were worn down for that matter. Consequently, he was the more surprised when his foreman routed him out at dawn with the news that Bart Galey and one of his own men were here to see him. Hastily pulling on his boots, Jim went outside. In the yard, Galey and his puncher were holding 3 steers. They were wishbone stuff, their hides matted with dried sweat. Most of the beef had been run off them, and they were bellowing for water. "Where'd they come from?" Grimes barked. "Picked them up on the edge of my range," said Bart easily. "Looks like they was some of the stuff the rustlers run off." Grimes stared. "You mean you haven't had any rest yet? You took the time to haze these steers back here for me?" Galey appeared embarrassed. "That's right. I reckon they got away from the bunch. Figured PD, do something about it before the rustlers come back to gather them in." It was Grimes's turn to evince diffidence. "I'm sure obliged, Galey," he said. "Not at all," Bart told him. "I'd expect you to do as much for me." He appeared to be satisfied, if the matter was forgotten. Jim didn't know what to say. Galey's unexpected favor made him ashamed for some of the things he had said yesterday. The whole incident convinced him the man meant well. He promptly dismissed any vague suspicions he had harbored against Bart for things which had happened in the past. "You'll be in town tomorrow for the meeting, I expect?" he queried. Galey nodded. "I'll be there." Galey was in Crazy Horse early the following morning, attending every move as the Tuscarora Association prepared for the arrival of the heralded range detectives. And yet, he was the last to head for the Humboldt house, where Grimes had said they would wait as train time drew near. There was something on Bart's mind while he stood at the bar in his favorite saloon and kept a wary watch on the street through the door. At last came the signal he awaited, a blanket thrown over the high fence of the wagon yard opposite. Haley finished his drink, wiped his lips, and walked out. Crossing over to the public yard, he paused in the gate with elaborate casualness. Then, after a sharp glance up and down the street, he turned inside. He was gone for a good 5 minutes, to reappear just as casually. After a scrutiny of his surroundings, to make sure his movements had not been observed, Haley crossed back to the other side of the street and set out at a brisk pace for the Humboldt house. A few minutes after he disappeared, a second man walked out of the gate. With a similar darting glance over the street, he turned on his heel and started off in the other direction. Chapter 2. Swinging along the plank boardwalk of Crazy Horse's Main Street, his spurs jingling, Peter's Caleb paused before the doorway leading to the floor above the Northern Nevada Mercantile Company's store. He slipped in and mounted the wooden steps to knock softly at a door in the dusky hall. A flat, grating voice bade him enter. The man seated at a table near the window was big, middle-aged. A cigar smoked in his fingers. Closing the door softly, Caleb moved toward him. There were no greetings. "Bart Haley just got word to me," Caleb's words were a grumbling murmur, "that those 2 stock detectives the Cattlemen's Association sent for are on the way. They'll be here in a few minutes on number 5. He paused, his beady eyes glittering with speculation. "How's that goon to make things for our game, Stan?" Stan's steel-gray glance cut into him unwaveringly. If Caleb was a man to awaken instinctive distrust by his gnarled, ferret-like appearance, Stan was his direct opposite. Broad-faced and bluff, he looked solid, prosperous. His lips parted in a grim smile. "Rip Campbell and Gator Gibbs," he laughed contemptuously. "You can laugh," Peter snarled at him. "I'm doing the rustling. Things are hard enough as it is, and now that pair is showing up, the best range detectives this country's ever seen. They're the ones who put the hole-in-the-well gang away. How do you know they won't do the same thing for us?" Stan rolled it over. He knew all about Rip and Gibbs, and was secretly worried. What else did Haley have to say? Peters submitted further information about the stockmen's meeting, even then in progress in another part of town. Stan listened attentively. He put a dozen crisp questions. Peters told him what he knew. At last, Stan nodded heavily. "Leave these gents to me," he grunted. "I'll take care of them." "Okay." As if this was his dismissal, Peters turned toward the door, leaving him alone with his reflections. Number 5 rumbled into Crazy Horse on the Western Pacific Main Line 20 minutes later. 2 men looking like cowpunchers descended from the smoker, carrying saddle and war bag. From a safe distance, Stan watched them, his gaze calculating, as they deposited their belongings with the station agent and headed down the street for the Golden Palace Saloon. "So this is Crazy Horse," was Gator's disparaging comment as he looked the town over. "Why don't they call it Dead Horse and be done with it?" Rip smiled tolerantly. "Maybe the name'll fit better with us around." Crazy Horse they found to be much the same as 100 cow towns they had known. There was a single dusty wide business street, lined with false fronts and adobes. A row of aged cottonwoods shaded the frame hotel. Its upper-story windows shot out in some long-forgotten spree by the cowboys who rode exuberantly into town on payday. Just now, however, there was little to hold the interest of newcomers. There was a bank, but it didn't look overly prosperous. Dang queer they got 2 railroads running into this town, Gator observed. You'd think one was too much. Rip had noted the second station. Probably it belongs to some jerk line running into the hills, he gave his opinion. Rice and beef is not the only business around here. They still take quite a bit of ore out if the mines haven't all closed down. They were bellying up to the bar in the Golden Palace when they were accosted by a big man who had just come in. Howdy, boys, he said affably. Have one on me? Turning in surprise, they took him in from head to toe. His whole manner and appearance were amiable enough, yet Gator was inclined to immediate suspicion. Who are you? He queried bluntly. The name's Dan Stan. The man stared at Rip. You're Rip Campbell. That's right. You? I didn't figure you would, Stan broke in smoothly. I never forget a face. Wasn't it in Salt Lake we met? It don't matter. I know why you're here. Reckon there's a crying need for you on this range. He seemed determined to make himself agreeable, his words flowing on easily. Signed up with the Tuscarora Association yet, he broke off. Gator only stared at him with growing distrust, but Rip answered promptly, no, not yet. Don't be in a hurry then, was Stan's cool proposal. He added in explanation that with the recent rise in the price of gold, he had decided to ship out mine tailings from the old mine at Lost Angel Camp on Superstition Mountain, some 18 miles north of Indian Wells. There was an old tumble-down railroad line running out there from Crazy Horse, still in operation as far as Indian Wells. As soon as repairs were completed in the track, from that point on to the deserted ghost camp, he would begin. I've got a proposition of my own that may interest you, he concluded. Far as the money goes, I'll pay you twice what they offer you. On the verge of telling Stan irascibly what he could do with his money, Gator subsided when Rip jabbed an elbow into his ribs. Well, keep you in mind, Rip promised in an interested tone. But I don't remember right now. We'd better be hunting up these stockmen. I understand. They're waiting for us. At the Humboldt house, Stan nodded. Well, he lifted his glass as they turned away. See you later, gents. Gator's expression, as they left the saloon, was one of puzzlement. What's the idea of swallowing his oily talk? He groused irritably. He listens like a dang smooth hombre to me. Wasn't it in Salt Lake we met, he says. Like hell you will. I never saw him before in my life, Rip admitted, and that's what interests me. He's going out of his way to make us a proposition when he knows why we're here. Looks mighty queer. What's he got in his mind? I reckon you're slated to find out, the way you're going at it, his partner returned. Nearly a dozen men were crowded into the little parlor of the Humboldt house when Rip and Gator entered. The talk died down. A cowman, still young in years, who was acting as chairman of the meeting, ran his eye over them appraising Ly. Rip and Gibbs, he queried. And at their nods, we've been waiting for you. Boys, these are the men we sent for. Now we'll get some action. There was a chorus of gruff greetings. Bart Galey of the Circle G, old Ted Johnson, who ran the Lazy Lightning, and others pushed forward to shake hands. To their spokesman, Rip said, You're Jim Grimes, I expect. It was the name signed to the wire which had called him and Gator to Nevada. Grimes assented. Rip took to the latter at once. There was a forthrightness about Grimes which said that he was to be trusted. His earnest blue eyes in themselves were a guarantee of his character. Rip had seen men such as this go far. He was young yet. His very sincerity might give him trouble until experience had knocked the rough edges off. But the stuff was there. Taking these reflections in the back of his mind, Rip asked for an explanation of the situation. Grimes complied at length. The men gathered here were cowmen from the Indian Wells Range, 20 miles to the north. For months, their herds had been raided by some mysterious agency. Steers were disappearing steadily. For some reason, the thieving appeared impossible to stop. Not once had the rustlers been seen. Although the trails, leading west toward the desert and north through the mountains into Oregon, were being watched closely, it had not yet even been discovered in what direction the steers were going. "We're relying on you to get results, Rip," Grimes declared. The fact that he was the owner of the Wishbone, the biggest spread in the Indian Wells country, plus the hard drive of his iron will, had made him the spearhead of the Tuscarora Cattlemen's Association. Rip shook his head with apparent reluctance when Grimes mentioned the amount the association was prepared to pay them. "That's a pretty good figure, Grimes," he acknowledged. "But I'm afraid we can't see the work at that price. If that's the best you can do, you'll have to get someone else." Surprise silenced the assembled ranchers for a moment. Then Bart Galey burst out, "Hell, Rip, you can't walk out on us like that. If this is a shakedown, it won't work." Plainly a hothead, he would have run on angrily, but Grimes stopped him. "Rip," he said, "you knew from my wire what to expect. What's changed your mind so suddenly?" "A better proposition," was the prompt answer. "You mean since you stepped off the train?" "Yes. A man named Stan offered us a job, looking after his operations at Lost Angel." Stan. It was old Ted Johnson. He spat the name out like a curse. Damn his gall, how'd he even find out we sent for you? He shifted his intent suddenly. "Leave his job alone, Rip." "That's a warning." Rip was immediately curious. From the dark looks and the muttering, it was terribly clear that Dan Stan was cordially hated by these men. Bart Galey was louder than any in his condemnation of Dan. Rip inquired, "Just what have you got against Stan, if you don't mind my asking?" Grimes enlightened him tersely. The previous summer, Stan had organized a water district around Indian Wells, planning to tap the headwaters of the Owyhee. All present had invested heavily, but upon a survey being completed, the project had proved unfeasible. No one ever saw the color of his money again, but Stan had done well for himself. The inference was plain. There was even further reservation in Jim's mind where Stan was concerned. Shortly after the failure of the water district, Grimes's father had been picked up on the range, murdered. He had told his foreman on leaving the Wishbone that he intended facing Stan and demanding an accounting. Inevitably, the latter had been believed guilty of the crime. Although a jury had acquitted him, Jim had never been satisfied with the verdict. He still believed Stan responsible for his father's death. But he said nothing of all this to Rip. He waited for some sign of a natural indignation as he finished his story. It did not come. Rip said calmly, "Reckon I don't blame you gents any, but hell, you'll never take Stan's job, Rip." Bart Galey jerked out fiercely, shrewdly measuring his man. Others seconded the sentiment. "That's so." Rip sounded unimpressed. If the gathering menace of this moment got to him, he gave no sign. "I reckon we'll have another talk with him, anyway. Don't you come back here if you do." Ted Johnson grated. Jim Grimes added slowly, "I don't think you're being on the square with us, Rip." "I'll promise you we won't forget it." Rip was not disposed to argue the matter. Sliding a glance at Gator, they started for the door. "Stop them!" a man exclaimed harshly. "By grab, if they throw us down and sign up with Stan." But something in the self-reliant look of the pair prevented anyone from hindering their departure. Gator was impelled to fire a parting shot from the door, but Rip pushed him through and followed. Once in the street, Rip headed back to the Golden Palace. "Seems to me you're a danged almighty sweat to grab yourself a handful of trouble," Gator growled. He did not hold back, however. Stan was waiting for them when they reached the saloon. Easy as his greeting was, his glance held a sharp question. Without preamble, Rip said, "Well, listen to that offer now. Interested, eh? Fine." Stan lost no time in acquainting them with his proposal. With gold hovering around $25 an ounce for several years, the mines at Lost Angel on Superstition Mountain had been forced to close down. Now that gold had skyrocketed to $33, even the tailings of the mines had once more grown sufficiently valuable to work. As an experiment, Stan had leased the old mine and intended to start shipping as soon as he could get the ore cars up there. "I've been looking for a couple good men to guard the railroad right-of-way through the canyons. It's wild, lonely country up there and needs watching. You and your partner just suit me." He made them his offer. "Don't look for no bed of roses," he warned frankly as they nodded their acceptance. "You may run into plenty of grief." "That'll be okay with us," Rip told him. Stan said he wanted them on the job without delay. He told Gator where to go to get horses. And to Rip, "Come down to the Nevada Midland station with me and meet Miss Longstreet. Since her father died, she's the owner, president, general manager, ticket agent, and about everything else on her road," he explained. The Nevada Midland offices were in a dilapidated station, standing beside rusty tracks on the edge of town. Clearly, the little road was tottering on the verge of dissolution. Rip saw half a dozen worn-out and disused coaches on a spur. An old engine that would never run again stood across from the station. In the cluttered office, Stan introduced him to a slim, clear-eyed girl whose astonishing good looks had nothing to do with her self-possession or her shrewd common sense. Sharon Longstreet took in Rip's capable shoulders, his level gray eyes and dead black hair with plain approval, while she listened to Stan's smooth explanation of who and what Rip and his partner were, and for what they had been engaged. It did not influence her judgment in the slightest, however. She shook her head decisively when Stan finished. "It may be an excellent idea, but I simply can't afford guards," she said in a tone vibrating with reserves of strength. "That will have to be my final answer." "You're not listening," Stan returned suavely with his heavy smile. "I said I'd hired these men, Miss Longstreet. Don't you understand? They'll be working for you, but I'll foot the bill. Ain't that fair enough?" She wasted no time on false attitudes. "It's not fair at all, but since the advantage is all with me, I won't pretend to protest. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have this extra freight to haul." It satisfied Stan. After taking a few minutes longer, he departed, leaving Rip and Sharon together. So interested was Rip in this capable, auburn-haired girl that he seemed scarcely to notice. And yet, Stan was barely beyond earshot before Rip spoke of something else that interested him. "It appears to be generally agreed that a guard over the railroad between Indian Wells and Lost Angel is advisable," he said. "Why?" "Because of the Indian Wells cattlemen," she answered without hesitation. 2 years ago, we had a cloudburst in the mountains. It weakened the track. I refused to bring 10 cars of cattle down until the road was reballasted. Rocky Grimes, who owned the steers, insisted on shipping. He gave me a waiver, and the cars came down. There was a wreck. 2 cars went into the canyon at a washout, and Tim Buck, one of the wishbone punchers, was nearly killed. The accident left him crippled and unable to get range work. It embittered him, and I think made a madman of him. He's ripped up track several times and tried to wreck our only locomotive. Of course the stockmen sympathize with him. Which don't make matters any easier for you," Rip commented. "We managed to get along," Sharon answered without self-pity. At his inquiry, she explained that her father had built the Nevada Pacific at a time when Lost Angel was a roaring gold camp. In those days, the receipts had been heavy, and there was even a little freight from north of the camp. When the mines petered out, business gradually slacked off, until now, although the road continued to serve Indian Wells and the Pine Valley Indian Reservation, hauling freight and ties and making occasional cattle shipments, it was getting harder and harder to make both ends meet. The refusal of the Indian Wells ranchers to give her their business didn't help matters any. "They don't care much for Stan either," Rip nodded. "No, they don't." She flashed him a look. He attempted to organize a water district, which failed. Soon afterward, Rocky Grimes, one of the heaviest losers, was murdered. "That's Jim Grimes's father, I take it?" She nodded. Mr. Stan was accused of the crime. Tim Buck testified in his behalf, and he was acquitted. But the cattlemen have their own idea of what happened. Rip understood young Grimes's bitterness against Stan better now. "Is Buck still around?" he asked. "No, he disappeared a few weeks ago. I understand he has left the country for good." Rip asked other questions. They were still talking when a man barged into the office roughly. "Sharon," he began half angrily. Rip whirled. He found himself gazing into the stony features of Jim Grimes. Grimes broke off whatever he had been about to say to stare sharply. His tone held a rasp of antagonism. "What are you doing here, Rip?" Though he watched Grimes closely, Rip did not miss the swift color which flamed in Sharon Longstreet's face at the tone the rancher used. Plainly, she was accustomed to different treatment from him. Rip had gathered from her manner of speaking about Grimes that her interest in him was strong. She seemed saddened by the happenings which had thrust a barrier between them. "I happen to be working for the Nevada Midland," was the dangerously quiet reply, "if it really matters." "What?" Grimes was genuinely surprised. "But I thought Stan." "Mr. Stan has hired Rip and his partner to guard the railroad above Indian Wells," Sharon put in calmly. "Against my kind, eh?" Grimes gave her a freezing look. "I just heard about the deal you've made with Stan to carry his tailings down from the mine. I could hardly believe it." "Is it true?" "Yes, it's true." "But you can't do that," Grimes stormed. "Stan is the man who murdered my father. Everybody knows it." "Good Lord, Sharon, what can you be thinking of?" "I'm thinking of the railroad," she told him steadily. "Since you and your friends have ceased to look to me, I've had to turn elsewhere. My business is to haul freight, and Mr. Stan has offered an opportunity to increase that business. I have no other interest in him, if that is what you mean." Grimes's face went scarlet with anger, indignation, and injured pride. "It's plain you've got none in me to have anything to do with that wolf," he threw at her bitterly. Sharon went white to the lips, but her gaze did not waver, nor was her proudly held head any less erect. "You will have to reach your own decision about that, Jim," she returned quietly. It had not escaped Rip that more than a casual interest lay between these two. Just as plainly, it promised now to come to an abrupt end. He could not altogether persuade himself that he was sorry. And yet, he put in a conciliating tone, "Now you're talking hasty, Grimes. Why not look at her side of things?" If there was censure in the words, there was approval in his manner, for he could not honestly condemn Grimes's attitude. However it appeared, he was still working in the man's interests. Grimes turned on him. "I've said my say to you, Rip. You can mind your own business," he whipped out. Rip shrugged. "Maybe there's a slight difference of opinion as to what's mine and what's yours," he drawled. Grimes flushed with fury at the coolness of it. "By grab, if that's the way you feel, we can settle this right here and now." In the crackling tension left in the wake of this challenge, Sharon stiffened with dread. She need not have worried, however. Rip gave Grimes the benefit of his twisted smile. "Maybe it'll dawn on you finally that I didn't come here for love of you, Grimes, any more than to fight over nothing," he dropped. "Until you hunt up a better excuse than the present one, we won't." With the words, he turned on his heel and walked out. Chapter 3. Getting broncs for himself and Rip, Gator saddled up and led them back to the Golden Palace. Rip had said they would meet here. Tying the horses, Gator entered the saloon for another drink. The first person his glance fell on was Bart Galey, the hot-tempered Indian Wells rancher. The meeting at the Humboldt house had broken up. Galey and the other ranch owners stood lined up at the bar. A cold warning ran along Gator's nerves at the hostile battery of eyes turned on him. But it was not in his book to turn his back on trouble. Making for the other end of the bar, he poured himself a drink and stood before it. Galey, Ted Johnson, and the others glared at him with mounting ire. "Them two hombres have got a gall, parading themselves after turning us down, fair Stan. Ought to be run out of town, they had," old Ted averred harshly. "What's the matter with doing just that?" Galey caught him up in an ugly tone. "There'll never be a better chance. They had their warning. We'll get this sour mug first," he ran on, "then handle the other." The proposal caught like a spark in dry tinder. The cattlemen edged toward Gator, pretending meanwhile to carry on a loud conversation among themselves. Keenly aware of what was afoot, Gator chose to stand his ground. A potential violence stirred in Gator as he considered his situation. He mastered it with iron control, playing for time, for he read to a hairbreadth the danger packed in this setup. Where was Rip? Gator finished his drink and started to pour another, his hand steady as rock, when without any warning the bottle was batted out of his grasp roughly. A growl rose in his throat, and he found himself staring into the bleak eyes of Bart Galey. "Well, what about it?" the latter snarled, plainly trying to force an issue. Instead of satisfying him, Gator backed away warily, eyes darting, his itching fingers hovering close to his six-gun. He didn't open his lips. A glance in the back bar mirror moments ago had shown him a pool table directly behind him. It was toward the heavy table that he maneuvered now. "Hell, don't fool around with the skunk," the flat words exploded in this tense silence. "Pull him down." Naked murder was in the air. Another moment, and they would swing into concerted action. Gator didn't wait for it. Wheeling sharply, he sprang to the pool table. A heave sufficed to tip it over on edge. Its slate bed and hardwood frame would provide excellent cover when the lead began to fly. Before he had time to duck behind it, however, things were sailing through the air. A bottle crashed against the table. A hurtling pool cue glanced off Gator's head, knocking his hat aside and bringing him to his knees. The blow left him groggy. The room rocked while he strove desperately for control. A sharp cry sliced through the rising storm of guttural talk. "Now we've got him." It stung Gator to a final effort. With what seemed the last remnant of his strength, he wrenched out his gun and shoved it in front of him. Its muzzle wavered across the moving front of these men, holding them at bay momentarily. "Finish it, finish it." Bart Galey bellowed in a wild, infectious rage. He can't pull trigger if he tries. Why they didn't come at him with a rush, he couldn't understand, for despite his display of clear grit, it would have been easy. Still they closed in with the deadly slowness of a wolf pack. He was beyond doing anything for himself. He saw that with fatal clarity. To attempt to reach his feet would be to crash headlong. It was a deadlock without an end, and when the end did come, it was completely unexpected. "Just a minute, gents," said a calm voice from the door. The cowman spun toward it. Rip stood there, taking them in with cold contempt in his lean cheeks, his blazing eyes. "There's the other one." Haley ripped out truculently, "Let's make a clean sweep of this." Rip's lips were pressed into a thin line. He opened them to ask, "Are you okay, Grump?" His partner's answer was to fold forward on the floor. He was out cold. Concern flashed across Rip's features. He never paused to ask what the odds against him might be. Whipping his gun out of the leather, he started to slide crabwise down the side of the saloon toward Gator. "Take it easy, boys," came from him in a gentle murmur. "Don't make any mistakes." There was a sibilant rustle among these men, watching with hawk-like care for the first break in his attention. His cold defiance was like raw alcohol flung on the flames of their anger. "You'll never get in the clear, Rip." Haley swore furiously. "You ain't got a chance." Rip bit back a stinging retort, his face set and stony. What he had set himself to do spoke louder than any words a man could find. Carefully, he pressed on. Gator was at his feet now. Leaning down, he got a grip on the other and with a heave swung him up. His bulk was a dead weight across Rip's shoulder. Rip grunted as he settled that burden, his narrowed eyes flicking here and there. One side. Thin and low, crackling in the electric tension of this room, the words were both challenge and declaration. The ranchers had begun to shift toward the door, cutting Rip off, an ugly determination stamped on their faces. Slowly Rip crowded them, cold steel in his look. Rip gained a yard, 2 yards. There was still a long ways to go. He didn't spare a look for the door, keeping his iron regard glued on the faces in front of him, alert for the first quick move. Another 6 feet, and he was hard up against a solid wall of men who itched to lay hands on him, yet held off. But they didn't break away before him. Considering that bleakly, he knew he was cornered unless he broke it up somehow. The means wasn't clear, and Rip was asking himself if this was the end of his trail when a fresh voice said, "Drop this, boys." Rip recognized Jim Grimes's rasping tone. Without removing his gaze from the smoky eyes directly before him, he answered, "It's a funeral, Grimes. It ain't yet decided whose, but you're invited." The silence which met his retort at length impelled him to glance around. Beside Grimes stood a lanky, gimlet-eyed man with a stringy mustache and a lawman's star on his floppy vest. Sheriff Lint Hoff took in this arrested situation shrewdly and grunted. "You're Rip, ain't you? Jim was just telling me about you. Go on and pull your stakes, if that's what you was aiming to do. There ain't nothing going to happen here." The air cleared at once. It brought the saner ones to their senses, a little sheepish. Except for Haley, they started to turn away. A lane opened up before Rip. Wasting no time, yet coolly deliberate, he pushed through. At the door, he came close to Grimes. Their eyes clashed. "Much obliged, Grimes," said Rip. Anger flashed across the rancher's flat features. "Save your breath. This don't change anything between us." Rip nodded curtly without words and pushed on outside, conscious all at once of Gator's whalebone and rawhide weight over his shoulder. Letting him slip down, Rip looked him over anxiously. There was no blood on him. "Knocked out," Rip grunted in a relieved tone. Dragging Gator toward the nearby horse trough, he ducked his head in the water. Gator remained passive for a moment, and then began to struggle and sputter. He came up red-faced, fire in his eye. "Trying to drown me," he rasped irritably. "No," was the serene reply. "Just trying to wash your neck." From the tone of Gator's disgusted cursing, he read that the other was rapidly returning to normal. Finish your drink, and we'll head out for Lost Angel, he said as he examined the broncs which his partner had procured. I understand it's quite a jog away from here. Go to hell, Gator told him amiably. A few minutes later, with the latter fully recovered, they swung up and headed out of Crazy Horse. To the north, as they came out upon open range, the hills rolled up in the Sarah Brown fold on fold of the mountain desert. Magpies skimmed the sage. There was every prospect of a peacefully dull afternoon following the rapid events of the morning. They would not have felt so sure of this, however, could they have heard the talk between Dan Stan and Peters Caleb, which occurred while they were still almost within hail. Peters moved to a position near Stan, and flat words issued from the side of his mouth. We've got nigh onto 200 head of steers in the mine right now, Dan. What's the idea of inviting them birds to nose around up there? Stan cast a wary glance about before replying. Isolated in the street, they were in no danger of being overheard. Well, they're on their way now. Knowing exactly where they are and what they're doing is better than wondering, ain't it? It was not a question. He went on, of course, if you can suggest anything better, and broke off thinly on that note. Testing its satire, Peters grunted. Maybe a little lead throwing would persuade them this country ain't so healthy, fair-range detectives. Wasn't so thin-skinned at the thought of that yourself. You mean rub 'em out? It would be all right with me, Peters began callously. Stan vetoed the proposal decisively. No, but maybe there's something there at that. Rip's the one for us to worry about, he declared shrewdly. If he was to be winged, say, and hustled off to the hospital in Salt Lake, then, after a pause, you can see where the blame would fall after what happened in the palace. Caleb straightened up from the hitch rack, against which he had been leaning, purpose in his manner. Which way are they going? I told them to take the road, said Stan. I'm going to cut across the hills, myself. Peters's thin brows lifted. You going up? Yeah. It was said blandly. I want to see how things are getting along. They started down the street together, only to part a block below. Shortly afterward, both rode out of Crazy Horse, each taking a different direction. Gator's thoughts had been running on cattle for some minutes. A hot note this is, he grumbled. Couple old cowpokes like us, hiring out to ride herd on a tin-pot railroad. You may get your belly full of steer chasing before we get through, his partner returned cryptically. Gator said, huh, blankly, but Rip offered no explanation of his remark. He had just thrown back his head to glance at a soaring yellowhammer when a slug whined past his face, and a rifle cracked above them. Rip's ducking slide and the answering crash of Gator's six-gun, seasoned with an angry curse, were simultaneous. Mastering his spooky bronc, Rip jerked his rifle out and darted a look up the rocks. He's up there in that gulch, the dang skunk. Gator gritted, pointing. I got a flash of his smoke. Rip's face was white and taut. There was no need for instructions. Whipping a shot up there, he jammed his mount that way, in a curving course that would bring him out above the ravine. Gator took the other side. It was tough going. Before they had covered half the distance, the rasp of shod hoofs on rock reached their ears. The assassin's rifle cracked again. Slugs droned about them, screaming off the granite. But they saw no more than a flitting shadow, vague against the dun background and gone in an instant. Right after him. Rip jerked out. By the time they reached the point where the cut sliced through the ridge crest, empty silence alone awaited them. It was not unexpected. They shoved on, alert for the first crashing announcement of a fresh ambush. The riven, tumbled rocks and boulder patches here were cover enough for an army. But the danger of being cut down without a chance for their skins could not deter them now. Take that side of the gulch, Rip snapped, jerking his chin up, and comb it out. Maybe it'd be better sense to just locate this Haley's spread and ride over there. He seems to be the #1 bad boy of this bunch. Do as I say, the answer whipped back. If we can square accounts on the spot, we'll do that. I don't like unfinished business. For 10 minutes, they were busily employed. The gravel and hard pan underfoot showed no trace of tracks. Each knew it to be a case of smoking out their quarry or letting the matter drop. At last Gator reined in, to flick a rueful glance at his friend. Looks like he's give us the slip. Rip nodded. Busy as his thoughts were, he had nothing to say. It was Gator who went on, just like old times, danged if it ain't. Here we are again, plumb in the middle of popping hell. What of it? His partner grinned at him unfeelingly. You wouldn't want it any other way. Chapter 4. Stan came across the tumbled hills to Lost Angel in the late afternoon. It lay in an irregular valley, hemmed in by barren rocky slopes. To the north, the vast bulk of Superstition Mountain cut the sky. It was on the flank of this mountain that gold had been discovered. The mine, at the end of a Nevada Midland spur, lay at its foot, a gaping tunnel mouth. It was toward this that Stan headed. To the left, around a jutting granite shoulder, was the all-but deserted ghost town. On the flat before the mine entrance, amidst ancient rusted machinery and great heaps of old tailings, half a dozen hard-looking men were collected. They were idle, unless keeping a sharp lookout could be said to constitute their work. Stan knew them. They were his men, waiting to start the TEDK for which the mine had ostensibly been leased, as soon as the railroad had been repaired to this point. They came forward as he rode up. One took his bronc when he swung to the ground. If they expected orders from him now, however, he soon disposed of the notion, waving a hand in careless denial. Just looking around, boys, he said. I'll take a walk down to the camp. No, I don't want anyone with me. He started down the trail toward Lost Angel, and a moment later disappeared from sight, humming to himself. Once beyond view around the shoulder of the mountain, Stan dropped his pose of casualness and hastened forward with every appearance of purpose. The deserted camp opened out before him. Chinatown, where hundreds of coolies had lived during the heyday of the mines, lay at this end of Lost Angel's long and crooked street. On either side ran a line of single-storied tumble-down buildings, old shops, chop houses, and fan-tan joints, their doors and windows gaping. Everywhere, on pillars and blank walls, fluttered the tattered remnants of Chinese posters covered with hieroglyphics. It was deathly silent here, the walls sun-baked and crumbling. Alleys ran between most of these adobe warrens, in which rats scurried as Stan moved past. At the mouth of a certain devious alley, he turned in after a sharp glance along the street. He moved down it for some distance before he slowed. The echoes of these sleeping walls awakened suddenly to the startlingly realistic hoot of an owl. The sound came from Stan's lips. He repeated it. But not until he had done so, half a dozen times, was there an answer. Even then, it was only a rattle of dirt at a blank doorway behind him. Stan turned that way. His manner seemed to have undergone a change during the last few minutes. His habitual assertion was gone. That you, Tim, he muttered. Stow the racket and get in here in a hurry, said a heavy, grating voice in a tone of impatience. Stan entered a dusky, low-selling shell of a room. A large, deformed figure detached from the shadows, monstrously distorted by the half-light. This man had once been huge, he was still big. Some accident had twisted him all out of shape. His massive shoulders were bent and warped, and beam-like arms hung almost to his knees, one longer than the other. His face was scarred and ugly. A steady glow of potential power lay in his deep-set, shaggy-browed eyes. The incredible roughness of his appearance only enhanced the suggestion of immense strength and animal-like shrewdness that lent him a peculiar fascination. He was Tim Buck, the man who had been in the Nevada Midland wreck 2 years before. Stan gave him a direct, probing glance, and at once felt impelled to avert his eyes from that hideous face. "Well?" came the short, imperative growl. "Something came up today that I had to fix in a hurry," Stan told him. Rapidly, as though the words were dragged out of him, and yet with some hesitancy in the telling, as if uncertain of its reception, he related the arrival of the range detectives called in by the Tuscarora Cattlemen's Association, and how by quick thinking he had managed to hire the pair. "I figured," he began in explanation. Buck silenced him with a gesture of his ape-like arm. "That was a fool play," he rasped disgustedly, his eyes crying scorn, "a danged waste of money. There's cheaper ways of getting rid of their kind than that. I don't want no damned stock detectives either for or against me." Stan's brows shot up. "What do you mean, cheaper?" he demanded. "You told me there's a fortune in this mine, and all we had to do was get the money to work it. It's why we went into Rustling together." His voice gathered assurance as he ran on. "I'm no doughhead. I can do some thinking for myself," he wound up defiantly. Buck stared at him in silence for so long that he grew fidgety despite his bluster. That maimed face did things to him. "Getting big, are you?" The menacing rumble came at last. "Don't fool yourself a minute about throwing in with me. You didn't. I saved you at that trial for a purpose. Just remember that that's one thing it ain't healthy to overlook." Stan would have protested vehemently, but Buck beat him down with a look. "What was you, before I took you in hand?" "Not a damn thing. I made you rich in that water scheme. I saved your hide by lying when you had to knock off old Rocky Grimes on account of it. I'm offering to lay the money in your hand that'll make you anything from governor to U.S. senator. But meantime, you're doing exactly as I say. Paste that in your hat, Stan." Stan was on the verge now of blurting out the story of his instructions to Peter's Caleb, but Buck's cantankerous assumption of dominance dried him up. He clamped his teeth on his rage in bitter silence. At last he got out, grudgingly, "Those detectives can be fired quick enough if it comes to that." Buck grated. "Forget it. They're coming up here. I'll take care of them." His flattened, grinning face became utterly forbidding. "And meanwhile they've got to be paid. Them and the others," Stan came back at him significantly. Buck glowered at him for a moment, his jaw thrust out. Then without words he turned back to a crumbling door. He was gone for several minutes, and when he reappeared, it was to lay a heavy buckskin bag in Stan's palm. The latter gauged its value by hefting it and thrust it into a pocket. "Just see that you make that go further in the last," Buck told him in a miserly tone. "And don't be showing up here so often, either. Stay away till I signal you. And Stan, I don't need to repeat what'll happen to you if you ever breathe a word about me being here or where the gold comes from. Like it or not, nobody'll ever get me, but I'll get you." There was a lethal whine in the threat from which Stan took refuge in injured dignity. The next moment he said, "This new vein you discovered in the mine, Tim, I want to see it. Take me down in there, can't you?" Buck told him thinly, "You'll lay eyes on the vein when I get ready to have you, and not before." North of Indian Wells, the road paralleled the railroad right-of-way through the canyons on the extension running up toward Lost Angel. Rip and Gator at length deserted the trail to cling to the rails, for this was the stretch which they had been hired to guard. It was lonely country, rough and wild. The sun swung low in the west when Gator squinted ahead and said, "There's some men working. Must be the track gang Stan was telling you about." Rip nodded. Presently, they drew near enough to watch an antiquated, bell-stacked Baldwin locomotive pushing a flat car loaded with rails and ties back and forth with a busy chuffing, while a dozen or more men worked on the track under the supervision of a tall, blocky, and granite-visaged individual, whose reddish stubble, keen blue eyes, and biting sarcasms proclaimed him to be an Irishman. Rip accosted this man. "Con Murphy," he said. "That's the name." There was sharp appraisal in the regard that was turned on Rip. "Just who might you be?" Rip introduced himself and Gator, and handed over a note which Sharon Longstreet had given him, explaining why they were there. Murphy read it, his lips thrust out. He snorted half contemptuously. Who in hell ever heard of guarding a railroad? Has the colleen gone crazy? Gator stared at him as if about to erupt, but Rip struck in with a smile. "Dan Stan has something to do with it, Murphy. It's him wants the guarding done. He made us the offer, and I understand he's footing the bill." "Oh, Stan," Con grunted, only partially mollified. He was a salty old railroad veteran of many years standing, almost as grizzled as Clem Rucker, the white-haired engineer, and the fireman who peered interestedly from the locomotive cab. "Well," he continued, "there ain't nothin' much to guard now. We ain't done our work yet. Reckon you'll have to wait." Rip cheerfully assented. "Where's your camp?" "We're putting up in Lost Angel. You can go on up there. It's only a mile or so." He told them where to go. Among the men who watched the partners pull away was Peter's Caleb, pretending to busy himself with the work. He had pushed on here in a hurry after his unsuccessful attempt on their lives, intent on establishing an alibi in the event of need. Rip's glance fell on him without particular interest, for he had never seen the other before. His sole thought was that Sharon had some tough customers in her crew, if Caleb was any criterion. Lost Angel was reached shortly. The slanting rays of the sun outlined Superstition Mountain in bold relief, and filled the valley with a golden dust in which the sway-backed roofs of dismantled stamp mills with their rusty smokestacks only emphasized the lonely desolation of this once populous camp. "That's probably the Buckskin over there." Rip pointed to the mine entrance at the base of the mountain. "And those'll be Stan's men. Just waitin' to dig into them tailings the minute the cars arrive," Gator agreed acidly. At one side of the mine apron stood a recently erected rambling board shack. Rip's glance rested on it momentarily. It was probably where Stan's men bunked. "Stan must be figorin' to use considerable of a crew, judgin' from the size of that bunkhouse," he commented to Gator. They did not go that way, but struck the end of Lost Angel Street at the jut of the mountain's shoulder. The place was well named. Chinatown, with its spooky antiquity, laid a hush on them. Beyond were the abandoned stores and saloons, boarding houses, and even a bank, its doors standing open. Battered tin signs everywhere proclaimed past glories. Bottles and rusted cans lay about. Gator looked the place over and shook his head. "She's seen some rip-snortin' times in her day," he hazarded. Near the foot of the street, they passed an abandoned hotel with blankets hung from various upstairs windows to air. Farther on was a store which showed some signs of occupancy. There were heaps of ore samples, a few cans of tobacco and the like in the window. An old man stepped to the door as they swung down. Climbing the steps, Gator and Rip nodded to him. There was a second old-timer inside. Both wore faded woolen shirts and battered hats, and bore every sign of being old inhabitants. "Glad to meet you," the first responded when Rip introduced himself and Gator. "I'm Suki Withers. I run this place, been hire nigh onto 30 years. Meet the mayor, Cyclone Bradley." He waved toward his grizzled companion. "We just about run Lost Angel, I reckon." There was a note of pride in his voice, and a tinge of curiosity as well. "Have a little nip o' something?" Sipping his drink, Rip ran his eye over the scanty stock of supplies on the shelves as he explained why he and Gator were here. Triumph rose in Suki Wither's eyes at the end. "Didn't I tell you?" he exclaimed, turning to Bradley. "This camp's comin' back like Iolu said she would. With Stan openin' the buckscant and hearin' guards and all, others'll be driftin' in. The railroad'll fetch 'em. Before the month is out, things'll be hummin'." Cyclone Bradley, who looked about as swift as a sunning lizard, brightened at that. "Reckon you hit her plumb center, Sook," he declared. "It sure looks like old times was comin' back." There was Cantley amusement in the glances Rip and Gator exchanged. But they liked these old junipers, and the talk flowed easily. The old hotel, they learned, was where everyone staying at the camp slept. Withers was cooking for Con Murphy's boys, and for Dan Stan's crowd at the buckscant. He thought Rip and Gator could be accommodated for their meals. "We'll have a real cook in here 'fore long, if things keep on pickin' up," he added. Discussion swung back to the revival of Lost Angel. It was an obsession with these weathered desert rats. They had lived their lives in anticipation of it. Before long, however, Withers was forced to break off to make preparations for the evening meal. With waning light, Stan's men drifted down from the mine. Glancing them over, Rip thought he had counted more on the way here, but he couldn't be sure. Con Murphy's gang put in an appearance soon afterward. Dan Stan was with them. He had come up to make sure the work was being pushed along, he told Rip. "My job'll be done in another day," Murphy assured him. "The cars'll soon be rollin'." For dining room, an empty store building had been commandeered and improvised tables set up under the smoky light of old oil lamps. The laughter and talk of rough men filled the place as supper progressed. Withers and Cyclone Bradley ate with the others, and soon had them on the subject of the camp's threatened return to life. It was coming none too soon, old Suki averred, declaring Lost Angel to be a real ghost town. He related a shivery tale of spirits at night that only a lively fancy could have fathered. The rest took him up with interest. "Reckon that's the answer to them noises in the buckscant," said one of Stan's men. Stan turned on him with surprising sharpness. "What canted of noises?" he demanded. "Why, rumblins and the like," was the answer. "Once we heard what must have been a whole drift crashin' in. Timber's rotten, like as not." Stan seemed relieved. He withdrew into silence, while Cyclone Bradley narrated the story of a gruesome murder which had taken place during the camp's heyday, and told how the victim's ghost haunted Lost Angel on stormy nights in the dark of the moon. Rip chuckled as he saw Gator taking it all in soberly. After supper, they pulled away to ride back along the railroad right-of-way, looking the ground over. Starshot darkness at the end of a long twilight found them far from the camp. Gator hauled up and started to turn his pony. "We've come far no," he declared. "It'll be late when we get back." To his surprise, Rip did not turn with him. "We'll go on a little farther," he said. "What fur?" Gator was inclined to argue. "We can't see a dang thing now, anyways." "You don't care," was the easy reply. "You'd rather ride than sleep." Gator stared at him. Disgruntled as he was, he realized there must be something behind his partner's course. "Can't you tell a feller what you got in your mind?" he growled. Rip grinned. "If I did, you'd swear I was lyin' it so near empty." "Where's our romance?" he pursued banteringly. "This is a swell opportunity to take advantage of the peace and quiet. Just look at them shinin' stars, Gator. Feel that cool breeze blowin' on your face." "Great, yet." "Huh." Gator's tone eloquently expressed his reaction to these suggestions, but he no longer held back. A few minutes later, he began thoughtfully. "Well, here we are, a million miles from nowheres, just like I warned you in Cheyenne. Bad luck dogging us. Its teeth sunk so deep in our leg it can't even take time out to bark. Not much chance of nailing a bunch of rustlers if we take this job of Stan's very serious, Rip. Rip took time over his answer. It looks as though we'd run our heads against a blank well, he confessed then. But when I think of the lead that was thrown at us on the way up here, I feel better. Somebody's either awful interested in us, or plenty disgusted with Stan. Just who is Stan? Gator put in, an edge to his voice. Knowing something about him would help a lot. As they talked it over, Gator came to the realization that this was precisely the question which had occupied his partner ever since they had signed on with Stan. I don't know who I can ask on this range, Rip said musingly. I may think of someone. In the meantime, there's one bet I came near overlooking. What's that? Grimes's wire to us in Cheyenne said we had been recommended to him by Matt Graham. That means to me that Matt must know something about the setup here. Maybe he knows Stan's story as well. Gator nodded his comprehension. You'll get in touch with Graham, yeah. Rip waved toward the distant patch of lights shining across the range. We ought to be able to send a wire off from Indian Wells. It may mean a delay if Matt is out on a job himself. But an answer from him should tell us where we stand. Arriving at Indian Wells, they soon got a wire off to their friend, the U.S. Marshal, asking for such information as he possessed concerning Dan Stan's past. Where do you want the answer sent? The station agent asked before turning to open his key. Ride in and pick it up, Rip told him. It may be a day or two before it comes. Let's go. Leaving the little cowtown behind, they headed back up the hills in the direction of the old mining camp. It was nearly midnight by the time they arrived. Turning their horses into a makeshift corral of roofless adobe wells, they found their way to the tumble-down hotel. A number of upstairs rooms were occupied, but they located an empty one at last, its windows long innocent of glass. Spreading out their bedrolls on the floor, they quickly made ready for sleep. For Gator at least, it proved no easy Tedke to drop off. Half a dozen times, Rip jerked up out of a doze to hear his partner moving about, muttering to himself. He knew what was bothering the other, those wild yarns they had heard at supper. What's eatin' you, anyway? Rip was impelled to snap at last. I been hearin' a thumpin' down below, Gator muttered. Sounds like hammerin' or something. Nonsense. This place has been still as the grave for the last hour, except for the danged racket your McCant. Go on and sleep then if you can, Gator retorted with asperity. I can't. But he quieted down at last, and Rip thought no more of the matter until he was awakened by the early flash of sunlight on the well above his head. Gator was yawning in his blankets. There was a murmur of voices from other parts of the hotel. Quickly they got up and pulled on their boots. Gator was the first to push through the door and head for the stairs. To his astonishment, Rip suddenly grasped him by the arm and yanked him back violently. He turned a face twisted with indignation. What's the big idea? He demanded. The floor, Rip grated. Can't you feel it saggin'? Get back for Lord's sake. Even as he spoke, he whirled Gator toward the window, and none too soon. With a cant of accelerating deliberation, the floor bellied in, lower and lower, until suddenly a large section tore away to cave in. There was a ripping crash, in the midst of which the yells of startled men could be heard. A column of adobe dust burst upward, choking in its density. Minor crashes followed, as beams and portions of the near wells tumbled into the pit. Climbing out through the window frame, and dropping with a jar to the ground outside, Rip and Gator found that every man who had spent the night in the hotel had followed their example. None were injured beyond scratches and bruises, and yet it had been a near thing. Dan Stan came hurrying up as they stood there. He alone had refused to spend the night in the place. "Now maybe you'll find some other place to roll in, besides that dang death trap," he burst out. "I told you what you could expect someday, with them wells sagging in that way." He made it sound as if the eventual collapse of the hotel, due to its own weight, had been inevitable, but for his part, Rip was not so readily satisfied. Into his mind flashed remembrance of the mysterious sounds which Gator had declared he heard during the night. They had a new meaning now. When the dust cleared away, he and Gator started to look for a way down into the wrecked building. "Don't go in there," Stan warned sharply on seeing this. "The hotel's built over a mine drift. The whole shebang may come smashing down any minute now she's started." Rip merely nodded. "We'll take our chances of that. We want to fish out our blankets and war bags if we can." Cautiously, they clambered down into the pit which the falling beams and heavy wells had torn. It was risky to say the least, but they were not concerned about that. Nor did the discovery of their half-buried belongings particularly elate them. Rip climbed here and there, peering and prying in the dim light. Suddenly he gave vent to a low exclamation. "Ha! Grump!" Near the edge of the hole into the mine gallery underneath lay a rusted steel sledge but lately used. Nearby, the butt of a sagging beam support showed the marks of heavy blows. Gator nodded slowly, taking it in. "So that's what it was," he muttered, an edge to his tone. "Reckon I was wrong about the ghosts. Rip, somebody with 2 good hands was down here last night, knocking the props out from under this hotel. Somebody who wanted to finish us." Anger made his tone rise, and damn near did it. Chapter 5. Buck lurched down the Stygian mine tunnel under Lost Angel like a specter, his ape-like arms swinging. He was in a black mood. He knew that Rip Campbell and Gator Gibbs had escaped from the hotel crash, for he had waited to see, had overheard their murmured words in the pit, and was satisfied that they must be put out of the way with the least possible amount of delay. Dan Stan himself came in for no small portion of his anger, for it was Stan's doing that the pair were here at all. Had there been any way to dispense with Stan in carrying out his extensive plans, Buck would have moved toward that end without compunction. Misanthrope was a word which might have been invented to fit Tim Buck. He hated all men for what had happened to him. He meant to bring suffering and disaster to all who came within his reach. Grave as had been his injuries in the train wreck which had made him a monstrosity instead of a man, the greater damage had been done to his spirit. It had not always been so. At first there had been hope. He had soon learned, however, once his bent and twisted body healed, that the honest work of the world was no longer for him. The Nevada Midland had been unable to give him compensation. Rocky Grimes had not even held his old job open for him, because he said Tim could no longer do the work. Other outfits had turned him away on the same excuse. But actually, as he soon came to understand, because he was so ugly they didn't care to put up with the sight of him. It was true that once Jim Grimes had taken over his father's great Wishbone Ranch, he had sought out Buck with the offer of work. But by that time, the acid of hate had worked too deep into Buck's bones. He had brushed the offer aside and gone on in the course which it was plain a pitiless fate had designed for him. Carefully planting the rumor that he had left the country, Buck had retired to the Buckskin Mine, from which he directed his far-reaching plans with a sure hand. Although he seldom came out into the light of day, and for months had been seen by no man but Stan, he lived fairly comfortably. For food, he beefed a steer occasionally, and had a little garden high on the flank of Superstition Mountain. As for his strange home, he knew all the miles of the Buckskin Mine like his pocket. Little went on in the mountain, or in Lost Angel for that matter, that he did not know about. The vein with which he lured Dan Stan on was his one hope. He lived with the dream of developing that, and thus making himself so rich and powerful that no one could touch him. He had no intention of allowing Stan to lay hands on any part of it. Meanwhile, however, there was much to be done. Just now, Buck was headed toward the main tunnel of the mine. He had no means of lighting his way, but he needed none. In places where the footing failed, he swung himself along through the mine timbers by his long prehensile arms. Soon, he was in the lower tunnel. Many of the drifts were boarded up, a circumstance wholly to his advantage, since it enabled him to hear words spoken within a few yards from behind the boarding without running the risk of discovery. There were always men in the mine, watching the rustled steers being held here. He had long kept his fingers on the pulse of affairs by listening in on their unguarded talk. At present, he hoped to overhear some discussion of the stock detectives. He was therefore the more surprised, on stealing close to the boarding as usual, to catch the tones of Rip and Gator themselves out in the main tunnel. A few moments served to explain their presence to Buck. Coming down from the camp, they had stepped in the mine for a look around. They had not been stopped, since there was nothing at this point to arouse suspicion. Pretending they had no inkling their every move was being watched, they did not appear interested. But Buck was not fooled. Knowing what they knew, he asked himself how much more they guessed, and his veins hammered with hatred. Putting his eye to a crack, he peered through. In the smoky light of a flare, Rip and Gator were standing squarely on the dump car track, where it ran through under the boarding, talking to several of Stan's men. A blaze leapt up in Buck at the sight. His eyes gleamed with the plan taking a sudden form in his brain. Turning away, he stole swiftly up the drift. The grade was fairly steep. At its head he sought an old dump car lying on its side, and with deft hands oiled the wheels by means of an oil can tossed aside years before. He stood the car on the track then. It was child's play for his strength. The wheels blocked, he set about filling the car with chunks of quartz, his great shoulders making short work of the Tedke. He lost no time when it was done. Knocking out the chocks, he started the car down the incline, running it to a good send-off, his dragging leg no impediment. Carrying well over a ton's weight for momentum, the car swiftly gathered speed. Soon, it was rocketing madly down the tunnel. It was impossible to avoid hearing its rumbling progress altogether, but Buck counted on its unexpectedness to accomplish his object. He ran forward and bent down to watch the result of his work. The dump car struck the boarded-up mouth of the drift with a splitting crash. Wood splintered and flew in a dozen directions. Yells rang out hollowly, drowned in the clang and clash of metal as the car struck the switch into the main tunnel, jumped the track and slammed into the opposite well, its freight of rock bursting outward and showering the spot with flying missiles. Nothing but sheer luck had impelled the group of talkers in the main tunnel to move aside only a moment before. Had they not done so, a good share of their number would certainly have been killed. Rip and Gator had remained standing on the track as it was, but at the first whining rumble of the advancing car, Rip thrust his partner back instinctively, and himself leapt aside. He was only just in time. The crash sent them staggering back. Then they were ducking the flying pieces of quartz. Rip was the first to recover from his surprise. He had seen one man knocked flying. There might be others. Get that flare lit, he jerked out, springing to the injured man's side. In its flickering light, he saw his fears confirmed. Struck by a ragged piece of rock, the man lay unconscious, his head bloody. Rip thought his leg was broken. Possibly, he was injured internally as well. Others were banged up. Gator bore a gash on his leathery cheek. This man must be got to a doctor, Rip declared. Get hold of his shoulders, Gator, we'll carry him out of the mine. It come dang near being the undertaker fair all of us, one of Stan's men spoke up angrily. What in hell made that happen anyway? The rest were no less puzzled. Maybe the mountain moved and started that car off, hazarded one. I've seen loaded dump cars standing on the track in these drifts. A jar might knock out the blockant. Rip paid no heed to this talk at the moment. He and Gator got the unconscious man out in the open. We'll rush him down to the end of track, Rip decided. Their saddled broncs were near at hand. They started off without delay, Gator carrying the accident victim across his saddle bow. Rip rode at his side in silence for some minutes before he said finally, "So they think maybe the chicane of the mountain was what started that car falling." What they had learned only a short time before, in the pit under the hotel, was present in Gator's mind as he nodded. Yet he grunted. Any good reason fair us in that tone? Yes. I noticed fresh oil on the wheels of that dump car, Gator. Gator's jaw dropped, then closed with a snap. A dangerous look came into his eyes. So it's like that, huh? He said softly. Reckon we got hell staring us in the face from a dozen directions. The Nevada Midland locomotive was shunting a flat car along a mile down the right-of-way. Ties were being tossed off when they arrived. Dan Stan was there watching the work. He and Peter's Caleb turned to stare at the burden across Gator's saddle. It was Stan who spoke up. What happened? Rip acquainted him with the accident in the mine, adding that the injured man was in immediate need of a doctor's care. Stan's face set in stubborn lines at the end, for he knew what was coming. Then it means a ride to Indian Wells for you, he said brusquely. Rip stared at him. Nonsense. It'll take 3 or 4 hours to ride there, Stan. The engine can do it in a quarter of the time. It may mean the difference between life and death for this man. I don't give a damn, Stan told him, brutally frank. The engine can't be spared. This job's going to be finished today, and that's that. Rip's lip curled with his blazing contempt. He had suspected Stan's ruthlessness from the beginning. Now, it was coming out with a vengeance. Before he could give voice to the sharp words hovering on his tongue, however, a new sound advancing along the completed track turned them all that way. It was the staccato bark of a gasoline scooter, which drew near with Sharon Longstreet in the driver's seat. She had come up alone this morning from Crazy Horse. Stan advanced in an ingratiating manner as the girl stepped to the ground. "What brings you way up here, Miss Longstreet?" he inquired smoothly, dissembling his concern. "PM afraid you may not like what I have to say," she told him, "but it means a lot to me. The Raven brothers are cutting ties on contract at the head of Singer Canyon. They've got several thousand piled along my spur track. I've been asked to shove 6 flat cars up there for loading. They want the cars today. Later, they'll have to be hauled down to the main line. It will mean a slight delay for you, I'm afraid." Stan frowned and shook his head. "They'll have to wait," he declared. "My work comes first. If it wasn't for me, there wouldn't be any engine up here. And my tailends are contracted for, the same as Alf and Ed Raven's ties." That he should tell her what to do so plainly came as a surprise to the girl. She showed herself that whatever else she was level-headed. She reasoned with Stan quietly, trying to make him see how much depended on this extra business for the road. The ties would be regular freight from now on, the Ravens had assured her. She got nowhere until Rip spoke up. "His anxiety's running away with him, Miss Longstreet. Murphy's sure to get done today. What matter if it's an hour or 2 later? Stan'll have to load his tailends anyway. And here's this man badly hurt. He can be got out to Indian Wells, and the flat cars taken care of at the same time. Stan whirled on him. But the furious words boiling up in him did not come. Meeting Rip's steady eyes, a change occurred in him. He calmed down. At Sharon's swift inquiry, Rip explained about the accident in the mine. That settles it, the girl decided crisply. The engine will take him to Indian Wells at once. The flat cars are on a siding there. They can be run up Singer Canyon on the way back. It'll not take more than a couple of hours at the outside. Stan said, well, thinking hard and fast, this is what we'll do. We'll start the engine off for Indian Wells right away. Meanwhile, you and your partner pull across the hills for Singer Canyon. Tell Alf Raven you've come to see to the loading of those ties, Rip. You may have to help out yourself, but make sure the cars are ready to roll first thing in the morning. Stay with them, and come back here with the engine from Crazy Horse. He'll send a man over after your broncs. If it's got to be worked this way, I don't want so much as a minute lost. He spoke with an authority to which Sharon acquiesced, and matters were thus arranged. The injured man was put aboard the engine, and it started down the hills. A few minutes later, Sharon followed on the scooter. Rip and Gator saw her flying down the rails as they headed across the range. Stan and Peter's Caleb were left standing near the track, and it was Rip on whom the former's gaze lingered longest. Damn him, he seems to have been born with a slick tongue and a rabbit's foot in his hand, he grated. Suddenly, he whirled on Peters. That was a hell of a job you made, of putting that pair out of the way. His tone was savage with accusation. Peters's snaky eyes met his briefly and slid away. Couldn't be helped, was his muttered answer. It come near bein' the other way around, when they come foggin' after me. You told me not to finish them, but I can't do that if you pass the word. No, I don't want any more of your damned bunglin'. I've got Rip and his partner taken care of for the time bein'. Meanwhile, I may hit on some plan myself. Tim Buck was in his mind as he spoke. Stan was under no illusions concerning the cause of the accident in the mine. It warned him that his next attempt to dispose of Rip and Gator had better be successful. Daily, when the crest of superstition threw its shadow over the eastern slope, Tim Buck tended the little garden that lay hidden in a tiny cup high on the mountain shoulder. A prospect tunnel in the Buckskin extension gave him easy access to the spot. A trickling spring supplied what water the plants needed. Buck was in his garden today. Here, surrounded by the flowers and growing things he loved, and believing himself safe from the prying eyes of the world, his mask of implacable hatred was lowered. Some strange inner alchemy seemed to soften his bitter, gruesome face. These green things that he tended so faithfully did not mock nor turn away in disgust. They were the chink in his armor of hate. Bracing his deformed foot, he bent down to lift a blossom trampled into the earth by the passage of some marauding coyote. A woman's hands could not have touched that flower with greater tenderness. A long-drawn ghost of a sound, drifting across the hills, brought him up abruptly. Eyes blazing suspiciously from under bushy brows, he scanned the tumbled horizon. Miles away over the pines, in the direction of Singer Canyon, he descried minute puffs of white smoke, which could only be those of a railroad locomotive. The fact was instantly significant to him. Train over there, he growled savagely. Going up to haul ties, eh? Well, I'll put a stop to that. Stan'll answer to me for this. Plunged in brooding thought, he forgot the garden. Whatever the conclusions he reached, they were decisive. Swaying toward the mine entrance in his ungainly way, he penetrated the mountain and swung down through the long drifts. It took him half an hour to reach the lower level. He made for the gallery which ran in the direction of Lost Angel, and presently hauling himself up through a hole, was in the midst of Chinatown's crowded buildings. A rat, could not have threaded the wilderness of alleys with more expertness. Finding himself in one giving upon the street, Buck stole to its mouth like a shadow. Long he prospected the sunning street in either direction. There was no sign of life. Near at hand was a pillar bearing the tattered scraps of Chinese posters with their strange markings. To this Buck darted. Producing a fragment of charcoal from his pocket, on the blank corner of a poster, he fashioned a bold flying U. It looked remarkably like all the other incomprehensible markings. Then he scuttled back into the protection of the alley. It was noontime before Dan Stan came by on his way to dinner and saw the sign meant for his eyes alone, nearly an hour later before he could answer the summons. When he did, Buck was waiting. In a few words, Stan confirmed his surmise that the Ravens were getting ready to ship ties. As usual, mention of the railroad inflamed him. Buck rumbled fiercely, "I don't like it. I'm boss of this railroad, remember that. It'll carry what I say it will, and nothing else." Stan told him hurriedly about the injured man who had been taken to Indian Wells, and what he had done about Rip and Gator. Buck's eyes glinted craftily in their sockets at that. "They're over there now, you say? And ridin' the cars down the hills in the mornin'. Good. For once, you done better'n you usually do. Okay, leave things to me. I'll see to them hombres, and no slip-up this time." Turning his back, he lurched down the alley in which they had been murmuring together and disappeared through a crumbling doorway, a human gorilla, grim, implacable, and cunning. Stan turned away, the weight of the world resting on his shoulders, as always when the repulsive sight of that man reminded him afresh of his bondage. He wanted to get away, to forget for a few hours. Getting up his bronc, he turned his face down the hills toward Crazy Horse. Even so, Buck succeeded in riding with him, at least in spirit. "I'll have to shove lead through him." Stan gritted, a red haze before his eyes. With Buck in the discard, things would sure be comin' my way. He forgot, as he had done before, that Buck's diabolic cunning had placed him where he was. All he remembered was that with the other out of the way, he would be firm in the saddle, a master in his own right, with no one daring to oppose him. Arriving at Crazy Horse, Stan first headed for the Nevada Midland station. There were some arrangements about his shipments of tailings to be made. Although the office was open, Sharon was not there. Pausing in the door, Stan met the sardonic glance of a lanky, dark-featured man wearing a green eye shade and a pencil stuck behind his ear. They exchanged short nods of perfect familiarity. "Where's the girl, Lem?" Stan queried. "You ought to know," was the answer. "Been up in the hills for the last day or so, ain't you?" Stan said, "I knew she was at Lost Angel, of course. Then I lost track. She hasn't come back, eh?" "Don't expect her till tomorrow sometime," said Lem. A sour-visaged individual of unprepossessing appearance, he was Stan's ace in this office. Whenever unavoidable business took Sharon Longstreet away for a day, she was forced to leave a substitute in charge. Stan had recommended Lem Bailey. The small salary Lem asked had decided the girl. "What's new?" "Maybe it'll surprise you," Lem returned, "and maybe not. But there ain't much question it's something to think about, Dan. Take a look at this," he broke off, handing over a telegraph blank on which a message had been scrawled. For a minute, Stan stared at it, expressionless. "A wire for United States Marshal Graham. Is scant for all available information about me, eh?" he said softly at last. "And signed by Rip Campbell." "I reckon," Bailey nodded. "You know what that means." Stan was curt. "It may mean plenty, or nothing at all. Rip's got no reason to be suspicious of me. He may just be kecking up to make sure I'm good for a fat salary." But he didn't sound very assured. Where'd this come from, Lem? Came over the wire from Indian Wells to be relayed via the Western Pacific. But you didn't send it on. Stan rasped sharply. Hell. Do I look as dumb as that? Bailey barked a short laugh. I've been waiting for you to show up and decide what you wanted done about it. A furrow of concentration appeared in Stan's brow. It's awkward, Rip's knowing Matt Graham. But maybe we can get around that. Just send Rip an answer, Lem suggested shrewdly. He won't have any reason to think Graham didn't send it. Stan nodded. That's my idea, he admitted. But what would Graham be likely to say in a telegram that nobody else would? Something that'll convince Rip and throw him off the track. He was speaking half to himself. Taking a block of telegram blanks, he tried 2 or 3 times to compose a message which wholly satisfied him. At last he shook his head. No sense in trying to get between Graham and Rip, he decided. I don't know either of them well enough. It'll have to be short and simple. With that object in mind, he scribbled a few words out and handed the blank to Bailey. The latter read it. No, Dan Stanwell can vouch for him. He's an Arizona man, clean record passed, like open book, anything else want know. Send that to Rip sometime tomorrow, Stan directed. And sign it, Graham, U.S. Marshal. Lem hesitated, pursing his mouth up. This last here, Dan, he began. If Rip did want more information, and his request came through while I wasn't here, it'd spill the beans. Stan scoffed. That's just the point that'll convince Rip he's barking up the wrong tree. He'll figure he's closed out in this direction, and let it go at that. Bailey shrugged. All right. You send the wire as it's written, Stan directed flatly. Rip'll be taken care of before he has the chance to follow many more such leads. He felt safe in saying that, for he had not forgotten the veiled threat in Tim Buck's talk. Maybe you're right. After a few more words which straightened out his business here, Stan took his leave. But waking back to the Golden Palace, he found plenty to think about. His explanation of just why Rip had seen fit to investigate him had not sounded satisfactory even to himself. Walking into the saloon and bellying up to the bar, a chill ran down his back as he poured himself a drink and downed it. What can Rip have found out about me, he wondered. Something got him figuring along that line. What was it? He was not deceived in the slightest about Rip's abilities. The man was sharp as a steel trap, wary as a wolf. Once he fastened onto a course of action, he was likely to follow it up with unshaken tenacity, unless convinced that he would get nowhere in that direction. Would the telegram Stan had sent him succeed in accomplishing that result? There was no way of being sure. Without realizing the irony of it, Stan took refuge in the hope that whatever move Buck contemplated would solve his own problem. Buck would get rid of Rip and Gibbs if anybody could. Downing another drink, Stan tossed a coin on the bar, wiped his lips with the back of his hand, and turned out of the place. It was evening, but he didn't ever think about supper. Getting up his bronc, he headed back into the hills. The necessity to know what was going on up there was so strong that he forgot even his need to get away from the proximity of Buck for a time. It was a quiet hour in the hills. Always at twilight, a hush descended. No vagrant breeze stirred the brush to rustling life. The hoofs of Stan's pony sounded loud on the trail. More than once he pulled up to stare about, wondering what it was that pressed so insistently on his consciousness. It was exactly as if he was being trailed. There was the same creepy warning along his nerves, the same vague intimation of portending trouble. Hell, PM all spooked up over nothing, he growled. He had almost succeeded in persuading himself that his snarled nerves were responsible for his uneasiness when the ringing crack of a rifle shot jerked him taut. There could be no doubt that the slug had been meant for him. It struck the trail a little to one side, kicking up the dust and snarling away. That was enough to tell Stan the direction from which it had come. He took no chances. Jamming his bronc into a run, he headed the opposite way. 2 minutes served to put him beyond range. He drilled on till the night had thickened to full darkness, then slowed his horse to a rack and turned once more toward Lost Angel. His face was long. Who wanted to dry gulch him? One after another, he cast up the possibilities, only to reject them all till he came to the last. Was it Rip and Gibbs? A real fear knifed through him. Have they got wise to me? Are they following every move I make? One thing was certain. Stan put it into words while the sweat burst out on his brow in a fine dew. Responsible or not, their coming here has been the cause of more hell in a week than we've had to deal with in the past 6 months. One way or another, that pair's got to be shuffled out of the deck for keeps, and damn soon. Chapter 6. Leaving a little ranch on the edge of the Calico Hills at noon, Bart Galey jogged across to the protection of upward-running folds, which concealed him from the view of a possible watcher. The very rocks had eyes, the way things were going on this range, and Galey had occasion to be cagey. Putting his bronc to a brisker pace, he struck a course which brought him out a couple of hours later on the shoulder of Superstition Mountain. Lost Angel huddled below in the blinding sunshine. Beyond in the valley, Con Murphy's crew was putting the finishing touches on the spur track reaching up to the mine. Shading his eyes, Galey stared down there. He was looking for Stan, but did not find him. Galey had missed the other by half an hour. Stan was now well on his way to Crazy Horse. Bart did see Peter's Caleb, however. He was just as good. The problem was how to get in touch with him. Working down the slope, Galey fell to watching Caleb's movements. Obviously, Peters had no interest in the track repairing. Soon he turned to his horse and rode toward the mine. On the flat before the mine, he stood talking to Stan's men for 10 minutes. When they turned away, he remained where he was, his pony's reins hooked over one arm, rolling himself a smoke. Galey didn't relish the idea of riding down there. How to attract Peters's attention was a puzzle, until he thought of the pocket mirror he carried in his pocket. Pulling it out, he flashed a reflection across the brush. The bright patch hovered on Caleb, but it wasn't strong enough in this incandescent sunlight to catch his notice. Galey centered his beam on the side of the tool shed beyond Peters and twitched it from side to side. Caleb saw that, for he looked intently at the shed, then spun around. Immediately, Galey flashed his reflection in the man's face. Pocketing the mirror then, he cautiously waved an arm. Peters made no direct response, but a moment later he swung up on his bronc and headed out. They met behind a rocky butte, a mile from the mine. That Caleb knew whom to expect was plain from his first words. "What's the meanin' of this horseplay?" he snapped. "You want to get spotted, hanging around here?" Galey said, "Don't be worryin' about me." "Where's Stan?" "He ain't around." Peters was not disposed to pass the time of day. "What you want?" "I am after some money, Caleb," Bart told him thinly. "I was promised some a week ago. I ain't got it yet." "Dan's got some for you." "You'll have to wait till he gets back. He just went to Crazy Horse." "What's doin'? Anything new?" "Never mind the runaround," Galey threw back bluntly. "Sure, I got some information, but you don't get it till I lay hands on a little of what it's good for, savvy?" Peters gave him an ugly look. "So you know something, eh?" "You know too damn much for your own good, Galey," he said softly. "Let Dan know goer holdin' out, and it'll sure be bad news." Holding out. Me? Bart snorted sarcastically. That's a good I suppose Stan ain't doing the same thing. I suppose he didn't start it first. But what burns me is he's hearing birds like Rip and Gibbs, paying them good money at that, and his own boys who are in this as deep as he is can go to hell. I said you'd get your money, didn't I? And I said I want it now. Peters's grin was twisted. Or what? He retorted. A warning ran along Haley's nerves at that. He had not forgotten that this man was Stan's gunslinger and right bower. Caleb must have read his thought, for he continued smoothly. Just spill what you know, Haley, and we'll forget the little unpleasantness. Only his tone suggested what might happen if Bart refused. Reluctantly, a sullen light in his eyes, the latter muttered his information concerning the proposed activities of the Tuscarora Association. Peters listened stolidly and nodded at the end. Okay, I'll speak to Stan about your money. He turned his horse and started away. Don't come here again, Haley, he tossed back. We'll stick to the regular meetin' place. If it means a little delay, all right. Watching him ride away nonchalantly, Haley was a prey to gathering wrath. So that snake got his hide. He got my information out of me, and I didn't get a thing, he grated. He didn't understand precisely how it had been done, but the fact was enough to gravel him. There was an element of mystery in the whole business. The sums he had been receiving for his work as a spy were not so large that Stan should have any trouble meeting them. Maybe it's Peters himself who's holding out on me, Bart muttered. But that explanation didn't satisfy him. No, it's Stan, all right. He told me I might have to wait for my money. He brooded on his wrongs, only to burst out, damn it, it's Rip and Gibbs who've got Dan buffaloed. Why don't he do something about them, hombres? He knew Stan's cautious nature, and it infuriated him. Stan's penchant for betting only on a sure thing was an old story. He'd let a rattler bite him before he makes a move. Haley jerked out contemptuously. His restlessness hurled him into the saddle and away from the spot. So Stan had gone to Crazy Horse, had he? Bart saw no reason to question the statement. Hoping either to overtake Stan or meet him on the way back, he headed that way. Venom boiled up in his mind as he rode, the words he would fling at the other man marshalling themselves on his tongue. But the longer he thought, the more certain he became that words would not produce the desired result. What Stan needs is a fire built under him, he reflected bitterly. Something real to worry about. Maybe that'd make him stir his stumps. Reaching Crazy Horse in the late afternoon, Haley repaired to the Golden Palace. He felt that he needed a drink to replenish the fires smoldering in him. He was still in the saloon when he saw Stan pass by on the street. What's he doing? Haley muttered to himself. Finishing his drink, he hurried out and trailed Stan to the Nevada Midland station. The urgency of his desire to face the other had faded now. When Stan emerged from the railroad office, Haley followed him back to the saloon, keeping out of sight. When Stan got his pony and turned toward the hills, Bart was not far behind. For some miles, he dogged the other warily. All the while, a plan was forming in his brain. Failing light warned him that he had no time to lose if he meant to put it into effect. Circling to the protection of a ridge paralleling the trail, he twitched his rifle from the boot and slid out of the hull. A rock gave him solid support for his gun. It was trained on the trail below. When Stan appeared, jogging along, Haley coolly took aim and squeezed the trigger. Stan's bronc whirled, dancing. A second later, it started in the opposite direction on the dead run. Haley stood up to watch, a grim smile wreathing his lips. He was no little pleased with himself. Maybe that'll give Stan something to think about, he mused aloud. Wherever Rip and Gibbs may be right now, Dan'll sure be askant himself if they was behind that shootin'. If it pushes him to some decision, that'll be enough for me. Remounting, he headed back in the direction of his own spread. When Rip and Gator arrived at the tie camp in Singer Canyon, it was to find Alf and Ed Raven there with half a dozen Mexican laborers waiting to load the ties. Alf was the older brother. He raised his brows at Rip's explanations but did not demur, for he was not averse to the extra help. Shortly afterward, the engine arrived with the cars and, leaving them, chuffed away. The loading was begun. It was hard work, as Rip and Gator soon learned, sweating without let-up under the broiling sun. Only by setting the example could the cholos be persuaded to give their best. At noon, Rip found his muscles sore from the unaccustomed labor. Finished eating, he lit a cigarette and strolled away from the camp for a few minutes' relaxation. Below the camp, the timbered canyon fell away steeply. Rip leaned against a pine, his gaze sinking into the green depths, when a familiar staccato bark smote his ears, and around a bend in the railroad spur appeared the gasoline scooter Sharon at the controls. Pleasure relaxed the sober lines of Rip's face as he moved forward. The girl let the scooter coast to a halt and met him with a smile. "The car's got here," she said. "Is everything else all right?" The light in his eyes, as he nodded, said that it wasn't of her words alone that he was thinking. "One of the cars is loaded," he assured her. "We'll have the others ready on time." Sharon stepped to the ground and stood beside him. She was so small that her trim auburn head came scarcely to his shoulder, yet the impact of her nearness was like a physical pressure on his senses. She had reserves of strength and a rich hunger for living, this girl. She said, "I'm afraid this is a little out of your usual line of work, isn't it?" "It is for a fact," he admitted, smiling. "But that's nothing against it." She was considering him thoughtfully. "I suppose anything is a relief from the constant necessity to pit yourself against dangerous men." His headshake was brief. "It isn't that." "No," she agreed unexpectedly. "It wouldn't be for you. You are quite ready to meet anything the day brings, aren't you?" It fitted into his private thoughts so patly as to startle him. The truth was, he wasn't as ready as she supposed. He hadn't, for instance, been prepared for anyone like her. Her level, hazel eyes did something to him. To feel their inquiring weight was to watch the values of life changing. Things slid away which hitherto had seemed important, leaving in their wake an interest in Sharon Longstreet's concerns which outweighed them all. "Some days bring strange surprises," he said lightly. She took the words literally. "I am afraid I never expected to be hauling freight down these hills again," she admitted. It didn't seem to occur to her that she was opening her most intimate thoughts to this man. Since Lost Angel blew up, there has been less and less demand for a railroad. It seems like a slap of fate that I should have lost the confidence of the cowman who might have been able to help me. A picture of Jim Grimes flashed in his mind at the words. Was it regret that Sharon felt? Her quiet, composed features told nothing. "Maybe there's a better name for your trouble," he suggested evenly. She did not pretend not to understand. "Stan, I don't think so. I fail to see how I can be blamed for the troubles of others. Perhaps the reputation Mr. Stan bears on this range is unfortunate." He nodded. "Just who is Stan?" he queried idly. "A local product." "Oh, he drifted into this country as a puncher 4 or 5 years ago. I understand he hailed from Idaho. It was said that a little matter of swinging a wide loop was what persuaded him to leave his home range, but that is hardly enough to condemn him. Many men have gone far from an unpromising start. That's right. Rip's deft fingers, rolling a smoke, betrayed the depth of his thinking. Stan has plenty of company there. You've got perfect confidence in him, I expect. The answer surprised him. I wouldn't say that. If Dad taught me anything, it was to scrutinize my business dealings without exception. I am deeply involved with Dan Stan. There was admiring approval in his regard. Don't ever forget that, he said, and you'll come out all right. I will, if trying means anything, she agreed. It was the precise expression of her character, but more too. Sharon was such a girl as he had dreamed of but never expected to meet. Was it his own fate that had brought him here just at this time? He knew she looked on him with approval. Her regret for Jim Grimes was not so great that she would not live her own life to the full. The need was in him to let her know how he felt. Something held him back. What it was he could not have said, but he must make no mistakes. His voice was lazy. I expect those cholos had better get back to work. Sharon turned at once. She was all business. I'll have a word with Alf Raven before I leave. They walked to the camp. Raven saw the girl. He got up at once and came forward. Leaving the two together, Rip turned to the men. Time's up, boys. Gator sat staring at Sharon, his eyes alert. So that's where Rip was, he thought. A little frown gathered between his eyes. Did she come up here to talk to Raven, or was it Rip she was after? It wouldn't do to make snap judgments about such a girl, and yet Gator had seen these things happen before. He knew the attraction of his partner's likable personality. Rip was not proof against frank feminine approval. No man was. Someday, Gator reflected darkly, his foot's going to slip, and then where'll I be? The work was started once more. The girl left. Alf Raven came back. For an hour, there was only the heavy thud of the ties on the car floors, while Gator pursued his somber thoughts. What the hell, Rip? He fired out at last, straightening his aching back. I'd rather go back to punching cows, if this is what Stan wants us to do. He clamped his lips over whatever else he had been about to say, at Rip's frown. But his scowling glances throughout the afternoon were eloquent. The ties were not yet all aboard the cars by the time the sun dropped behind the flank of Superstition Mountain. Alf Raven shook his head and said, In another 2 hours, maybe. Rip nodded agreement. We'll finish up before we knock off. But it was nearly 11 o'clock by the time the last tie was tossed on the cars, and the slash fires which had afforded light for the work were allowed to die down at last. Some of the men were too worn out to stay awake for supper. Rip and Gator had never been as tired as they were when they crawled into the suggins supplied by Ed Raven. They sank instantly into deep sleep. They might have been more wakeful had they been aware of the shadowy figure which stole into the tie camp during the small hours of the morning. It was Tim Buck, and though he had every man in the camp at his mercy, he turned his back on them. It was toward the heavily loaded and securely blocked flat cars that he moved. 2 cars from the rear end, he slipped in and gave his attention to the coupling. It was a simple Tedke to remove the pin fastening the 2 cars together. He succeeded without arousing anyone. A moment later, still carrying the pin, which he hurled into a ravine, he stole away as secretly as he had come, wolfish satisfaction stamped on his twisted face. When that train pulls apart coming down the hills, the thought wormed through his twisted brain, the wind-up will be some wrecked cars and torn-up track that'll put a stop to this tie haulin' for good, and take care of those damn detectives at the same time. How well it would take care of them, he knew only too thoroughly from experience. When Rip and Gator were awakened in the early dawn by the unwarning scream of the high-pitched locomotive whistle. It seemed as if they had been asleep only a short time. "Damn it all," Gator groaned, easing his cramped muscles. "You go on and go with the train, Rip, and leave me here. I aim to do some more high-class ear-wallopin'." "Ah!" His partner vetoed the proposal flatly. "Hump yourself, old terrapin. You can do your sleepin' aboard the cars on the way down. In fact," he added, grinning, "I'm not so sure but what I'll do some myself." The other muttered under his breath, but made no strenuous demur. By the time they were ready for whatever the day might bring, the engine was hooked on to the string of cars. Alf Raven had a few words with Clem Rucker, the engineer, and the latter pulled the whistle cord. "Climb aboard, Grump," Rip said crisply. They swung up on the last car, just as it started to roll. From the tie camp, there was a steady downgrade for almost a mile. The rocks and pines were soon flashing past at a good speed. But Rip and Gator had no interest whatever in scenery this morning. Gator had already stretched out on the ties and dozed off. Rip soon followed his example, the jars and jolts bothering neither of them. Ahead, in the engine cab, there was considerably less indifference. Half a dozen times in the next 5 minutes, Rucker craned from the cab window to peer back. "No dang sense to mecant the load so heavy," he groused to his fireman. "Dunno whether we'll be able to hold it back with this old girl so weak in the lungs of late." Half a mile below, just as the tracks reached the first windings of the canyon, they struck the first hump also. The locomotive took the slight upgrade with a snarl of drive wheel flanges. The tie cars lurched drunkenly. Nervously vigilant, Rucker looked back as they dropped over the crest and started downward again. Suddenly, he gave vent to a yell. "Just what I expected," he screeched. "The dang train's busted apart 2 cars from the end. Now there'll be merry hell." Dropping his shovel with a clang, the fireman sprang to the step. He stared back. "That's Keno," he groaned, white to the lips. Then he whirled. "Shove that throttle over in the corner," he whipped out, fresh horror in his voice. "We gotta keep ahead of them loose cars, and no mistake about it. If they slam into us, going around one of these curves, it'll spell our finish." Old Clem stared at him, his eyes like 2 burned holes in the frost-stubbled face. "Don't be thin-cant of yourself. We got to save the engine for Sharon. We just got to." It was as though he was arguing with himself. "The tie cars'll have to go to hell in their own way, and them guards of stands aboard. There ain't no way in the world of saving them." Chapter 7. It was the hoarse bellow of the locomotive whistle, echoing through the canyon with a banshee wail, which awakened Rip and Gator. They sat up, blinking. Gator made a grab for support, as the flat car screeched around a curve at a dangerous speed, and protest sprang into his face. "Them damned fools up ahead are going too fast," he rasped, staring at the rocky shoulders flashing past at a mad rate. Rip was thinking the same thing. He stood up to work his way ahead, when suddenly an exclamation burst from his lips. "Good Lord! This car and the next have broken loose from the rest, Gator." His voice was hoarse. "They're running away from us." By now, the runaway cars were hurtling downgrade 100 yards to the rear of the rest of the train, entirely beyond control. "There's the brakeman on the last car waving his arms around," Gator jerked out. "What's he trying to yell?" They could make out none of the wind-torn words drowned in the rumble of the locomotive exhaust and the rushing wheels. "It's plain enough they can't do anything for us," was Rip's terse answer. "Maybe he's trying to tell us we'll slack down after a ways." Rip shook his head. A glance down the canyon disproved that. For as far as the eye could see, the downgrade increased if anything. Already, they were traveling so fast that to jump would have meant death. "Not a chance. Our only hope is to set the brakes on these cars. Hunt up a stick, and we'll go to it." The first brake they tried refused to turn. It was no wonder. The cars should have been discarded long ago. A second brake took hold with a scream of protest. It did little good, however. "Hell!" Gator burst out in exasperation. No wonder. The blocks busted on one side. Their eyes met as the gravity of the situation was borne in on them. "We'll have a try at the front end," Rip yelled. It was all they could do to get from one car to the other. They had swung out onto the Nevada Midland main line now. The trucks jolted wildly over the uneven roadbed. On the curves, the cars swayed so perilously the ties began to shift. Ceaselessly, the wind of their speed threatened to tear them loose. Gator's hat had long since been whipped away. At last, they made the first car. Together, they started to tighten down the brake on its forward end. The blocks took hold with a grinding snarl. "That's doing it," Rip gritted as their momentum perceptibly slackened. Once more now. They threw their combined strength against the sticks, thrust in the brake wheel with a will. Suddenly, something snapped. Gator sprawled headlong on the ties, and Rip barely saved himself from pitching off the car. The brake chain had broken. "That settles it," Gator cried. "We'll take wing at the next curve. We're going faster than ever." The next moment, they saw something which froze them and left them speechless. The first half of the train had gained only an extra 100 yards, despite the best efforts of the locomotive, rushing down the track with its exhaust thundering. Now, as a final resort, the brakeman was tossing ties off the last car as fast as he could. Rip got out grayly. "They're trying to derail us to save themselves." He couldn't blame them, nor could he fail to understand what it would mean for Sharon Longstreet if a wreck occurred which robbed her of her only engine. But the knowledge did nothing to solve his and Gator's dilemma. Wooden-faced, Gator watched in fascination these desperate efforts to toss their lives away. Tie after tie, flung off the flying car ahead, landed across the rails only to bound aside, end over end. More than one fell, or was knocked between the rails to be rolled over harmlessly. Chilled as he was by the horror of the thing, Gator felt the sweat whipping off his cheeks. Nor were the ties the only risk they ran. The speed of the runaway cars had become terrific. Each time they struck a curve, they threatened to leave the rails. The doomed men were so shaken up that their wits felt foggy. It was bound to come to an end quickly. When it did, it came so abruptly there was no time for reflection. On a sweeping curve jutting out into the lower canyon, the first car struck one of the tossed-off ties squarely. The wheels climbed the obstruction without even hesitating. The front end of the car lifted and left the rails to dive far over the embankment and into the canyon. The second car followed, tearing up the rails behind it. The cars struck once and turned over. With a shuddering crash, the ties flew into space and rained into the depths like jackstraws. Trees went down, rocks flew. A twisted, splintered mass of junk, the cars and their freight, roared down the canyon side in an avalanche. Believing a wreck inevitable, as the cars approached the curve, Rip and Gator had determined on a desperate measure, and just in time. Opposite a thick stand of cedars, they had taken their lives in their hands to leap from the hurtling cars, only a moment before the crash. Nothing but an impression of flying through space flickered in their reeling brains. With a splintering jar, they landed amidst the thick branches of the cedars. The boughs broke their fall. Yet they were all but shaken loose from consciousness, as they felt themselves dropping downward toward the ground. Rip landed crushingly on his shoulder and rolled over. Ties bounded perilously near, but he was not struck. He sat up and made a grab for Gator just as the other was about to tumble down the steep slope. Slowly they gathered their wits, staring about dazedly. Gator sighed his relief and made just one grim comment. "Reckon I'm sticking 2 hosses after this." Scanthned and scratched and torn till they resembled scarecrows, but otherwise uninjured, they crawled back to the right-of-way. For the space of a few yards, it was torn up beyond belief. "Well, here we are," said Gator ruefully. "And that's sure something." Within 10 minutes, they heard the locomotive coming back. It had reached a flat below and succeeded in stopping. The train backed up to within a short distance and stopped. Its crew came hurrying forward, white-faced. "You mean to say you're both still all in one piece? You did your damnedest to make mincemeat of us." Gator flared at him. Explanations were in progress, and they were looking things over when a new sound brought them heeling around. The gasoline scooter was skimming down the tracks from the direction of Lost Angel, Sharon Longstreet, and Dan Stan aboard. Rip ran up the track. "Stop," he cried. "There's been a wreck. The track is out." Stan caught his tone, if not his words. Abruptly, his face went frozen. Sharon jammed on the brakes. The scooter coasted forward to a halt, only its front end dropping off the broken rail joints. The girl stared at the damage here, and then through the gaping hole torn in the trees down the canyon side. "We heard the crash," she exclaimed. "What in the world happened?" The story was soon told. They stared at one another. "How fortunate that you weren't both killed," Sharon burst out, looking at Rip. She would have had difficulty putting into words how much she depended on this man. A secret feeling of numb helplessness was creeping over her in the face of Dan Stan's unscrupulous dealings. Sharon feared she knew not what. But she did know that only Rip stood between her and eventual ruin. Stan was the one to put his finger on a point of vital interest to them all. It's mighty queer what made that couplin' give away. In his heart, he was sure he knew. "Too much weight in them cars," the grizzled engineer began testily. "I told Alf Raven as much." Sharon turned again to Rip. "What do you think might have caused the accident?" "Frankly, ma'am, I don't know." He smiled at her, admiration for the way she was taking this thing plain in his eyes. "I suppose it could have just happened." "There's no sign of a couplin' pin in the forward car," the brakeman put in. "The drawbar is all right. The pin must have bounced out." For Rip's part, he was honestly bewildered as to what had caused the break. Again it was Stan who put in a decisive word, shaking his head. "The whole business was too pat to have been an accident," he declared. "That coupling pin could have been out of there from the time you started. It'll take you a whole day to clean up this mess." "Thank heaven the locomotive was saved, and no one was hurt," Sharon exclaimed. "You can take my word for it," Stan drove on shrewdly, "that those Indian Wells ranchers know more about this than they'll ever admit." "But that's impossible," Sharon exclaimed quickly. Rip read her reluctance to believe that Jim Grimes could have had any part in so treacherous a plot, but for once he personally felt obliged to agree with Stan. The Tuscarora Association members had already shown their teeth. Stan lost no time in calling attention to that fact. "There's something in what you say," Rip admitted. "But nothing can be done about it without positive proof." To change the subject, he said to Sharon, "I thought you went back to Crazy Horse yesterday, ma'am." "Only to Indian Wells," she corrected him. "I was in Lost Angel last night. It was just by chance that Mr. Stan and I came down on the scooter this morning to find out whether the ties had gone through as planned." Rip pursued the conversation for some minutes. The girl appeared in no wise averse. Gator noted that. The corners of his mouth drew down. "One of these days, he won't be nothin' but a cinder, playin' with fire the way he does," he muttered to himself. Plans were made for the necessary track repairs, before the train continued on to Crazy Horse. Nothing could be done about the ties that had plunged down the canyon. It was a blow to Sharon, coming at this time. Rip chalked that up against whoever had been responsible for the wreck. He and Gator were back on one of the tie cars as they rolled down the hills. Gator's expression was glum as he stared unseeing at the passing scenery. "Rip," he said out of a long silence, "ever since Stan spoke up about the why for that accident, I've been thinking he's dead wrong. Naturally, he'd blame them cowmen, whether they did it or not." He paused, and his eyes narrowed shrewdly. "What if Stan pulled that pin on us himself? Maybe he's wise to us." A reservation showed in Rip's choice of a reply. "Somebody is downright anxious to put us away, but you can see for yourself how close it came to there being no more Nevada Midland along with us, and Stan needs that locomotive in his business." He shook his head. "It wasn't him." "Reckon that's a fact," Gator admitted reluctantly. But he wasn't satisfied. "There's that telegram I sent off to Matt Graham about Stan," Rip pursued thoughtfully. "There might be an answer waitin' for me now." "We can't stop off at Indian Wells on the way back and see," Gator proposed. "I can find out before that," was the reply. "Telegrams for this range have to be relayed from the Western Pacific wire at Crazy Horse. I'll be able to learn there whether one went through. I may even be able to pick up a copy of it." The train rumbled into Crazy Horse early in the afternoon. Rip and Gator dropped off. "We'll go get a drink while we're here," said Rip. He headed up the street. "Hold on," Gator halted him. "We're right here at the station." Rip looked at him inquiringly, and he added, "Ain't you going to ask about that telegram?" "No, PLL go down to the Western Pacific office," Rip answered. He didn't say that he would rather. His inquiries did not come to Sharon's attention, but such was the fact. They had their drink, and then strolled down to the railroad station on the transcontinental main line. Rip was soon in conversation with the telegrapher. "I sent a telegram out to Matt Graham, the United States Marshal at Carson City from Indian Wells," he explained, showing his own credentials. "Can you tell me if there's an answer come through, and whether I could have a copy of it?" First making it plain that it was an irregular proceeding, the operator said he'd see what he could do. There were some officials to be consulted. Rip succeeded in satisfying them. A search of the telegraph records for the past couple of days was begun. A clerk came finally with perplexing news. "There not only is no record of an answer to the wire you say you sent," he told Rip, "but we can't even trace the original telegram." Rip told him what day it had been sent. "You'll find it all right. There can't be any mistake about its going through your office." Further search was instituted, with no different result. The division superintendent said, "Sorry, Rip, but there it is. It's plain the original wire wasn't cleared from this office at all, so it'll be useless to hunt for a reply." Rip had been doing some thinking of his own while he waited, but he said, "How would you explain this business?" The railroad official shrugged. "If the telegram was never relayed to us, you'll have to look somewhere above here for the stoppage. I'll take care of it. I always thought Lem Bailey, Miss Longstreet's relief operator, was damned careless. He was fired out of an SP tower 2 years ago for incompetence." "Do me a favor and let it go," Rip replied. "I've my own idea of what happened." "Not by a damned sight," the other retorted. "Till look into this, and no mistake about it. Abstracting or mislaying paid telegrams is a serious matter. Bailey will make a full explanation of this. He may even lose his job over it." "I don't," said Rip mildly, "want to have to bring pressure to bear on you, but—" You mean it's important to you that this doesn't get out? That's it. Then that's another matter, was the answer. It's against the regulations, Rip, but he'll do as you ask this time. Rip thanked him. A moment later, he and Gator took their leave. Once in the open, the latter exploded wrathfully. What in hell is behind this, Rip? My telegram being stopped? Why, it means, said Rip earnestly, that somebody is afraid I'll learn things he doesn't want me to know. And that somebody is Mr. Stan. Rip nodded. It looks like it from here. But there's one or two wrinkles about this business I don't understand. If Stan is able to get hold of messages sent over the railroad wire, he's got a better grip on this range than I even dreamed. There's plenty to be found out about that gent with a little trying, Gator declared harshly. I felt it in my bones the second I laid eyes onto him. Clyde Rucker had said he was returning north after taking care of the tie cars. The partners were in time to get a ride on the locomotive as far as Indian Wells. While the white-haired engineer pushed on to help with the track repairs, Rip and Gator dropped off at the station. Reckon we can't get Bronx here, said Gator. Wait a minute first, till I go in here, Rip told him, starting for the telegraph office. Not understanding at first, Gator followed him. The agent nodded as they stepped in the door. I was wondering when you'd show up, Rip, he said. There's a wire here for you. Gator's jaw dropped, but Rip showed no surprise as he took the paper. Scanning it briefly, he handed it over to Gator without a word. The latter's face grew red as he noted its contents. That what you wanted? The agent queried. Yes, Rip answered. That's it, all right. Gator held himself in till they got outside. Then he ejaculated forcefully. By grab, Stan stuck his neck out this time, signing Matt Graham's name to a phony telegram. That's right, Rip nodded. But it may not be so easy to prove that he's the one who did it. Not that I need convincing myself, he added. If Stan made a real mistake anywheres, it's in trying to throw me off the scent by putting that in about his coming from Arizona. Huh. It had meant nothing to Gator, but he was quick to guess that Rip had learned something. The latter told him about his talk with Sharon at the tie camp in Singer Canyon. She said Stan came here from Idaho, that he had a good reason for getting out of that country. If I wasn't satisfied in my own mind about what he is, PD telegraph up there for the whole story. I was wondering why you didn't get another wire off to Matt Graham while he was down below, Gator nodded. No need. If Graham tells us that Stan should be watched, or even that he's a crook, it wouldn't be anything we don't already know. There can't be enough to pin on him, or he would have been picked up before this. Besides which, I want Stan to think his little game has worked perfectly. Gator readily concurred. No point in warning him we're cloeing in. If we are, Rip said slowly. Stan's proved to me that he's a cleverer gent than I ever expected. We've got a tough job ahead of us before he's rounded up, Gator. Well, it won't be the first of his canted we've laid by the heels. Which don't make it any easier this time. Rip was thoughtful. Of course, there's always the chance that he'll trip over his own rope. Meanwhile, we'll be doing our damnedest to help him. Chapter 8. What now? Gator queried as they finished supper and stepped out of the Indian Wells hash house. We heeing back to Lost Angel. Rip shook his head. He had been rolling things over in his mind during the meal. It'll be some time tomorrow before the torn-up track is repaired. Until then, Stan won't be worrying about us. That gives us a few hours to work on something that occurred to me. Gator waited expectantly to hear what it was. We'll get Bronx, Rip proceeded, and ride back down to Crazy Horse. Hell, we just come from there. Gator was disgusted. To his surprise, the answer was a ready nod. That's just what I'd like anyone who spotted us down there to remember. Oh, like that, eh? It was enough for Gator. Without more words, he turned toward a livery barn, where he and Rip procured mounts. Swinging into the hall, the latter headed north out of town. We won't disturb anybody's mind about us, he said in explanation. An extra mile's reading won't matter. Once out of sight of town, they circled back and headed south down the hills. There was no hurry. It was drawing on toward 10 o'clock by the time they neared Crazy Horse once more. Where to? Gator asked. We'll go down to the Nevada Midland station, was Rip's reply. I want a look at this Bailey. He's our man, yet. If I'm as sure of where he is as I am of what he is, we'll soon be giving him the once-over. Rip's calculations were only slightly out, for at that moment, Lem Bailey was standing on the dark platform at a corner of the building. A cigarette smoked in his fingers. A moment ago, he had decided to step down the street to the nearest saloon for a drink. It was against the regulations, but an old custom with him. Just now, he was persuading himself, as usual, that there was no harm in leaving his key for 10 minutes. He had almost succeeded when, glancing back toward the glowing office window, he caught a flash of something which whipped him taut in an instant. Between him and the brightly outlined frame of the window was the shadowy form of a man. Whoever it might be was making for the window with considerable stealth. Standing there, Bailey watched the other peer in the window cautiously, taking care that he was not spotted from within during the process. Dull anger swept over Lem, and his jaws corded. Damn her, he grated under his breath. Has she set a spy to watch me? The next moment, a new thought hit him between the eyes. Sharon Longstreet would have fired him before she came down to this. It was something else. The shady transactions in which he was involved with Stan were never very far from his mind. There was that business of the phony telegram, for instance. Suppose Rip and Gibbs had somehow found out about that. A cold chill ran up Bailey's spine. What should he do, warned Stan? Or was imagination running away with him? He didn't think so. At any rate, he was going to make sure of this if it meant clearing out. Neither of the range detectives knew what he looked like. The cagey thing would be to keep it that way. Pinching his cigarette out between his fingers, Lem tossed it away. He took a deep breath as his fingers touched the cedar butt of the Colt he carried in a shoulder sling. Turning on his heel, he stared away in the darkness. He had not gone half a dozen feet before a second shadowy form loomed up in his path. Hold on, said a level voice with a rasp in it. You're the station agent, aren't you? Where are you heading for now? For a fleeting fraction of time, Bailey was so rattled that he didn't know what to do, whether to throw his gun and make a break, or take a chance on bluffing it out. Then he got hold of himself. Yeah, I'm the agent, he said woodenly. Steppin' down the street a minute to see a man. You want something? Suppose you let it go for now, and come back to the office with me, Rip proposed easily. My business won't take long, but it's candid of pressin'. Lem hesitated. All doubt was gone from his mind. This was one of those damned detectives, all right, and the man at the window was the other. I reckon 5 minutes wait won't do you any harm, he bluffed, still hoping to break away, and at the same time deeply curious to know what the pair might be after. Make yourselves comfortable, and I'll be right back. It was the form of his concluding speech which warned Rip. Bailey not only knew that there were two of them, but 10 to 1 he had identified them and mapped his own course of action. As Lem started to brush by him, his hand closed over the agent's arm and he said crisply, Not so fast, not so fast. If you can't. Before he could get farther, Bailey galvanized into action. He was wiry. Fear lent him strength as well, but he was no match for Rip. The latter spun him roughly and gave him a shove toward the station. All right, get going. And remember, I'm just one cat jump behind you. Bailey found himself complying, while he collected his scattered wits in a desperate effort to find a way out of his dilemma. Gator saw them coming. Well, dang my gizzard, he grunted, and then clamped his lips tight, stepping into the office behind the others. Once inside, Lem whirled angrily on Rip. What's the meaning of this? He snapped. You're pretty high-handed, shoving me around. You'll be shoved around plenty more before we're done with you, Rip told him cheerfully. What? What's that? Lem pretended furious indignation. By grab, we'll see whether. Drop it, Bailey, Rip tossed at him curtly. His face hardened. The game's up. There's no longer any need to cover things. Stan and the rest of his rustlers have been found out. We got wind of their next job in time. Before daylight tomorrow, they'll be corralled in the hills and the whole business busted wide open. Gator's jaw dropped at these astonishing words. He had been asking himself what Rip hoped to accomplish with the crooked agent without finding the answer. So this was it. It was an old ruse, but a good one. Whether Lem Bailey would fall for it or not was another matter. As for Rip, he saw many things confirmed in the instant narrowing of Bailey's eyes. His reference to Stan's connection with the Rustling had been a shot in the dark, yet it had told. Yeah. Lem snarled, his real nature coming to the surface. So what, Rip? Well, let Lint Hoff finish the story, Rip returned thinly. You're nothing but a cog in the machine, but just how a jury will look at it, I couldn't pretend to say. You wouldn't be trying to run a blazer, would you? Lem grated, as presence of mind returned. It don't look like we'd have to, Bailey, Gator retorted dryly, taking a hand in the game. Your goose is cooked. In fact, I might say it'll soon be hanging high. Lem cursed them venomously. It was evident, however, that he intended to make no damaging admissions, if that was what Rip had hoped for. I dunno a thing you're talcant about, he maintained doggedly. Mark my words, if I ever get out of it, I'll make you both smart for this caper. Gator shrugged with a pretense of amusement, but the glance he shot Rip held a question. Aloud he said, Shall we take him over and toss him in jail? No, we'll wait till Hoff comes down the hills with the others. Rip thought a minute. We can lock Bailey in the baggage shed overnight. He relieved Lem of his 6-gun as he spoke. I'll put him in there. While I'm doing it, Gator, you go get our horses. Okay. Gator failed to catch the portent of this, but he was unquestioning. Heading up through the freight yard, while Rip led his prisoner to the baggage shed, Gator located their mounts and turned back. He was still 100 yards from the station when the pound of gunfire, the stamp of running boots, and a harsh yell broke on his ears. Bailey's McCanta play, he jerked out. If Rip lets him get away, the beans'll be spilled for sure. Racing forward, he was in time to see Rip emerge from the baggage shed. He didn't look particularly worried. Gator hurled at him. What in hell happened? Rip flashed a grin as he grabbed the reins of his pony and swung up. Bailey elbowed me, knocked me plumb into a corner. I cut loose with a couple shots, but he got away. He jammed the spurs in as he finished. They tore around the station toward the street. They were in time to see a shadowy form duck into an alley across the way, but when Gator started after with a rush, Rip halted him. Not so fast, he grunted. Give him a chance, Grump. Gator turned a look of amazement on him. You mean you ain't trying to nab him? He demanded. Rip laughed at him. "Why do you think I let him get away, if I wanted him so bad?" he retorted. Gator said, "Ha," but at last he understood. "We'll give him time to get horseflesh under him," Rip proceeded easily, "and then tail along behind. It'll be canted of interestin' to see where he goes." "That's drawin' it mighty fine," Gator muttered, shaking his head. "What if he gets to Stan, Rip?" "We'll just see that he don't," was the grim answer. They trailed Bailey to a tumble-down place on the edge of town which he called home. He had a bronc in the corral at the back. They saw him run out there with saddle and rifle, cinch up his pony and swing astride. A minute later, he started away stealthily across the range. The moon was out, but it was hidden from time to time by passing clouds. The intervals of light gave them ample opportunity to keep the fugitive in sight. At the same time, they were able to draw up during the periods of darkness. Bailey evidently had no inkling that his every movement was being watched, but he was taking no chances, sticking to the hollows and following the scrub growing along the dry watercourses. A few minutes served to indicate that he was laying a course straight for the hills. "He's can't fair Stan as fast as he can't go," Gator jerked out tensely. Rip's nod was serene. "I expected that, but there's nothing like being sure. But damn it, if he ever reaches him with that wild yarn of yours, there won't be nothing about our doin's that Stan don't know. He'll come down on us like a rock slide." Rip didn't think so. "It's the rustlers that Bailey'll be worryin' about," he pointed out. "He'll try to get to them first. Stan won't be with them." "How do you know that?" Gator challenged. Rip delayed over his answer. "Pin me down, and I'll have to admit I don't for a fact," he said. "But I don't entertain any doubts on the subject. If Stan is as sly as everything indicates, he'll make sure there's no direct hookup between him and the rustlin'. That crack of mine to Bailey was just a flyer. From his actions, it's pretty plain it was a bullseye. I haven't anything else to go on. So you think this buzzard we're foggin' will show us the way to the rustler's hideout?" "That's it." Gator mulled that over. "To be dead sure, we'll have to let him lead us right to it," he argued. "That means a showdown with them hombres, or word'll get back to Stan anyways." "You've hit it," Rip nodded simply. "It's to cant an awful chance," his partner averred soberly. "It is, for a fact. But it won't be the first time," Rip said. "Am I can't a mistake in believin' a crack at those birds is all we need?" Gator snorted. It was all the answer he felt the question required. "The way you're playin' your cards ought to bring results in a hurry," he grumbled. "But I wouldn't give much fair our chances if we was to run into a jackpot where we needed help in a hurry." Striking the hills, Bailey drove on like a man who knew exactly where he was going. It was harder to keep him in view now. The partners were hard put to it to make certain that he did not slip away, and at the same time keep under cover themselves. Gator continued to turn over the night's events. "The way things are going," he said at last, "it looks like you hit the nail where it's flattest about a rustlin' job bein' planned fair tonight." Rip nodded. "You got that, eh? It wasn't to cant much of a chance. Those gents are gettin' so bold that they're likely to be ridin' any time. Come to think of it," he proceeded, "their success is so uniform that they must have inside information." It was a new idea to Gator. "You mean they've got a spy in the Tuscarora Association?" he demanded. "One or a dozen," Rip confirmed. "They seem never at a loss as to where to strike." Gator would have made some reply, but at the moment Bailey altered his course, turning into a canyon which split the hills for miles. Rip murmured, "If I remember right, he's got no choice but to go straight on till he comes out on the Wishbone Range." "That's a fact." "You suppose the rustlers are aiming to get into Grimes's stuff again, Rip?" "We'll soon see," was all the answer he got. They pushed on cautiously. The rock-walled canyon was deep in shadow. Neither was unaware of the possibility of an ambush, but Rip was confident that his reading of Lem Bailey's mind had been more accurate than that. "Shake it up," he rasped. "We can't afford to let him out of our sight from now on." 10 minutes later, the rhythmic clip-clop of horse hoofs on the rocky canyon floor wafted back to them. Near the canyon's head they ran into timber. Bailey had taken to the high places again. Gator looked about in the watery moonlight. "Grimes's spread," he muttered. Hastily, they sought to draw up on their quarry. Bailey was heading across the ridges. In the mouth of a dry wash, he had halted for several minutes. Rip paused to look around with care. "This is where he expected to meet the rustlers," he exclaimed. "Several horses were here not long ago. There's fresh droppiness. Come on, Gator." He jammed his horse the way Bailey had gone. "There ain't a minute to spare from here out." Putting their broncs through the pine scrub, they rode out on the crest of a swell just as the moon drifted out from under the clouds. It bathed the range in a lambent silver glow. They were high up. At their left, the hills dropped away almost sheer. A quarter-mile away, and on a level with themselves, Lem Bailey rode along parallel with the brink. Bailey was gazing into the valley below, as if his life depended on it. Gator shot a look that way. Suddenly, a grunt escaped him. "Look," he exclaimed. "There's some menhazen a bunch of steers along. It must be the rustlers, Rip." Bailey had seen them too. He began to hunt feverishly for a way to get down to them. "After him," Rip ripped out. "They're the gents we've been looking for, but we can't let him reach them or get away either." Jabbing the spurs in, they raced forward. Suddenly, Bailey saw them. His efforts to find a way down the precipice increased to a mad pitch. There was a way down there. It lay halfway between himself and his pursuers. Too late, Lem spotted the trail. Putting his bronc into a run, he dashed that way until he saw he would never make it. He hauled in, the knowledge making him savage. Jerking his rifle out of the boot, he threw it up and blazed away. It was Rip, whom he had centered in his sights. The latter heard the snarling buzz of the slug. Another followed. There was a shock, as if Rip's mount had misstepped and a lead-colored mark appeared on his saddle horn. "Run him down," Rip cried. "We've got the goods on him. Maybe we can wring some real information out of him now." Gator had his own opinion as to the proper fate for the renegade, but drawing his rifle, he began to throw lead at Bailey's horse. Slugs glanced off the rocks under the flying hoofs. Suddenly, the pony broke. It all but threw Lem. Before he could make up his mind what to do, the horse stumbled. Bailey was thrown over its head, to roll on the very edge of the chasm. Somehow, he had managed to retain his hold on his gun. It spat viciously at Gator, who replied in a flash. At that short range, it seemed impossible that he could miss. But Lem flung himself sidewise just as Gator fired. The next instant, he was half over the edge of the cliff, his feet hanging, hands clawing for support. Even in that tense moment, Bailey made a grab for his rifle. Gator whipped a shot which sent Lem's rifle clattering. At the same time, it kicked dirt into Bailey's face. Whether he believed himself hit or the shock did it, his hands tore free from their support. With a yell of terror, Bailey slid over the brink and hurtled into space. Chapter 9. Gator flung an appealing look at Rip as Lem Bailey abruptly disappeared from view. "God, I never intended to do that," he got out hoarsely. Rip was curt. "Can't be helped." Bailey practically insisted on it. "Come on, Gator. There's nothing more for us here." They wheeled with one accord toward the trail down the precipice which Lem had despaired of reaching. There was no doubt in Gator's mind what his partner intended. They were within striking distance of the Rustlers. The circumstance carried its own challenge, regardless of what the odds might be. Flashing a look into the valley, Rip saw the stock thieves trying to haze the steers along at a greater speed. In this vast, resounding quiet, they had followed the fight on the cliff, gathering its portent, if not the actuality of events. Rip saw at least 4 men, possibly there were more. Their efforts to prod the stolen cattle into a run were feverish. "Dang it, I told you," Gator burst out. "We're stocking up against something now. There must be half a dozen of them wolves, Rip. If we can get down there soon enough, they'll think there's a dozen of us." Rip tossed back grimly. "Just see that you don't break your neck on the way." It was all they could do to make haste down the narrow, twisting trail, hugging the face of the cliff. Several times they came to a spot which at first glance appeared impassable. Somehow they managed to work past. Had the Rustlers thought quickly enough to rush them while they were descending, their position might well have been hopeless. As it was, lead screamed toward them out of space. Chips and fragments of rock rained down. The enemy's rifle shots cracked against the cliff. Rip's jaws corded at the coolness of it. He and Gator had weathered such fire many times before. It was powerless to slow them up. If anything, it increased their need to come to grips with the Rustlers. Reaching the valley floor at last, they crossed the Nevada Midland right-of-way and raced toward the flats. "Right at them, Gator," he cried. "Make them think all hell's come down on their necks." He yanked his own rifle from the boot as he spoke. 5 minutes later, whipping it to his shoulder, he blazed away, not once but several times. Gator followed suit, swinging aside so that 100 yards separated him from his partner. That he was on the right track was attested a moment later when Rip motioned him farther away. "Swing way around," he called. "Close in on them from the side." His words were for the hearkening Rustlers in part, but Gator understood. The moon had dipped behind a mackerel fleece of clouds a few minutes before. Shadows swam up out of the brush, half concealing steers and men alike. But the drifting scarves of dust were unmistakable. Steadily Rip and Gator closed in, the muzzle bursts of their guns stabbing the dark. It was a fire that was returned hotly from several quarters. Death wheeled close without deterring the two in the slightest. For his part, Rip was determined to drive the marauders into the open once and for all, if it could be done. A less determined attack might have turned out differently. As it was, the Rustlers were convinced they had been jumped by a superior force. Rip saw one of them at the drag of the rustled bunch, hazing the steers forward madly and pausing to fling frenzied shots over his shoulder. A slug, singing past his face, changed his mind about streaking it out. With a yell, he wheeled away, abandoning the cattle. Closing in from the other side, Gator made it equally hot for another owloot. Like the first, he gave up and headed for distant parts, laying a heavy barrage of shots on his backtrail. A third and fourth Rustler, seeing their position and believing it hopeless, pulled out with scarcely less haste. Rip took after one of them, intent on nailing a Rustler, if only for proof of what had happened. The man seemed to guess his design, for he lined out in a businesslike fashion. Within a few minutes, they were a mile from the scene of the gunfight. Rip was chagrined to note that if he was drawing up, it was not perceptible. He drilled on, steeling himself to carry this thing through to a conclusion. He would have been astonished could he have known the identity of his quarry. It was Bart Galey. Usually too cagey to become involved personally, Galey had consented to ride this time with the Rustlers in the belief that it was entirely safe. He cursed himself now for his folly. He knew who it was behind him. At first inkling of the fight on the cliff, he had leapt to the suspicion that Rip and Gator were responsible, but that they were alone hardly struck him as likely. Starting away with Rip hard on his heels, Haley had determined the other should never overhaul him, never learn who he was. He was not long in finding out that of the two, his was the faster horse. He could pull away from Rip at will. The knowledge emboldened him. Making for a rock-crested ridge, he crossed at a diagonal and quickly circled back. Within 5 minutes, Rip came driving past, following the scent of Haley's dust like a beagle. Bart waited, tense, till he was almost opposite. Throwing up his gun, he drew a bead on Rip and fired. Had Rip been less wary at this game, the attempt to kill him might have succeeded. Before even the crack of Haley's gun reached his ears, the ripping tug at the brim of his hat warned him. When the next slug came, he had already dropped low on his pony's withers. The next second, Rip changed his broncs course and charged straight at Haley's position. It was too much for Bart. Though he whipped over another desperate shot, panic gripped him. Springing to his horse, he flung himself astride and fled. Could Rip have lined him up in his sights at that moment, he would have cut the other down without compunction. Fate was with Bart this time, however. When Rip topped the ledge and came on, Haley was a deceptive form in the brush 500 yards away. For Rip's part, he was quick in deciding this chase to be hopeless. He and Gator had been forced to take what they could get in the line of horseflesh at Indian Wells. Their luck had not been particularly good. Mentally apostrophizing that mischance, he turned back, asking himself what Gator's fortune had been. That it was not much better than his own, he learned on returning to the point at which the rustled steers had been abandoned. There was Gator waiting, as empty-handed as himself. Rip's query was terse. "Nothin' doin', eh?" Gator snorted his disgust. "If I'd had anything but this old wooden sawhorse under me." "Never mind. It's the way of the game." Rip sounded more cheerful than he felt. "Just what did we manage to scrape out of the heap, anyway?" "One dead skunk, about 24 wishbone yearling steers, and a cloud of Rustler's dust," Gator answered him, explosively. Rip grinned. "Well, it's no new story with us, Gator. There isn't much we can do about it, except," he broke off thoughtfully. "Except what?" His partner growled. "We can haze Grimes' steers back on his range." "Hell." Gator showed a flash of returning spirit at the proposal. "Let him worry about his own beef. He ain't give me cause to do him no favors. You've been risking your neck to run down the rustlers who got into his stuff," Rip retorted, amusedly. "But not on his account. You know that, well's I do." It came to Gator then, in a vague way, that he was being ribbed. His homely visage wrinkled into a twisted grin. "Ah, let's get going then, if that's our play. Dang you, Rip, you aloo's got an answer for everything. Had the wishbone steers not been run till they were tired, it would have been no easy Ted-K to round them up and start them back in the direction of Grimes's range." Watching from cover, Bart Galey, who had circled back to keep tabs on the pair, could hardly believe his eyes. "Damned if this ain't a break made to order fair me," he breathed, a plan taking form in his mind almost with the words. "All them hombres have to do is stay with the steers long enough. I'll settle their hash, and no mistake." Wheeling his mount, Haley struck back into the hills till he was certain he could not be seen. Then he lined out for Grimes's ranch. Less than half an hour saw him drawing near. The house was plunged in darkness, but this was an early hour of the morning. Bart drew up in the yard. "Hello, the house," he cried. There was no answer. The place might have been deserted, but as Haley called again, A head was thrust out the bunkhouse door, tousled with sleep-bleared eyes. "What you after, bellerin' round here that away?" demanded the cook, grumpily. "I want Grimes, and want him in a hurry." Bart hurled at him. "He ain't here, Haley." "Where is he?" "I dunno where he is." "What?" Bart bawled, with the vague idea that the other was having sport at his expense. "Damn you, Beefy, lay off the horseplay and tell me where Jim is." "Tell you I dunno," Beefy insisted. Bob and the others rode over to Ted Johnson's Lazy Lightnin'. "That's the last I heard of anybody, till you come bargain up shootin' your mouth off." Old Ted's Lazy Lightning spread was not so far away that Haley could not cover the distance in short order. He was in luck. A buttery daub of light beckoned to him across the range, and the yard was filled with men when he pounded up. They wheeled toward him, the weariness of fruitless riding dropping away from them. "Who is that?" Ted barked, pushing forward. "It's me, Johnson." "Haley?" Bart exclaimed. "Where the hell've you been all night?" Johnson cut in, on a note of censure. "We looked for you, but—" "I was doing my own ridin'," Haley threw back. "And maybe it's a damn good thing. I spotted some rustlers, Johnson. I know where they are right now." The news sent a shock through these men. Any who had felt impatience with Bart in the past forgot it now. "Spill it, Haley," one of them ejaculated harshly. "Where are these birds, and how come you didn't jump 'em yourself?" Quickly, Bart told his story. He had been patrolling the range, as he thought, hopelessly, and was on the point of giving over when he spotted several men hazing a bunch of steers across the range. He didn't know who they were or how many. Wanting to make certain of the result, he had started for help without losing an instant. "Well, let's not lose any then," old Ted rumbled, his tone tightening. He turned to the cowmen. "Okay, boys. Stirrups, all of you." And to Bart as he swung into the hall, "Lead out, Haley, and don't make any mistakes." Bart said, "Don't worry. I'll take you to them, in short order." Little was said, as this grim-jawed band of men jogged out to bring justice to the sage. Fatigue had laid its brand on their faces an hour ago, but they brushed it aside. Not one of them, but felt new life coursing through him at the prospect of locking horns with the evasive foe who had harried this range for so long. It would go hard with the men who sought to oppose them tonight. And Gator had driven the recaptured steers only a matter of 3 or 4 miles. Haley was able to judge their whereabouts with reasonable accuracy. They had almost reached the edge of Grimes's range when the cowmen, with Bart and old Ted at their head, rode out on a swell and saw them below. An angry buzz ran through the ranchers at the sight. Previous disappointment tonight had keyed them up to a sharp readiness. "There they are," a man rasped tensely. "By grab, they ain't getting away from us this time." Shoving their broncs forward, they started down. Rip was the first to observe their approach. He hauled in for a better look, and Gator noted the action. Sweeping a glance toward the rise, he took in the situation in a flash. "That's Grimes's crowd," he jerked out. "We'll have some explaining to do now, Rip." Rip was thinking the same thing, his face hardening in lean lines. "We will, for a fact." "You waiting for them?" his partner demanded. The answer was delayed momentarily. "We haven't a thing to fear if we tell exactly what happened," Rip began. "Hell." Gator was scornful. "We may never have the chance to speak up. That bunch ain't got a bit of use for us after what's happened. And if it's a case of run, our broncs ain't worth a damn," he reminded, cursing their luck under his breath. "Don't go off the handle," Rip warned him sharply. "I'll hail them before anything happens." As it turned out, however, he never got the chance. While he was still waiting, watching the oncoming riders narrowly, The guns began to pound as the ranchers opened fire. Lead droned overhead. It was more than enough for Gator. "I'm leavin'," he bit off. "It don't matter who we are. Them gents'll down us first and ask questions afterward. I don't want any of that in mine." Rip was not many seconds in coming to the same decision. All too clearly, the cowmen were in no mood for parley. Believing they had caught the rustlers red-handed, they were bent on making short work of the matter. "Punch wind," he rapped to Gator. "There ain't any other out." Pulling away from the steers, they headed for the hills at the best pace they could get out of their mounts. It was none too fast. Within a matter of minutes, the pursuers were hard on their heels, closing in with the ruthlessness of wolfhounds. Slugs whined uncomfortably close. Gator ducked as a bullet clipped his ear, and Rip received a graze on his thigh. Steadily they climbed to higher levels, Rip leading the way up winding watercourses which confused their pursuers. They came out on the high range, and here, except for stunted brush, the going was open again. The cowmen were strung out for a mile behind them, only one or two near enough to be within effective range. These continued to throw slugs. Heading for the timber, Rip was telling himself that if they could make it, they would get away, when without any warning, Gator's bronc folded up under him, and the little man was flung half a dozen yards. He scrambled up as Rip wheeled toward him, blood streaming down his face from cuts and scratches, but otherwise uninjured. "Climb on behind me," Rip ordered sharply, holding his horse with iron hand. Gator didn't stand on ceremony. Scarcely had his weight settled behind Rip's back before the pony sprang forward pluckily. But the load was too much. Rip needed no telling that at this rate the game was up. Instead of making for the timber, he raced over the open, a new plan twisting and turning in his brain. "Where are you going?" Gator yelled in his ear. "They'll pull us down out here in 5 minutes." "We're not far from where we were fogging Bailey," Rip answered him. "His bronc should be somewhere nearby." Gator made a sound in his throat that was close to approval. "You sure got your wits about you at times, Rip," he conceded. It was no easy Tedke to capture the spooky bronc, but by deft maneuvering, Rip managed it. Gator crawled into the saddle. "Now it's plumb up to us," he exclaimed. "This way," Rip called lowly. Doubling behind the outcrop, they let a pair of pursuers drive past without awareness of what they were doing. But more were coming. Rip rasped, "Make for the timber." Somehow, they reached it at last. Once under cover of the trees, the pursuit was no longer so close that they found no way to turn. Rip knew that this range would be combed for miles until daylight and beyond, but by shrewd management, he and Gator soon lost themselves in the calicos with no sign of the cowmen to the rear. "Well," said Gator finally, "pretty warm work for a couple old leather burners like us, and in results," he added ruefully, "it netted us the grand sum of exactly nothing." Chapter 10. The first carload of Stan's tie-tailings went down the Nevada Midland the following day. Rip and Gator were riding the right-of-way a few miles below Lost Angel. Clem Rucker waved to them from the cab as the train passed. Following recent events, it was a quiet day for the partners until, late in the afternoon, they spotted 2 horsemen jogging down the tracks toward them. Gator tightened up in a flash. "Who can't that be?" he bristled. Rip's gaze narrowed. "One of 'em looks like Stan," he murmured. It was Stan, and the man with him was Peter's Caleb. They drew near so purposefully that before a word was spoken, Rip knew there was something on Stan's mind. The latter wasted no time in coming to the point. "What in hell is the matter with you two?" he rasped in a severe tone. Rip scrutinized him levelly. "Nothing to speak of." "What are you driving at?" he gave back. Stan jerked out, There was a man killed by the locomotive today, on track you're supposed to be guarding. If he expected to surprise Rip and Gator, he succeeded amply. Gator said, "Huh." His jaw dropping, and Rip fired a quick question. Who was it? Lem Bailey, was the answer. He was hit down in the cut where the track swings under them cliffs, all banged up and his bones broke. It's damned queer you don't know nothing about it, Rip. You're supposed to be riding the road, and you didn't even know there was a man on it. We can't be everywhere at once, Rip pointed out thinly. No. But you could split up and cover twice as much ground. Stan shot at him. And get knocked off? Anybody trying to wreck the track won't be showing up alone, Stan, you know that. Rip shook his head, decidedly. Nothing doing. Well, that's sense, Stan began with a trifle less assurance. Before he could go on, Rip thrust in. Bailey. Where have I heard that name before? Wasn't he the relief agent at Crazy Horse? Stan nodded reluctantly. That's him. Then what was he doing above Indian Wells? It was a question for which Stan had sought an answer in vain, and his failure worried him. Discreet inquiries had informed him that he was mistaken about Rip and Gibbs having anything to do with the bushwhack shots fired at him. They had been working hard at the tie camp in Singer Canyon at the time. But Bart Galey had got word to him of the Rustling, and the part the pair had played in the adventure. Nobody knows, he answered Rip's question. Bailey was supposed to be on duty at the time he disappeared. Miss Longstreet has asked Lint Hoff to investigate. Gator thought, you're danged right it was her. You'd never be doing it, Stan. Aloud he said, what was Bailey doing, well, Kent? That's queer too. Stan said explosively. It don't make sense, but if he had a bronc, it ain't showed up. Maybe he was riding the cars on the way up this morning, Gator hazarded, and fell under the wheels. I ain't discussing Lem Bailey's actions with you, told Rip, his face reddening, but why you let it happen at all? Rip shrugged. If a man can't keep out of a train's way, I wouldn't know what to suggest, he retorted dryly. Stan had more to say, but it all boiled down to the fact that he was angrier than he dared admit. He guessed shrewdly that Bailey's presence in the hills had something to do with the rustling, the fight for the steers having occurred near where Lem had died. He would never know now what message the bogus agent might have been carrying. This track garden is a serious matter, he warned severely. I ain't paying you for nothing else. After this, see to it that you keep your nose to the grindstone. Rip nodded. You're the doctor, Stan. But watching Stan and Caleb ride on a minute later, there was a speculative glint in his eyes. Gator shook his head. That was sure a fluke, he muttered. Bailey landing so near the track that way. Rip said thoughtfully, it must be hell having to bottle up what Stan's got in him, without being able to spill what he wants to. We'll have to watch that hombre, Gator. You think he knows about our doin's? I do. Some, anyway. And he's been doing some large guessing at the rest. There's no other reason for his being so wrathy. He wants, Rip continued as if to himself, to be sure of where we are and what we're doing. It looks as if we'd have to give a pretty good imitation of falling for it for a while. There was some talk that night in Lost Angel about Lem Bailey's mysterious death, but it was not till the following day that Suki Withers gave Rip a piece of information which bothered him no little. Ms. Longstreet asked Lint Hoff to look into the matter, said Suki, and the sheriff's been questioning the engine crew, so I hear. Rucker claims he don't know nothing about it, denied he'd wiped any blood off the cowcatcher. It made Lint mad as a hornet. Says there ain't no two ways 'bout how Bailey was killed, and no frog-hopping old juniper like Rucker can't make a fool out of him. But Hoff wouldn't arrest Rucker? Rip put in the query quickly. Hard to tell. Clem's a salty old nubbin. He may fire off a broadside yet, that'll force the sheriff to act. There was more, but that was the gist of Wither's news. Rip told Gator about it later. It don't look so good, he admitted soberly. I never counted on having to tell what we know about Bailey's death in order to clear Rucker. Why do it, anyway? Gator demanded. Let Rucker take care of himself. He's old no. And where would Sharon Longstreet be if we did that? Rip retorted. She depends on old Clem. Probably there isn't another man in the country who can run that tin pot locomotive and get out of it what he can. Gator looked at him slowly and said, It summed up all he was willing to put into words, but his concern was of another order now that he perceived the direction of Rip's thoughts. He knew the other would not hesitate to jeopardize them if by doing so he could help the girl. Gator's face was long. What'll you do then, Rip? We'll wait and see what happens. Knowing the reason for which they were hired, Hoff rode out to question them. Rip told the lawman simply that neither he nor Gator knew anything about Bailey's being struck by the train. It's dang queer, Lint declared. Nobody knows a thing, but Lem is dead fair all that. I could forget a lot of things if I only knowed how he got where he was found. Stan mentioned that he was supposed to be on duty in Crazy Horse at the time. Rip nodded. Miss Longstreet was up the line seeing about track repairs. If Bailey'd stayed where he belonged, he'd probably be alive this minute. You didn't see Lem up this way that day, Rip. For answer, Rip lifted his brows humorously, letting Hoff put his own construction on that. I hear you're thin cant of to can't Clem Rucker into custody, he suggested diffidently. Lint made an impatient gesture. It want him to think that, he pointed out, but what good would it do? If he hit Bailey, he never knowed it. I thought at first, he confessed, that Rucker was holding something out on me, but he shook his head. Rip and Gator exchanged glances. It told them all they needed to know. Rip's relief was for Sharon, but if Gator thought he meant to forget his concern for the girl, he soon learned of his mistake. Unsatisfied, Hoff left them to their work of patrolling the track. It was the beginning of a dull, if exceedingly busy period for them. Rip saw to it that whatever their opinion of Stan might be, they shirked no part of their duty to Sharon Longstreet. Early and late, they were in the saddle and riding continuously. Danged if you ain't more thoroughgoing than I ever knowed you to be before. Gator growled suspiciously. Ever since the day Stan piled into us, you been fogging us back and forth without a let-up. We couldn't take no more care of that train if we was to lead it on a string. And the hell of it is, we ain't seen a thing out of the way so far. You ought to be glad your work is simplified that way, Rip grinned at him. But Gator was not to be thus easily put aside. What the hell, he vented his explosive disgust. This is a hot job for a couple of gents like us. We come into this country to snag some rustlers, and instead of following up our leads like we had our growth and knowed what we was doing, here we are, riding fence for a phony hombre who wants to keep us out of the way, and is mecant a pretty fair job of doing it. We been sidetracked, I tell you. He was not being funny. The words were spoken in dead earnest. Nor did Rip put him off as he expected him to. Instead, he reflected for some moments in silence. You're right, he admitted slowly. While I expected to go to some pains to throw Stan off the track about us, I never intended to forget those rustlers for a second. There's 2 or 3 angles I've been turning over in my mind. One of them is to learn, if possible, by what method Stan keeps tabs on the activities of those cowmen. How can't you find that out? Why, by going to the cowmen themselves about it. Gator snorted, incredulously. "That's sense, ain't it? There ain't no gettin' in touch with them hombres, Rip." "Why not?" Gator showed his surprise at the question. "Why, damn it all," he exclaimed, "didn't they give you a flat warnin' against comin' back, and dang near brain me with a pool cue in the bargain?" "That was because they believed we were throwin' in with Stan," Rip argued reasonably. "Do you think you can't persuade 'em otherwise at this late hour of the day?" Gator snapped scornfully. "I can try." Gator was decisive. "You can't try, yes, but Rip, you won't get nowheres with them headheads. There ain't no use even givin' it a whirl. If you're talking about Bart Galey, I'm willing to agree. But Jim Grimes and one or two others are an altogether different breed." He was thinking aloud now. "There's that old rawhide, for instance. What's his name? Old Ted Johnson." He fell silent, reflecting. Gator watched him narrowly, a furrow between his eyes. "What you figuring on now?" he queried, suspiciously. "Not figurin'. I'm decided," was the unexpected answer. And when the other waited for more, "We're going to Ted Johnson, Gator, and lay our cards on the table. If we can persuade him to dicker with us, swell. There ain't any other way." Gator grunted his skepticism. "You figure to keep it a secret from Grimes and them others then?" "And from Stan and the railroad crew. In fact, from everybody but Johnson and ourselves." Gator's eyes began to gleam. "That means a little night ridin', I reckon." A nod was the reply. "Tonight. Maybe I've wasted too much time as it is. I don't want old Ted to feel I've taken too long to think things over. But we'll see." Since they had formed the custom of occasionally arriving at Lost Angel long after dark from their patrol work, it attracted no particular attention when they failed to show up for supper on this night. Dusk found them still far down the right-of-way, and striking out across the range in the direction of Ted Johnson's Lazy Lightning. They were in no haste. "Reckon we better be keepin' our eyes peeled over this way," Gator muttered uneasily. "Them cowmen won't be welcomin' no night visitors with open arms." So wary were they that by 9 o'clock they pulled in on a grassy ridge crest to look down on the gleaming lights of Ted Johnson's little ranch house in the hollow below. "Johnson's still up. He may even have visitors," Rip murmured. "Well, wait a while." It was well they did. Half an hour later, several men emerged from Johnson's tumble-down shack and moved off into the shadows. Presently, the sound of corral bars being let down came to the listeners, then the stamp of hoofs, and a steady rhythmic beat as the riders drew off across the range, faintly silhouetted by the starlight. Just a few minutes longer, Rip checked his partner's impatience. When the lights in Johnson's place abruptly went out, he was satisfied. "He's alone," he said. They started down there, keeping the broncs to a noiseless welk. Rip led the way. 100 yards from the house, he swung down from his horse. "We'll leave them here in the edge of the brush," he breathed to Gator. They stole forward on foot. Johnson's house was plunged in the complete, oppressive silence of the high desert. Rip moved up on the rickety board porch and knocked. Silence. Rip tried again, still without result. Gator, waiting in restless suspense, began, louder Rip. He must have gone off to sleep already. Rip was just turning away from the door, convinced that were he to break in, he would find the place deserted and Johnson nowhere about the place, when a jarring voice from the corner of the house arrested him in his tracks. "Who are you, and what do you want?" It was a rasping challenge, but Rip was relieved to recognize old Ted's belligerent tones. He said, "It's Rip and Gibbs, Johnson. I've come for a long talk with you." "Have, huh?" There was no letdown of tension in that response. "Well, in the meantime, shove out here where I can't see you, and don't make no quick moves, either of you, or you've had your last long talk this side o' hell. Chapter 11. Doing as they were bid, Rip and Gator slowly closed the distance between themselves and Ted Johnson. The old man stuck to the corner of the house. Finally he growled, "All right, that's far enough. I'm satisfied you're who you say you are. Name your business, Rip, and I'll decide whether we got anything to talk over or not." Rip frowned. He had not anticipated any such unremitting suspicion on the part of the other. Moreover, he was at a clear disadvantage, trying to talk across the muzzle of a drawn gun. "It's about this Rustling, Johnson. Why not go in the house and make ourselves comfortable?" "You ain't making yourselves comfortable round any place o' mine, or welcome either, till I've changed my mind 'bout you plenty," Ted grated. "How can you do that before we've talked it over and you've heard our story?" Rip retorted. The answer was unbending, hostile silence. Rip tried again. "Because we didn't do the obvious thing in Crazy Horse, Johnson, some of your boys jumped to conclusions. They were hasty, and for that reason they were dead wrong. Correcting that mistake is what I'm trying to do now." Old Ted fingered the edges of that gingerly with his mind. "So there was a mistake made, was there? It wouldn't be your taking up with Dan Stan by any chance, and finding out your mistake after it's too late?" "Everything we did was according to direct intention," Rip assured him. "And that's just as true right now." Johnson studied his tone narrowly. "Why come to me with this?" he snapped suddenly. "Jim Grimes is the man for you to tackle, if you got anything that needs saying." "That's where you're dead wrong," Rip caught him up quickly. "Grimes is all right, but his responsibility to all those men warps his judgment. After Grimes, you know why we haven't gone to any of the others. If there's a leveler head in the Tuscarora Association, I decided it was yours. That's why we're here now, Johnson, and for no other reason." For a long moment, old Ted maintained silence, but his sensibilities were touched. He had long been of this precise opinion, in secret himself. At last he grunted. "Huh. Well, that don't make you think I'm any easier to pull the wool over than any o' the others, does it?" "Not at all. If there's any wool being pulled, Johnson, it's over the eyes of the men who need to be fooled for a purpose." "What purpose might that be?" Ted rasped thinly. "Why, for the purpose of rounding up these rustlers Gator and I came here to run down," Rip told him. "Did you really believe we're staying here for any other purpose?" He laughed the idea to scorn. "If it was work as gunmen we were after, we could have got it without traveling so far from Cheyenne, and been able to ask for just as good pay, and maybe better to boot." Johnson rasped his stubbly jaw thoughtfully. "Something in that," he admitted, no longer concealing himself so carefully. "But Rip, tell me this, why in time did you have to take the bull by the horns like you done?" Rip quickly explained the first meeting with Stan, and how suspicious it had appeared. It was almost as if Stan were determined to keep them from accepting the Tuscarora Association's offer. "We decided to let him get away with it and see what would happen," Rip concluded. "Does that explain to you why we had to let Grimes and you and the others make up your own minds about us?" Old Ted's keen mind was probing every angle of the situation cautiously. "I reckon we ain't none of us got any use for Stan," he growled. "But just where do you reckon he fits into this Rustling business?" "I don't know," Rip confessed frankly. "But I'm just as interested as you are, and twice as curious. It made me decide to find out." "Well now." The old rawhide's tone had undergone a gradual change, until distrust was almost wholly missing. Ted said, "Come inside, Rip. I'll talk this thing over, fact, and glad to." They entered Johnson's littered kitchen. Rip dropped a hand on the old man's arm as he struck a match. Don't want a soul but you to know we've been here, he warned. Ted met his eyes with a flashing glance in which there was questioning at first, and then quick understanding. Okay. He put out the match. Just wait till I make sure of the windows. He stumbled about in darkness, curtaining the windows with care, and finally lit a lamp. There was a glint of mingled enjoyment and anticipation in his pupils as he turned to Rip and Gator. Have a seat and tell me some more. My ears are pinned wide open. Rip's first concern was to convince him of their real intentions. He lost no time setting about it. This whole business of the mine, Talons, and the railroad has got something funny about it, he declared. Dan Stan knows you cowmen have got too much on your hands to worry about him much. Still, he insists on having expensive guards and paying their salary himself. And what's the answer? Ted queried. Well, some mighty funny things they've been happening. Rip told about the cave-in at the Lost Angel Hotel and the accident in the mine. And did you know about the wreck on the railroad? He wound up, his glance falling on Johnson's face with seeming casualness. Yeah, by golly, I did hear about that. What was the cause of it, Rip? The words were enough to satisfy Rip that Johnson, at least, knew nothing of its cause. He shook his head. We don't know. But you can see how all these things fit together. Old Ted nodded slowly. He got an inkling of what was in Rip's mind as well, for he said musingly, "O' course, there's Bart Galey and Tom Wilder, some of them fellers. They're pretty red-headed when it comes to Stan and the railroad. But all this don't help much about the Rustling," he ended shrewdly. "No. That's what's been bothering Gator and me. It's why we've come to you, Johnson. Will you work with us?" Ted grew wary in a flash. In what way? We aim to do something about these rustlers, was the prompt and frank reply. We can't, without letting Stan know what we're up to, unless we've got some means of knowing exactly what's going on all the time. It's information you want, eh? The old fellow's wooden manner told how significant he found the proposal. Forget it, Johnson, Rip exclaimed sharply. We can work by ourselves in the dark if it comes to that, but where would it get us? Any farther ahead than the rest of you have already succeeded in getting. You're right, old Ted confessed grudgingly. Just what do you want to know? Everything. But mainly, we're interested in the movements of these stock thieves, exactly where they strike each time, and everything that's found out concerning their getaway. All this mysteriousness about where the steers go is interesting to me. If we can find that out, we'll be in line to learn a whole lot more in short order. Ted signified his agreement. For an hour, they talked the situation over, making their plans. We'll have to meet at night, Rip pointed out, and in a different place each time. We can appoint the place each time we get together, and if for any reason we miss each other, it'll be the last named place every night till we do meet. I don't need to tell you how important it is, he drove on, that not a soul but ourselves knows about these meetings, Johnson. Ted assented. It's pretty plain somebody's keeping an eye on us, he said. You think it's from inside? Rip wasn't saying. Those are all things that will come out in the wash. What I'm concerned about right now is the things we don't know. Suppose you tell us what's been going on the last week or so. Johnson told them all he could. When he was done, Rip and Gator were in possession of considerable information. It didn't make the problem any easier of solution. Don't let a thing escape you, Rip warned Ted. Our ability to get anywheres depends on our knowledge of every move in the game. What'll you do now? Go back to riding the railroad? Yes, we've got to seem to be doing the same things right along. But we'll find time for a little extra work on the side. Your business is to be just as suspicious of everything as we are. And we'll meet you again, 2 nights from tonight, where? Old Ted thought a minute, then named a rendezvous not far from the edge of the Wishbone Range. In the meantime, I'll be keeping tabs on you too, along with everything else, he warned. You better be able to explain the first phony move in this hand we're playing out together. Rip nodded cheerfully. That's okay with me, Johnson. We'll hold up our end. If you'll do the same, that's all we ask. Maybe now it won't be so long before we get some action on these stock thieves, he wound up. There was no more to be said. Ted put out the light before Rip and Gator slipped out. Soon they were in the hull and pulling away toward the railroad and Lost Angel. Suspicious old coot, Gator grunted after some minutes of musing silence. Sure. But wouldn't you be too, in his boots? Gator turned that over. Reckon I would, he admitted. In the morning, they returned to guarding the right of way. Late that afternoon, they were riding the line as usual, when Rip, in the lead, drew up to study something on the ground. A dozen horsemen had crossed here. The knowledge pulled both up sharply. Several cars of Stan's tailings had gone down the line half an hour before without any trouble. Clem Rucker had waved to them from the engine cab. Nevertheless, the circumstance of this strange horse sign, which was reasonably fresh, needed explaining. Somebody smelling around, Gator suggested suspiciously. Hard to say. Rip was thoughtful. But I'd like to know just who made those tracks and what they were doing. Well, follow a ways and see what we find. No attempt had been made to break the trail they followed. It struck through the hills boldly, and they soon found themselves far beyond railroad property. Gator pulled up finally to scan their surroundings. His voice was throaty and tense. We must be shoving deep into Grimes's Wishbone Range by now, Rip. His answer was a nod. But Rip did not haul up. 20 minutes later, he stiffened suddenly at sight of a dozen horsemen a mile off. The men were coming this way. He and Gator had already been seen. Gator tightened up, and his words were curt. That's Grimes and his crowd, he muttered warningly. They act like they was spoilin' for trouble. The ranchers were. They were the same men with whom Rip and Gator had had their brush in Crazy Horse. Jim Grimes rode at their head. A bunch of steers had been run off of Ted Johnson's Lazy Lightning spread only last night, and they were trailing the rustlers or trying to. A while ago, the sign of the stolen steers had faded out as it always did. Only by jamming Bart Galey aside did Jim Grimes keep to the fore as Rip and Gator drew near. Grimes said, "You better explain what you're doing on this range, Rip." His eyes flashed, and it was plain he was holding himself with a tight rein. Rip's voice was level. Maybe I don't have to tell you there was an accident on the railroad the other day, Grimes. Those tie cars? The other nodded curtly. I heard about it. Since then, we've been following sign pretty close. It's what we're doing right now. A silence fell, and Grimes's face got red. But it was Bart Galey who burst out angrily, "What in hell are you driving at?" He edged forward, his hand on his gun. "Rip, I'll run you out of this country single-handed if I have to." Grimes waved him to silence. "The railroad property ends quite a piece back," he said pointedly. "You're on Wishbone Range now." It was Rip's turn to flush, his jaws hardening. "We both seem to be doing some trespassing, Grimes. Hereafter, you keep your men off the Nevada Midland right of way." Grimes's lips thinned. "Is that a warning?" "It's an order." The words rang clear. "I don't need anybody to tell me that some of your crowd knows plenty about the accident to those tie cars, and I don't think you do. It's your game to put Sharon Longstreet's railroad out of commission." The tension built up in a flash. The cowman muttered, shifting restlessly. Grimes's next words came with a rush. Secretly as concerned for Sharon Longstreet's welfare as ever, sudden jealousy of Rip's interest in her shot through him like a flame. I'll believe Sharon thinks that when she says so, to my face. As for you, Rip, remember this. I'll take better care of what belongs to her than you ever will. For a long moment their eyes clashed. Only the hope that something might yet come of this held Bart Galey and the others in check. Gator's unblinking regard was trained on them, waiting for the first move. Rip seemed at length to satisfy himself of something. Deliberately, he turned his bronc. "Come on, Gator," he murmured. "We'll be on our way." "Hold on here." Bart Galey jerked out truculently. He whirled to Grimes. "They can't get away with this. You heard what he accused us of." The others seconded his sentiment. Even Ted Johnson glared at Rip and Gator as if he distrusted them deeply, but Grimes silenced his men in short order. "Rip said his piece," he rasped flatly, and he got his answer. "That closes the matter, for now." It was with frank reluctance that Gator turned his back on these belligerent men and jogged away beside Rip. Fighting rawhide that he was, he wanted little excuse to carry the gauge to them. Only mature judgment kept Rip from feeling the same way. But the words of which he unburdened himself 10 minutes later showed that he could think soberly as well. "You may be right about Stan, after all, Gator. Grimes knew nothing about that wreck. What he said convinced me of that." He reflected a moment, his brows knit. "Of course, that still leaves Galey and the other hotheads to consider." "Reckon I'd have considered them on the spot, with the business end of a 6-gun, if I'd been doing it." Gator grumbled. Rip shook his head. "No, you wouldn't. Startin' a fuss with all of them would be a fine way to bring up at the short end of a rope. You know that as well as I." Gator did, but he was not in a mood to admit it. A moment later he said, "I'll say old Ted Johnson put on a fine job of actin' back there, if that's what he was doin'. Glared at us as if he hated our innards." "Good thing he did," Rip came back promptly. "That's just what I told him to do." "Then you don't think he's changed his mind about us again?" "Since last night? No, I don't." Rip's tone was serene. "If you're looking for trouble, as usual, Gator, you won't find any this time, I'm afraid. If Johnson had given us away back there, spilled the beans, and sailed into us all spraddled out, that would have been something to worry about. Until something like that happens, you'll have to find a better reason to make me think we've had all our work for nothing." Chapter 12. Stan had spent the night in Lost Angel. He met them in the street as they were starting out. "Boys," he greeted with an affable wave of the hand, "how's everything going?" "Well, yesterday," Gator began, but Rip cut in smoothly. "No excitement to speak of, Stan. We seem to be getting a break since the tie cars went down the canyon." Stan nodded. His beady, unblinking eyes regarded them steadily. "Glad to hear it. It won't always be that way. But what's this about yesterday?" He was looking at Gator. Before the latter could speak up, however, Rip said, "Why, we ran across some horse sign that had us wonderin'. Lost it after a little ways. There was nothing out of the way." "Don't be too sure of that," Stan cautioned him soberly. "It would be dead easy for some bull-headed cowman to shove a few sticks of dynamite under the rails and blow out a section. That's exactly what I'm guarding against, Rip. I hired you to take the unexpectedness out of our troubles." Rip nodded. "That's what we spend 16 hours a day thinking about." "Then you better make it 24. Stan returned curtly. Gator's features darkened. He stared at Stan angrily and was on the point of a biting retort when Rip headed him off. "That's right," he said equably. "And to Gator, we'll be shoving off, I reckon." Gator allowed himself to be overridden then, but they were scarcely beyond earshot before he burst out, "He's got a gall talking to us that way. Better make it 24 hours, he says." "What's he mean by that?" "He's got a legitimate kick," Rip surprised him by answering reasonably. "No sooner than he hired us, things started to happen. I'm surprised he hasn't made a crack about it before this. It's one of the few things that make me suspect he may be hooked up with it all somewhere." Gator had never thought of this before. He grunted as the impact of it hit him. "Why say, that is a fact. You get it now, yay." Rip's tone was thin. "Maybe it occurs to you there's some meaning in the rest of what he said." "You mean about the dynamite under the tracks?" "That's what I mean." Gator said, and turned that over thoroughly. "His saying a thing like that may be just accidental," Rip drove on, "but I'm not inclined to give him an inch. What if a hole did turn up where the track ought to be? You said yourself that Stan needs that locomotive too much in his business to wreck it," Gator argued. "And maybe I've changed my mind since then," Rip caught him up. "What you driving at now?" "I may be wrong," Rip said slowly, "and I hope I am. But it wouldn't surprise me if Stan was to turn on Miss Longstreet all of a sudden." "What for?" Gator demanded, amazed. "He'd be pretty likely to hide his reason well," was the answer, "but it would be a good one. And don't look so disgusted. I've yet to see the time I was absolutely satisfied about Stan's intentions toward anyone but himself. He's been doing a lot for Sharon, giving her freight to carry and hiring us. And getting wrathy because she wants to accommodate the Raven brothers." Gator inserted. It brought Rip up short. "That's true. She lost time, cars, and money to pay for those lost ties," he pondered. "Funny, this is the first time I ever looked at that business from any angle except our own. Why, Gator," he discovered, "if Stan could have been sure that accident would turn out as it did, it would be a cast-iron motive for him to have caused it." Gator was watching him shrewdly. "Where's that leave us?" he queried. But his own thoughts were busy. For a moment later he added, "There's one thing we got left that we ain't done." "What's that?" "Having a look around up at that tie camp in Singer Canyon." Gator gauged the effect of his words. "Let's ride up there right now and have a look around." Rip shook a decided negative. "I've been thinking about just that," he admitted. "We'll do it, but not now, not after what Stan said about the dynamite. That sounded too much like a build-up for an 'I told you so' to me. We're riding the tracks today, and riding them careful. If there's anything we miss seeing, it'll be because we can be in only one place at a time." They did as he said. But watch as they would, they saw nothing out of the ordinary. It was no child's play to stick to the thankless Tedke while the glare of the sun seemed to gather and concentrate along the ballasted right-of-way, when all the time speculation beat at them with its tiny insistent hammers, urging them to be elsewhere and more profitably employed. "Swell chance of our being able to do anything about it if the track was going to be blasted," Gator gave it as his opinion late that afternoon. "With Stan behind it, as you suggest, he'd be dang sure he was elsewhere when it happened." "I don't know," Rip clung to his doubt. "We might be somewhere else, but we could hardly get beyond hearing of a blast that would do any real harm in these hills." The words were hardly out of his mouth before both of them drew in with a jerk and sat straining their ears. From far away had come a dull, thunderous rumble. It lasted only a couple of seconds, and their eyes met in mutual questioning when it was over. "Reckon we could hear a good roosin' blast this far from the Buckskin," Gator hazarded dubiously. Rip scanned the bulky cotton-white scrolls in the sky. "It's a cinch those clouds aren't heavy enough for a whisper of storm," he muttered in a worried tone. "That was a blast, and no mistake." He shoved his bronc forward, in the direction from which the sound had come. "Shake it up, Gator. We're making sure of this." Gator's disgust at the necessity was large. "We're meeting Ted Johnson tonight," he reminded. "It's only a few miles from here, too. But no, we got to fog to hell and gone up the line, and then traipse back again." He would have added more, but Rip's silence warned him that this time, at least, no argument would avail. Following the railroad track, they covered several miles. Gator was on the point of a salty "I told you so" of his own, when Rip, in the lead, stiffened to stare ahead fixedly. "What is that, along there in the cut?" The westering sun was so low that its glare filled their eyes, but a moment later they made out what it was that had attracted Rip's attention. "Jumpin' Judas!" Gator ejaculated. "There's a hunk o' track gone that'd swaller a dozen cars." Drawing near, they saw his words were true. At a point between cut banks where the sound of the explosion would be baffled and thrown into senseless echoes amongst the hills, a dozen sticks of blasting powder had been thrust under the track and set off. For the space of 20 yards, the roadbed was torn up and pitted, the rails themselves little more than snarled lengths of twisted iron. Gator looked the spot over and said, "Ha," in a puzzled voice. Rip lost no time in turning back down the track a couple of 100 yards, where he affixed to a rail the warning torpedoes he carried in his saddlebag for just such an emergency. He came back with a thoughtful expression on his face. "Well," Gator grated, "who was it this time? Stan or them cowmen?" Rip rasped his chin. "It could have been either one," he decided soberly. "Those ranchers were rarin' to go yesterday. You heard what he accused us of," Bart Galey said. "A child could have guessed. He was just itchin' to accommodate. On the other hand," he continued in a puzzled tone, "Stan as much as told us we could expect just this. How would he know, unless—" "Yeah, how?" Gator echoed sourly and added, "I don't suppose there's much doubt where Stan'll lay the blame." "Well," Rip began, "there's no time to lose. One of us will have to make for Lost Angel, with word for Stan." "And meanwhile, you'll be doing what?" Gator hurled at him with supreme disgust, seeing in what quarter the wind lay. Rip grinned at him. "Why, I'll be meeting Ted Johnson, as we planned," he said smoothly. "We can't miss up, after what's happened. If Stan asks where I am, I've gone to Indian Wells to get word to Miss Longstreet." Gator found no choice but to start on his errand. He did so, a few minutes later. Rip made a complete circle around the spot where the rails had been blasted, found no tracks, and swung back into the saddle. A mile away in the hills, a man crouching behind a rocky ledge watched all that went on below. It was Peter's Caleb. He knew it was Rip and Gibbs down there. His blowing up of the track had been designed to draw them here, and it had succeeded. He had made sure they would be unable to trail him. A grim smile cracked his sinister visage when Gator pulled away. A few minutes later, when Rip started in the opposite direction, Caleb stood up, nodding his bullet head. "That'll keep them hombres busy fair a spell," he muttered. "Now, if me and the boys can fool Grimes's crowd the same way, we'll drive off a sizable bunch tonight without a skimp of trouble." He swung up on his bronc and started back to join the rustlers. Turning his mount's head back down the hills, Rip rode steadily through the evening and was still far from his objective when dusk cloaked the land. An hour after dark, he judged himself to be nearing the Wishbone Range. Later, he spotted a landmark named by Ted Johnson. Setting a course by that, he was soon at the appointed rendezvous, a blasted and riven sentinel rock rising high above the surrounding country. Johnson was not there, but Rip was slightly ahead of time. Rolling a cigarette absent-mindedly, and then breaking and scattering its contents to the breeze when he was on the point of striking a match, he went over in mind the things he wanted to discuss with old Ted. The night was vast, still, seemingly empty. Rip had barely reached the end of his cogitations when a voice roughened with reserved suspicion said, "So you showed up, did you?" Rip whirled. He didn't need that tall, lanky shape outlined against the faint horizon stars to tell him that Johnson had come. "Sure, I'm here. Did you think I wouldn't be, Johnson?" Ted grunted, "Hard to tell. But I reckon you got brass no to do anything you want, Rip." Rip studied him narrowly. He didn't exactly like that tone. "Don't tell me you've been chonging your mind about this again," he said. "It's dang queer," said Ted cagily, an edge to his voice, "that a bunch of my lazy lightnin' stuff should be hazed off the very night we had our powwow. Where was you and your partner when that was going on?" Rip stared at him. "You mean that's what you were doing yesterday? Tracking some rustlers who got into your own stuff?" A prickling sensation ran up his neck at the back, and he began to understand things better. "I don't mean nothing different," Rip said slowly. "That's bad. Just tell me exactly what happened, Johnson, and what you learned. I sure wished I could satisfy myself about you." Ted burst out explosively. "It's dang funny you turned up the other night, just when you did and of your own accord." The words vibrated with uncertainty. Rip's answer was short. "It was damned lucky, I should say. If I'd turned up at your place any time since, I wouldn't have been very likely to find you home." "No," Ted growled in his throat, "you wouldn't at that. Where's your partner?" he broke off with sudden suspicion. Rip told about the dynamited track, adding that Gator had gone to Lost Angel with word for Stan. Johnson nodded grudgingly. "Reckon I heard a whisper of that rumble way here." "Dang me," he drove on forcefully. "You got an answer every time, Rip. It always seems to be a good one, too. You sure got a way about you, but when you start to talk, you got me with you right off." "Any man would be cagey at a time like this," Rip told him easily. "I don't blame you a bit." "Huh." Old Ted was entirely mollified. "Looking at it that way, I reckon you got reason to be suspicious of folks yourself. Things have sure been going against you since taking over here. Got any idea who blasted the railroad track?" And at Rip's prompt negative, "Well, that puts you right in the same class with us then, with one more mysterious affair to chalk up." "There's something twisty about this whole setup," Rip admitted, "that I haven't got the straight of it all. Soon as I do, things will begin to drop into place, and I'll produce results in a hurry." His quiet tone carried conviction. Ted peered at him keenly, then nodded his endorsement. "Reckon you will. Meanwhile, I'm still waitin' for the story about rustled stuff," Rip inserted gently. Johnson quickly supplied the deficiency. According to his tale, the rustlers were getting bolder. One of his two punchers, both of whom had been riding guard on the night of the rustling, had been jumped unwarningly, attacked from the brush, gun whipped, and left lying stove up and unconscious on the ground. The other had been run several miles by a trio of killers. In the meantime, a bunch of Ted's lazy lightning stuff had been cut out and hazed away in almost leisurely fashion. Rip was following the narrative closely. "None of the rustlers were spotted, I suppose?" "Aha. So you turned to the other cowman for help. Find out anything at all?" "Not a thing," Ted confessed. But he hesitated as he spoke. "Now's pressing him," he added. "I may be a dang fool, Rip, but I think I know where them steers went. Grimes as much as advised me to forget it. I did then, but it keeps coming back." "Out with it," Rip grunted. There was a deep, rocky canyon, a veritable gash of Thor's giant hammer, in the rear flank of Superstition Mountain, into which Ted had reason to believe his steers had been driven. It was a blind box canyon, only a few miles long, he admitted. It sounded crazy on the face of it that rustlers should shove their heads in a trap. Although he had passed it up while he was with the other ranchers, Johnson had later gone back to examine that canyon. He had found nothing, but still he was far from satisfied. Rip reflected briefly. "Would you care to take me there now?" he queried. "There'll be a moon later." "Sure I will." Ted was only too willing. "Let's get going." Without more ado, they turned their ponies and started off through the velvety night. On run. Chapter 13. A few miles to the north, the dark bulk of Superstition cut its silhouette against the luminous night. To the east the sky was tinged with silver. The moon would make its appearance shortly above the serrated range behind which it hid. "What," Rip asked his companion, "did Grimes have to say about your returning to this canyon for a look around?" "Reckon Jim don't know it," was the reply. "I ain't seen him since the afternoon we met you." "Where's he keepin' himself?" Rip queried quickly. "Reckon he's followin' some trail of his own. I ain't had time to find out." Old Ted's tone was grim. He went on, "It's one thing to be giving your neighbors a hand in time of trouble, Rip, but when it's your own stuff that disappears, you get down to business and no foolin' around about it." After a silence, Rip pursued, "You don't blame me for the tone I took the other day with Grimes, Johnson?" "'Bout the railroad wreck," said Ted. "Well, I reckoned you was workin' some slant of your own." "I was. Whoever was responsible for the wreck, and for me and Gator almost gettin' killed, it wasn't anything Grimes knew a thing about." "Did you think he did?" "I didn't know," Rip answered simply. "My system is that once you prove a thing, you can be sure of it." "But it don't go beyond Grimes in this case, is that it?" Old Ted probed shrewdly. Rip wasn't ready to answer that question, and he evaded it smoothly. "Outside of you, I don't know the rest of his crowd well enough to say a word. But we're drawing close to the mountain, Johnson. Where is this canyon you were talking about?" Ted led the way, across a treacherous malpais, toward a darker splash of shadow on the flank of Superstition. "The ain't a clump of brush or blade of grass in the canyon," he murmured. "Nothing but rocks and sand and maybe a few snakes. Coffin Canyon, it's called. Few folks comes here unless they have to, and there's dang few reasons for that." Unconsciously, he had lowered his voice. Rip caught the gathering tension of it. Nor was it wholly a tribute to the spookiness of the hour or the gloomy suggestion of this isolated spot. Definite menace reached out silently to push against him. Its feel was unmistakable, and its cause just as obscure. They had not yet reached the far edge of the malpais when the moon, an enormous globe which glowed orange, lifted above the rocky tips of the far mountains. It bathed their surroundings in a weird illumination, which brightened as the orb climbed beyond the thick layer of atmosphere. Now, Rip could see plainly the ragged opening of Coffin Canyon. A few minutes later, they threaded ledges and rock heaps within the portal. Rip was busy scanning the place. "Ever spot cattle sign here?" he inquired. "Sure, drifters." "See, Rip. They rode into the canyon." Here shadows gathered around them like rustling curtains. The eerie hoot of an owl sounded from the crags. Rip stiffened at that, then relaxed. Night riders often imitated that call for reasons of their own, but there was no duplicating the real thing. This was, for it fluttered out over the canyon a moment later with a dry fluttering of wings, disgusted at being disturbed. Old Ted cocked a bleak eye at the night flyer, muttering into his mustache. A few minutes later, he pulled up at a point nearly half a mile beyond the canyon's mouth, and with a wave of the hand indicated a rough circle of rocks which Rip recognized at once as a possible corral. "Have a look at that," he rumbled. Rip pushed forward. Then he dismounted, his interest deepening with every passing moment. The rock circle had been used as a corral, and recently, he discovered, there were droppings inside not more than 2 or 3 days old. Rip was still pursuing his investigations, when some muffled sound from down the canyon drifted to his ears. On the heels of it, old Ted hissed from outside the gate, "Psst!" Rip reached his side in half a dozen noiseless strides. "What was that?" he whispered. "Riders comin', I think," was the answer. "Hold on a minute. We better pull away from here while we're doing it." Rip returned grimly. "Being jumped in this place by a bunch of rustlers is just the opposite to what I want." Ted's assent was wordless. Both knew they had little time to spare. But even as they started away, the thud of hoofs grew in volume, and a deep murmur of voices reached their ears. The canyon at this point was incredibly rough, its floor broken by humps, upthrusts of rock, boulder patches. Rip and Ted succeeded in reaching cover before they were seen, but they had scarcely hauled up, intent on crawling to some rocky point of vantage, when a harsh exclamation sounded from the corral. "Watch out, boys," it warned. "There's somebody down in here." "What you mean?" "Them tracks, they wasn't here an hour ago. There may be half a dozen guns trained on us right now." Questions and answers crackled back and forth with the snap of whips. A tension built up, to which the feeling Rip had experienced before was as nothing. He was not yet absolutely certain who the men back at the corral were, but some instinct cried danger, and Ted's reason for bringing him here warned of rustlers. Johnson was a salty old juniper. Standing arrested, his jaw squared, he shot a questioning look at Rip. "Shall we jump them skunks and snatch us a hide or two?" he growled. He had his answer the next moment. Someone below had taken charge decisively, a bull voice which teased Rip with familiarity, but which he couldn't quite place. "Spread out, boys, and comb the rocks," it snapped. "There ain't but two of them. Smoke them out." There was a scrape and whirl of hoofs. Rip said hurriedly, "It's 2 against 5 or 6. This is no place fair us." He whirled his pony and started away, Johnson following. Ted was just opening his mouth to speak when a gun crashed. The slug screamed off the rocks beyond Rip. A second shot roared, then more, the echoes slamming back and forth in these rocky confines. Rip threw his Colt and sent a string of slugs backward. For the moment, it discouraged pursuit while old Ted jammed his mount over the rough going, but it also advertised their whereabouts beyond question. Jamming in the spurs, Rip caught up with his companion. "Where to?" he jerked out. "There ain't nowheres to go." Ted tossed back raggedly. "We're caught like rats in a trap, Rip. We're bound to be cornered, unless we climb the blasted wells." Behind them, they could hear the gathering clatter of pursuit. Men cried to one another. Further firing awakened the dead echoes of Coffin Canyon. But the fugitives had quartered across the canyon floor, momentarily losing the enemy. Rip grunted, "Keep on up the canyon. We'll hit on something, we've got to." The following instant, a harsh yell shattered the taut silence. "There they go. This way, this way." Old Ted drew in with a jerk, his bronc sliding on all fours. "That was Bart Galey's voice," he exclaimed. "Hell, Rip. If that's the boys out there, we're running away from nothing." Rip soon disabused him of that opinion. "Not so as you could notice it," he ground out, grasping Johnson's bridle and hurling him forward. "Keep going, Johnson. That may be the cowman, as you say, but I can't see in it any reason for our being found together." Slugs droning around their heads made a swift change in Ted's own view of the situation. He began to swear, and his belief that the pursuers were his friends who had mistaken himself and Rip for rustlers did not prevent him from flinging a warning shot or two over his shoulder. As for Rip, he gave all his attention to putting distance behind him. It was impossible to strike a good speed. The shadows flung by the rocks were deceptive. Again and again the horses stumbled, only to be saved from a nasty fall in the nick of time. Leading the way, Rip did not neglect to cast anxious, questing glances over the broken, precipitous wells. Suddenly, he reined down to stare at a slanting fissure running up the south well. "What you thinking of?" Ted demanded. "I'm asking myself if we can climb that." "Nothing like trying," Johnson whipped out. He honestly didn't think they could, but there was little point in hanging back for that reason. It was certain that nothing better was likely to offer anywhere in the rugged length of Coffin Canyon. Jamming the broncs that way, they were soon at the foot of the fissure. It was little more than a razor edge running upward along the cliff face. Rip shot one keen, inquiring look over its length, and then applied himself to the immediate present. His bronc took the ledge with misgivings at first, but climbed as if it seemed to know the need for haste. Johnson stayed close to his heels. Before 50 yards had been covered, however, both horses balked. Gritting his teeth, Rip slid out of the hull and began to lead the way upward. His confidence was enough to persuade the pony to follow. Steadily, they wormed on toward the top. They were in full view of the canyon floor now. Suddenly a man yelled down there. A rifle crashed. Granite dust sprang from the cliff face at Rip's feet. The next shot was closer. Ted burst out hoarsely. "This is a piece of damned foolishness, Rip. We'll never make it to the top. If we get stuck before we're knocked off by a slug, we can't never turn around." "We ain't turning around this trip," was the curt response. "Backing up ain't my style." Ted said no more. There was little attention to be spared for anything but the going immediately underfoot. But in the stolen glances Rip took in the direction of their pursuers, he managed to make out at least 5 men, several of whom were pinning their faith on their rifles, pounding away steadily, while 2 others raced to the foot of the fissure and started to climb up in pursuit. "They're determined to finish us, and no mistake about it." Rip reflected, seeing that. Halting, he rasped to Ted, "Take a crack at those gents trying to follow us, just to sort of discourage them, Johnson. I can't do it from here without shooting too close to your head." Ted managed to get a clear view down the ledge and began to shoot. The measure of his earnestness was attested by the sudden outcry which greeted his efforts. Ted grunted. "Got one of their hosses," he muttered, "and dang near got them. Damn their hides. What do they mean, lightin' into a man this way before they even make sure who they're shooting at?" Rip said nothing, but it was beginning to sink in, even for Ted, that he might have been mistaken about the identity of those men. Had it not been for the deceptive light, the tricky angle of fire, and an occasional rocky spire which afforded cover for a ways, the two could never have hoped to complete this hazardous climb. As it was, lead whined about them in a lethal hail, and more than once the broncs received grazes which furrowed the hair. Once the knife-edge track they were following threatened to peter out. Only by proceeding with the utmost caution, inching forward while the horses tested each foothold, were they able to cross the dangerous point in safety. After that, the going gradually got better, a gully opening out which led all the way up to the rim. "I'll hand it to you, Rip," old Ted exclaimed gruffly. "You're the first gent I ever heard of found a trail out of Coffin Canyon." "Yeah." "Well," Rip answered, "we're not out of it yet, Ted." "You mean they may circle back and come fogging at us again?" "Something like that." It had not escaped Rip, from the savageness of the attack on them, that their lives would not have been worth a moment's purchase had their luck been any less good, or had he thought slower than he had done. "By grab, anybody that comes at me in the open after this better come a-smokin'," Johnson ejaculated angrily. The first sign that Rip had come close to the truth in his prediction was a bullet which struck the rocks near at hand as they threaded their way over the high shoulder of superstition and whined away into space. The crack of the rifle came faintly, whipped away by the breeze. "Which way'd that come from?" Ted barked. Rip swept an arm toward the west. "Somewhere over there." He struck in the spurs as he spoke. "Let's go, Johnson. This'll be an even break for us, if not for the hombre behind that rifle." A crisp fusillade broke out as they started off, seeming to indicate panic in the marksmen. But they were undeterred. Soon they drew near the would-be assassin. Try as he would, Rip could get no glimpse of the man. But suddenly, Johnson's pony faltered. It almost threw Ted. He caught himself somehow, hauled up angrily swearing. Rip drew in and wheeled back. "Are you hit?" he rifled. "No. It's my bronc, Rip. Must have been nicked back there in the canyon." "Keep a-going." Ted was harsh. "I may be out of this, but you've got to nail that coyote." Rip saw that he was right. Johnson's horse might get him out of the rough country with careful nursing, but it would show no more speed tonight. Kneeing his bronc forward, Rip drove on. "See you at the same place in 2 or 3 days, Ted," he flung over his shoulder. The next moment, Johnson dropped out of sight to the rear. Rip had no fears about the old man's being able to take care of himself in the open, despite the condition of his horse. He gave all his attention to the unknown. He was bent on running to earth. That the other had turned to run was evident. The firing had broken off abruptly. A moment later, Rip glimpsed the fleeing rider, streaking off through the stunted brush. He flung looks over his shoulder and must have spotted his pursuer, but he was too far in the lead for identification. Moreover, he seemed bent on making sure he was not overhauled. There was an excellent chance that he might succeed, for the climb up the ledge from the floor of Coffin Canyon had taken the edge off Rip's mount. Within 10 minutes, the man had got out of sight, and Rip gave up all hope of overhauling him. But he could track the man down, run him to his burrow, and that he determined to do. The moon was good for several hours yet. But for a long time, Rip traced his man by the scent of the dust he had raised. He looked back only once. "Maybe it's just as well you dropped out, Ted," he murmured his thought aloud. "It looks like this would be a long chase and a hard one." When the last dusty tinge was gone from the steady night breeze, he still had an occasional hoof mark or broken sage clump to guide him. For a long time, Rip had noted that the way led generally southwest. He asked himself what lay in that direction and was unable to answer. There were no ranches that way, of this he was sure. He remembered talk of a back trail store and saloon called Cayuse Crossing, which he had never seen. Perhaps that was where the man ahead was going. An hour later, he broke into a little used freight trail and nodded to himself. The hour was late when Rip drew near the little collection of tumble-down buildings called Cayuse Crossing, but lights still threw a buttery glow from the saloon. Several hip-shot broncs dozed at the tie rack outside. He ran a critical eye over these. They told him nothing. Had his man driven on through this place? Rip swung down and made for the saloon. One look inside would help Rip form his opinion of the setup. Reaching the door, he pushed in. There were 6 men in the place, a threesome seated at a table in a shadowy corner, the bland-faced bartender, a sleepy-eyed swamper lounging against the wall. The one man who appeared to have just entered, standing before the bar with his elbow hooked on its edge, a glass before him, was Bart Galey. Chapter 14. Rip's eyes narrowed in a flash as they settled on Galey. He moved forward, not unaware of the sudden silence which thickened the atmosphere in this place. Turning with forced casualness, Bart met his gaze. His very stillness gave the effect of a start. Then, with a malicious twist, his lips parted. "It's you, Yak." Galey was a burly, not muscled block of a man. Bleak-eyed, his jaw square, jutting beyond an ugly iron-lipped mouth, he could have given pause to anyone not looking for trouble. Just now Rip was. Ignoring the bartender's restless expectancy, Rip moved close to Galey, pushing sidewise against the bar, all his attention fastened on the other. Bart noted this warily. His response to it came in a rasping bluster. "You got a gall, Rip, right in this range like a damned nighthawk. What you after here?" Rip's answer was soft, only in tone. I'm after you, Haley. As near as a man could simulate swift surprise, Haley did. His eyes widened, then pinched into inscrutable slits through which he drilled Rip with cold fury. So it's me you're after, he drawled sarcastically in the electric pause. Suppose you just say why. There was menace here, but not all of it was concentrated in Haley's taut form. The blank-faced trio at the table waited with a dreadful alertness for Rip's reply. He didn't keep them waiting. A dozen sticks of black powder were shoved under the Nevada Midland tracks today, and touched off, he said thinly. And Haley, I think you did it. It threw a genuine jolt into Bart. Whatever he had expected, it had not been this. Huh? He floundered. Catching himself then, his lip curled. You're crazy, man. What do I care about the Nevada Midland one way or another? It was almost jaunty, but Rip caught a flicker in his eye which said that Bart was thinking swiftly. Clearly it was he whom Rip had trailed across the range. Just as clearly he had expected the latter to spring his attack from that angle. Now Rip's quick change of front had thrown him into uncertainty. He didn't know where he stood or what might be coming next. We'll take that up later, Haley. You planted that blast and destroyed the track. Haley's harsh laugh was half a sneer. How about proving all this? He proposed insolently. It don't need any proof, was the level answer. When I pick up a set of tracks at the wrecked rails, and they lead me directly to you. It's a lie. Haley flamed before Rip could continue. His wrathy indignation was real. I never rode here from the railroad tracks at all. Then where did you come from? Rip shot out. Wholly unforeseen, the question threw Haley completely off his stride. He stumbled over his words. Well, I wasn't nowhere near the Nevada Midland. It ain't up to me to prove that. It's up to you, Rip, and you can't do it. I can prove that you made the worst mistake of your life, Rip snapped back. And I'm doing it. With the words, he whipped over a short arm jolt that sent Haley heeling back. Bart caught himself with a bellow. His visage a mask of rage and hatred, he crouched, gathering himself for the attack. Tensing to meet that rush, Rip flashed a racing scrutiny over the other men. He was asking himself whether they would move to Haley's aid, but decided against it. They were keyed to watchfulness, but there was no indication that they would close in. Haley's bull charge he evaded by sidestepping, chopping at the other's jaw on the instant. Bart flung past, reeling. But the only result was that his face went a deeper red, the deadly glint in his beady eyes a trifle wilder. I'll smash you, you sneaking hound, he ripped out. His next rush was more wary. Rip found himself caught with his back to the bar, trading blows with the rapidity of gunfire. And there was dynamite in Haley's fists. Wherever one landed, it left an aching numbness. Rip gave as good as he got. Haley attempted to close with him, and was met by a blinding barrage of slugs which left him momentarily dazed, groggy. The watching men saw that. They were with Haley, it was clear from their encouraging exclamations, but something held them in bounds. One did jump up from his seat excitedly, and aimed a kick at a spittoon. The vessel skidded across the floor, spilling its contents just as Rip made a rushing follow-up. His boot slipped. Bart was quick to respond. Checking himself, he aimed a pile-driver blow at Rip's head. Rip tried to duck and cover. In a flash, he found himself on the floor. Haley kicked viciously at his head, missed, and unable to control his blazing fury, landed on Rip's prone body, spraddled out like a springing cougar. They rolled over and over, locked in combat. First Bart was on top, then Rip. His antagonist knew no rules. Whenever he saw the chance to jam Rip's head against the bar rail, he did. After the second blow, the latter's brain reeled in threatened darkness. He fought instinctively, desperately. There was a bitter drive in his determination. By sheer strength, he flung Haley from him, struggled to his knees. Bart scrambled up and plunged, breath whistling hoarsely. Caught in a vis-like grip, he was thrown half the width of the room. Rip staggered up then. He was giddy, his clothes ripped, blood ran down his cheek. But his fighting spirit was untouched. Haley let out a roar and charged, only to meet a swing from the shoulder that flung him farther than before. Chairs, a table, crashed over at his fall. His head thudded on the floor. He struggled up, tigerishly. This time, Rip was standing over him. Bart got one look at that forbidding, rocky face and sank back. "Get up," the crisp order grated on his ear. Bart started to comply. But instead of reaching his feet, he plunged suddenly at Rip's knees. It was a tactical mistake, for Rip's falling body landed squarely on Bart's back, knocking the wind out of him. Rip spared no more words and no more pity on the man. Scrambling erect, he fastened an iron grip on Haley's shoulder, jerked him up. A smashing blow sent Bart smashing down. Again Rip was on him, dragging him to his feet. Haley was so far gone that he was unable to keep his balance. "Lay off, Rip," a man cried angrily. "You licked him. Do you want to finish him?" It brought Rip to himself. Letting go of Bart, he whirled. Bart fell back with a sodden thump, bloody, half-conscious. He got what he deserved. Rip jerked out. "Does anybody else want a teddy of the same?" Standing there, chest heaving, he stabbed them with cold eyes. He had lost his gun in the fight, had nothing but his fists and his wits. Nevertheless, there was that in him which held these men. Hard-faced, they gave back stare for stare, but made no hostile move. "Hell, you don't even know for sure that Haley did what you claimed he did," one protested. "You may have been hired to look after that streak of rust, but don't go too far." Rip made sure they were keeping hands off, then turned and bent to pick up his gun. He straightened and gave them a final chilly appraisal. They glowered, but offered no interference as he turned toward the door. "I might have a word to say about that cuspidor," he tossed back, "but I'll let it go. If there's a motion from this direction I don't like the looks of, I'll take the matter up without asking any questions." On the heels of that warning, he stepped out. At his Bronx head, he waited a full minute, but the door remained empty. Swinging up, Rip cut around the buildings just to make sure and headed across the brush. 10 minutes later, he reined in beside the little creek which had given Cayuse Crossing its name to wash up. Feeling better then, he rolled a smoke and headed in the direction of Lost Angel. It was a long ride, but he was in no hurry. Idly, he wondered how Ted Johnson had made out, if he was home by now. It seemed likely. As for Gator, Rip was able easily to picture his partner's reaction on learning all he had missed. But a companion thought lingered in his mind which he finally put into words. "I'd sure like to know how Stan takes the news of that wrecked track," he mused. A moment later, he shook his head. "He'll be wrathy, of course. Stan's a wise coon. It might not tell me a thing." As matters turned out, he was on the spot when Dan Stan received the news, or almost immediately afterward at any rate. Jogging into Lost Angel's thrice-empty, dreaming street in the early morning, he was startled as he passed the hotel to hear human voices raised in argument. Stan and Gator were standing together in the vacant brush lot beside the hotel. Rip reined that way, getting down and strolling forward. He nodded as Stan turned to face him, but the latter neglected to return the greeting. "Rip, Gibbs tells me that a piece of track has been ripped out," he exploded testily. "Damn it, man. That's what you were hired to prevent. Are you worth anything at all? How long ago was it I warned you just that might happen?" His vehemence had Gator hot under the collar and breathing with difficulty. Plainly, he had started to tell Stan off, and was inwardly cursing the chance which had brought Rip on the scene before he was finished. As for Rip, he looked from one to the other, a worried frown furrowing his brow slightly, and nodded. Yeah, you did, Stan. That's a fact, he admitted. But don't tell me you just found out. I went down the hills yesterday, Stan rasped, and just now got back. Gibbs says he got word to Indian Wells last evening. I don't know what's the matter with that girl. She could have notified me then. Likely she didn't want to worry you, Rip inserted. Murphy's busy making repairs, I expect? He is, but you don't need to throw up a smokescreen of talk, Rip. What the hell were you doing yesterday when that blast was set off? Why wasn't you there to prevent it? Rip's eyes narrowed, and he hesitated. Then his smile flashed out. Reckon you've got an honest kick there, he said mildly. The fact that we were making sure of the track a few miles away don't help a bit. We fell down all right. The fact that I did something about it after the track was wrecked don't help any either. What's that? Stan queried, caught. What did you do about it? Gator likewise bent an inquiring regard on his partner. When we saw how things were, Rip explained, the same thought crossed my mind that's probably in yours right now. I thought of those cowmen. There was a bright moon last night. I found some tracks. He didn't think it necessary to say where he had found them. They led me to the Cayuse Crossing trail, where I lost them. But in the saloon at the crossing, I found Bart Galey. Yes. And? Why, I couldn't twist nothing out of Haley's, Stan. Naturally, he wouldn't admit a thing. So I gave him a beating that'll lay him out a few days and make him remember a whole lot longer. Gator's jaw dropped. An odd look, half of regret, half of accusation, came into his eyes. Stan was studying Rip's features thoughtfully. I see, he said ponderously. Then he tightened up again. Likely enough, Haley was responsible, but as you say, that don't help a particle. I still say. Would you tell Linthoff about this? Rip queried quickly, with pretended uncertainty. Stan snorted scornfully. Hell no. What can the sheriff do? Especially if you can't prove anything. You should have shoved lead at Haley, made it a real warning for his crowd. He ground the words out in such a fashion that there was little doubt what he would have done had he faced Bart Galey at Cayuse Crossing. Rip nodded, impressed. Maybe I should have, at that. I was afraid I'd get in trouble that way. You wouldn't have even us to guard the railroad, Stan, if that happened. That's so. Stan appeared struck by the thought for the first time. He drove on sourly. Although what good you are to me if things go right on happening behind your back, I can't see. Can you promise me you'll do better from here out? His tone, if not his words, might have been construed in more ways than one. Gator growled in his throat, his bronze deepening. He stared in bewilderment as Rip put on a meek expression. You're paying us big enough money, Stan, said the latter almost humbly. There ain't anything we can do but buckle down and produce results. You better, was the grating rejoinder. I don't mind saying I'm considerable disappointed in you two. From your reputation, I expected more of you. If you can't do better, I'll have to. You won't have to replace us, Rip assured him hurriedly, to Gator's supreme disgust. I'll guarantee there'll be no more dynamiting done. We'll make sure of that. You got one more chance to do that, Stan said flatly. I won't accept no more excuses, Rip. Turning on his heel, he strode off. Gator stood staring after him, rage in his swelling jaws. Damn it all, Rip, he burst out. I never thought it of you. Surprisingly, Rip grinned at him. Why, I've heard that butter'll catch more flies than vinegar, he returned. Gator's answer was a wrathy snort of disdain. Maybe you're right at that. If flies is what you're after, he retorted stingingly. Rip said no more. Getting his breakfast, he took his time, but showed no inclination to get any sleep. Get up your bronc, Gator, he said finally. We'll be going to work. I suppose after Stan's call down, we'll just about be living on them railroad tracks, Gator grunted. To his surprise, Rip shook his head. Right now, we're going up to Singer Canyon for that look around. It satisfied Gator. Striking the Nevada Midland, they rode beside the tracks to a point from which, by cutting across the hills, they were able to reach Singer Canyon quickly. The Ravens and their crew were back in the timber, cutting pine. The partners had the camp on the spur to themselves. They made for the tracks. Here's where the last car stood, said Gator. They started to examine the ground systematically, all about the spot. They found nothing till Rip bent over a track he found in the dust, frowned, and began to follow it with some curiosity. Seeing him thus occupied, Gator came forward to look. A grunt escaped him. The man who made these tracks had a dragon foot, Rip pointed out. I don't recall any of Raven's cholos who was like that. No. A moment later, Gator added, It wasn't made by a tie cutter at all, Rip. Here's his sign, stricken off this way. He was headin' out fair summers. Swinging into the hull, they started to follow the trail. It led off across the range in the general direction of Lost Angel. Several times it faded out on the flinty ground, and once they lost it altogether, only to pick it up half an hour later. It disappeared for the last time within half a mile of the Buckskin Mine. Pushing on, they soon saw the mouth of one of the upper drifts. Its heap of tailings tumbled down the mountainside. Their eyes met when the significance of this dawned on them. By gravy, there's somebody in that mine and no mistake about it, Gator exclaimed gruffly. Remember what we found under the hotel? And there was that business of the dump car too. And with his lease on the Buckskin and his men in there, Stan could have known a lot about any one of those things, Rip concurred levelly. But Gator, it don't make sense. With one of his crowd almost killed there in the mine, and that track torn up that he needs. No, it brings us back every time to the same starting point. Stan couldn't be behind all this. He was frankly nonplussed by the results of his own reasoning. One thing is sure, Gator summed up shrewdly. There's some hidden stake in this mine, Rip, a whole lot more important than Talon's. Aside from his row with these ranchers, Stan's up to some game of his own. There wouldn't be so much worryin' done about us if he wasn't. But what's he drivin' at? Chapter 15. Rip's tone was decisive. We're trailin' that sign right to where it's going, if it can be done. Returning to the last traces of the dragging foot, they quartered the ground thoroughly. Soon they were cutting wider and wider circles without finding anything. Suddenly Gator straightened to stare. What can that be? He queried, pointing. They were high on the flank of Superstition Mountain, and it was toward a little cup on the slope that he was gazing. There was a patch of green amidst the brush. Without more words, they pushed over there to come out on the edge of a little garden. Its existence here was a surprise. No one was in sight, but in this cultivated patch of soil, the prints of the dragging foot were thick. A plain trail led toward what looked like a cave in the rocks. This is the answer to our puzzle, Rip nodded his conviction. Find the man who tends this garden, and you've got the gent who wrecked the train. If you're right, we may get a slug square between the eyes while we're standin' here chinnin'. Let's move down the slope a ways. From the main entrance of the mine, Stan, Peters and several other men saw them there, high up, without recognizing them. Who is that? Peters rapped out tensely. And what are they after? His tone said that it could be nothing good. Stan stared long and then grunted, We'll see about this. He started up, the others following. Rip, keeping a wary eye on his surroundings, spotted them coming. The sun glinted on gun barrels. Those dour faces were tight and cold. Steadily the climbers drew near. No shots were fired, but Stan's steely eyes were inscrutable as he came within hail and recognized Rip and Gator. What are you boys doing up here? There was more than angry suspicion in his tone. This ain't railroad property, Ignoring the implication, Rip said nothing till they met. Then he explained about the meeting on the Wishbone Range and his conviction that Grimes had nothing to do with wrecking the tie cars, adding how they had returned to Singer Canyon only to find a set of tracks which had led them here. "You were hired to guard the railroad, Rip, not to ride around the hills to suit yourself." Stan broke in angrily. Rip's gaze hardened. "That's right," he conceded. "But maybe it's a good thing we did, or we would never found out what we have. Stan, there's somebody in that mine." A chill flashed over Stan, while Rip reminded him of the suspicious things that had been happening. He managed to say dryly, "Have you seen anybody in the mine?" "No." Stan seemed relieved. "Thought so," he commented. "Haven't any other proof, have you?" If he expected another no, Rip disappointed him. "We found a garden up the slope here a ways." Stan didn't know what to make of that. "Let's have a look at it," he said, trying to dissemble his surprise. They were soon there. Stan's lip curled at sight of the flowers. "Pansies and sunflowers," he grunted. "This is the doin' of them old desert rats down in Lost Angel." "What about this trail to the rocks?" Gator struck in. "That hole may lead right into the mine." Stan disposed of this shortly. "It's either Withers or Bradley or one of the old codgers they've brought in with their wild yarns," he insisted. "Likely he keeps his hoe in the cave, or there may be water in there. It's plain he got some from somewheres." His face was dark. "Whatever the answer is, I don't want nobody foolin' around up here. I'll make that plain enough right now." He turned. "Peters, you and the boys grub this stuff out of the ground. Throw it in a heap here." Rip's brows drew down at the needlessness of it, but he said nothing. Stan muttered his umbrage against the Lost Angel worthies as the garden was speedily and systematically uprooted. Stan seemed to feel that he had done away with Rip's suspicions along with the plants, for he did not refer to them again. Another pair of eyes watched that wanton destruction, unguessed by anyone. They belonged to Tim Buck, crouched in the shadows at the mouth of the mine vent, and their pupils blazed with unbridled wrath and hatred as Buck witnessed the ruin of the one thing that meant anything to him. His face twisted and his huge hands worked. Only a deep-seated sense of wariness prevented him from rushing out there. When Stan and the others started down the mountain, Buck did go out. His mouth had a dangerous set, and he made hoarse sounds in his throat. Picking up a wilted flower from the heap, he looked at it bleakly. The impulse came to reset these plants, but he knew its uselessness. All of them would die. "Stan'll pay for this," he grated. "Someday, somehow, he'll pay for it." If he could have reached the other in private at that moment, he would have torn him apart with his hands. Turning abruptly, he lurched toward the mine vent. Fury hurled him downward through the darkness, making for the Buckskin's main tunnel. He knew ways of avoiding the guards there, and even with cold calculation returning, he meant to have things out with Stan at the earliest possible moment. A secondary drift led him out on the rocky slope a few hundred yards from the mine tunnel. So swiftly had he traveled that he was in time to see Rip and Gator going over the trail toward Lost Angel. Stan and Peters Caleb watched them out of sight, and then at a sign from the latter stepped into a wooden tool shack which Stan had had erected near at hand. Buck's eyes narrowed at that. A moment later, he was flitting across the slope from rock to rock, till he found himself near the rear of the shack. Drawing close like some noiseless, distorted shadow, he put his ear to a crack in the boards and listened. "You'll have to keep a closer watch on Rip and his partner, that's all," Stan was saying to Peters in a tone of finality. "We'll have to do more than that to 'em." Caleb threw back. There was deep uneasiness in his tone. "Don't you realize things are tightening up on my boys every day? Haley tells me the ranchers have brought in trackers. I damn well know they've got gunmen on the range. And then you had to go hire these 2 detectives. He was savage. Why didn't you make it 2 wolves and be done with it? Stan tried to placate him, but for once Peters cut him off short. Don't give me none of that stuff, he rasped angrily. I'm telling you, if things don't change mighty quick, the steers are just going to stop coming, that's flat. Silence. Then from Stan, I know. I can promise you things will be better before long, if you'll just hang on. I was practically forced to agree to hiring Rip and Gibbs by Sharon Longstreet. The lie slipped off his tongue glibly. But I'm figuring right now on a way to get rid of her. In fact, I've already got something started. How you mean? Peters demanded, caught. Slack hesitated over his reply. He had thought things out since his last meeting with Tim Buck. The latter's grinding domination was slowly and steadily forcing him to the point of revolt, and at last he believed he saw a way clear. It entailed doing away with Buck, which would take some doing, but the advantages so far outweighed the risk that he could not afford to hesitate. Not only was there a nice profit in rustled stuff, but here was the Buckskin Mine with its rich new vein. Whenever he thought of that last, Stan's rapacity threatened to run away with him. It looked like he was sure of a good thing, all to himself, if he handled it right. I'll just take over the railroad, lock, stock and barrel, he said coolly. His tone said that he knew how well enough. There's going to be fat pickings here if the camp opens up again, freight receipts and the like. Well, Peters was unappeased. It sounds long on talk to me, and short on the results. But I'm willing to wait and see. It won't be long, Stan assured him smoothly. Buck waited for no more. Sensing the breakup of the conference, he stole away before there was any chance of discovery. Shortly, he was back in the mine. He lost no time in reaching Lost Angel, where once more he chalked up the symbol on a Chinatown poster which would call Stan to him. Later Stan saw that summons, and a swift frown raced across his brow. Now that he had taken the first furtive steps toward independence, it irked him to be at Buck's beck and call. Prospecting for some means of eliminating the others safely and surely, he had all but blurted the truth out to Peters Caleb there in the tool shed, and would have been hard put to it to explain why at the last minute he had not. Even now, he wanted to ignore Buck's call. He actually walked past the mouth of the alley with that intention. But something warned him to go slow. It would be fatal to tip his hand too soon. Turning back, he made his way into the alley and sounded his owl hoot. From the promptness with which Buck pounced out at him, even before his lips opened, it was plain he had plenty on his mind. His first words confirmed it. Well, Stan, you managed to put in a busy day and no mistake. It was an ugly snarl. Stan stared at him while a secret pang shot through his vitals. Was it possible the cripple had somehow divined the recent trend of his thoughts? For a moment, that possibility held him in its chilling grip. Then he relaxed. He was safe. How could Buck have possibly found out anything, cut off as he was from communication with anyone but himself? For the moment, so great was his relief, the other's next speech only served further to allay his fears. I was up there on the mountain watching when you ordered that garden torn up. That was my garden, Stan, the one thing I valued, and you tossed it away like an old boot. I'll never forgive you. Stan started, and his face changed. No. Your garden. He was incredulous, voluble. Why, I was sure it belonged to one of them old rawhides down in camp. I'll swear. You needn't, Buck cut him off harshly. Talk ain't going to make up for the damage you done. There ain't no use in trying it. He appeared to gather driving force, and his words became explosive. You know I can always tell what you're thinking, Stan. I can read it in your face. Right now, you're turning over the chances of grabbing the Nevada Midland away from that girl. It'll be a good thing, you're thinking, especially if the camp opens up again. You'll grab it, have it all to yourself. So you figure. Am I right? Slack's graying face was answer enough. Buck drilled him with his pale eyes and slowly shook his huge head. You'll never do that, Stan. Don't you try. I told you once that railroad was mine. Double-cross me, and I'll squash you the same as I'd step on an ant. It was like a pronouncement of doom. Stan was crushed. It left him panicky as well. By what devilish ingenuity did Buck manage to learn these things? There was something uncanny about it that sent a shudder over Stan. I was aimin' to talk it over with you, he muttered. Why should the girl have all the gravy if the road turns out to be making a little money? He explained his plans. Buck studied him cagily, devils of hatred and contempt in his pupils. That sounds better, he murmured deliberately. Just see that you go on looking at things that way. I've decided, he went on, to take over the railroad myself. You'll manage the details. It won't be hard. All you have to do is clamp down on the girl. The way things are, she'll be forced to turn everything over for satisfaction of debt. He mistook the glint in Stan's eyes for one of attention. For some minutes they discussed Stan's course of action, and before they parted, the latter understood exactly what it was he was supposed to do. Stan's face was flinty as he continued on down Lost Angel Street toward Wither's store. Old Suki was there, holding forth as usual to Cyclone Bradley and half a dozen other men. Rip and Gator were with them. All Stan's old authority had returned by the time he stepped in the door and paused in the middle of the floor. The silence which followed his arrival he arrogated to himself. Withers, he began heavily, your garden up on the mountain was called to my attention today. I had it rooted out, and I'll do the same for any other garden I find up there. That's a warnin'. I reckon it goes for all of you gents, and we might's well be plain and clear about it. I don't want no trespassin'. I leased that Buckskin property, and I don't aim to have nobody foolin' around up there. If I'm forced to, I'll use sterner methods to prevent it. Is that understood? Suki heard him out, staring in amazement. Garden, he said blankly. I dunno nothin' about no gardens. Stan was well aware of the fact, but he was carrying this thing to a conclusion for the benefit of Rip and Gator. Never mind the excuses, he grunted shortly. It was either you or one of your cronies that was so busy up there, it don't matter who this time. Just see that it don't happen again, that's all. Rip stared at him in silence. He could not help reflecting how little use he had for this man's methods. And he liked the man himself no better. But if Stan was involved in any activities that were actually outside the law, Rip had not as yet discovered what they were. Incensed at Stan's cool arrogance, Withers and Bradley and the others were beginning to fire up. Their leathery skin reddened, and there was a dangerous glint showing in their faded eyes. In another moment, they would blast him in proper style. Stan saw what was coming. He started to head it off by turning away, but before he could take a step, there sounded the quick rush of hurrying feet on the steps outside, and a second later, Sharon Longstreet appeared in the door. She was breathless and visibly excited. Paying no heed to the rest of the men in the store, her gaze remained fastened on Stan. Her tone was clear and purposeful. Mr. Stan, it has just reached me that you've decided to make some changes in your arrangements for shipping tailings from the Buckskin, or so the WP freight agent tells me. Stan appeared surprised to see her, but his answer was smooth. That's right, Miss Longstreet. Her direct gaze did not waver. It seems strange that they should have heard about it before I did, she said plainly, since I am chiefly concerned. May I ask what the change in your plans amounts to? Why, certainly. I didn't want to say anything to you till I knew it was unavoidable. The fact is, I'm intending to close down, stop shipping altogether. Speaking under direct instructions from Tim Buck, Stan yet managed to make it sound like the result of sober deliberation. I expected a better return than I've been getting. The best thing I can do is to take my licking and like it. At the first word of a change of plans, Rip and Gator straightened up with a jerk. It was their earliest intimation of anything like this. They listened with deep interest and mounting suspicion. Sharon was obviously taken back by the disastrous significance of Stan's words. "Whiteface," she exclaimed, "but you can't do that. If you stop shipping, it will leave me in a terrible hole. The basis of our agreement was that you would be working all summer. I still owe the money you lent me to repair the track at this end of the line." "I know, and I'm plumb sorry it had to work out this way," Stan returned suavely. "But there it is. Of course, I'll do all I can to help you. For instance, I'll be willing to consider a settlement of your debt instead of demanding the money. The Nevada Midland is so run down it ain't worth much anymore. It'll always be a load on your back. Nobody else would want it, but I'll consent to take it off your hands." Watching her reaction narrowly, he added, "I might even be able to give you a few $100 extra and beyond the debt." Sharon gasped at the effrontery of the preposterous offer, but it was Rip who spoke up in a deceptive drawl. "A joke is a joke, Stan. Don't carry the thing too far." And to Sharon, "Miss Longstreet, he hasn't any real intention of stepping his shipments. You can ease your mind." His words were quiet, but there was a challenge in his smile as he turned to Stan. Stan whirled on him with unexpected fury. "Keep your suggestions to yourself," he rasped. "I've already had an example of your reasoning today, and I don't think much of it." Rip's face went flat and hard. "It don't make sense, Stan, wanting to buy up a railroad that you claim is worthless." "I don't know that it means anything to you," Stan ground out. "You put your nose in altogether too many things that don't concern you, Rip." "This concerns me," was the frosty answer. "You'll never take the Nevada Midland away from Sharon Longstreet as easy as that. I've met up with some smooth crooks in my time, but for sheer downright gall you've got them all stopped cold. If I called you a coyote, I'd have to apologize to the next one I met." Sharon flashed him a look at once grateful and apprehensive, and the listening old-timers jerked their chins down in stout concurrence with his sentiments. As for Stan, he glared biliously for a second before he exploded. "Rip, you're fired. You and Gibbs can get out of Lost Angel as quick as you please. And leave you to play your rotten game with a free hand, is that it?" Gator threw at him harshly. "I guess not, Stan. Now that we know what you're up to, we'll sure stay. And what's more, we'll stop you cold." Rage tightened Stan's beefy face at the turn things were taking. This pair had been a thorn in his side from the minute he had laid eyes on them. Driven and harried as he was on every side, he had grown desperate. Things threatened to come to a head with crashing swiftness now. The men here were aware of his thought, even as it flashed in his brain. In the tense silence which fell, their eyes waited for the lightning drop of his hand which would spell a gunplay. Sharon was white to the lips. But Stan was not so far gone that he was lost to all caution. It had never been his way to risk anything less than a sure bet. And the odds were heavily against him now. Slowly he relaxed as the tautness ran out of him. "Do what you please then," he grated. "No one is interested in your actions. But something can be done about it if you get too nosy." He strove to put a bold face on it as he turned away, but it was a back-down that fooled nobody. Rip shrugged and turned to Sharon. She had a tense smile for him as she started for the door. It was all the invitation he needed. He and Gator followed her outside, and the three walked back through Lost Angel's deserted street in the direction of the railroad. Rip and Gator were leading their ponies. "Do you think he will really do as he says?" Sharon asked Rip with ill-concealed anxiety. Stan. If he's sure he can gain by it, he will, was the grim reply. But I wouldn't worry too much about that. We slowed him up a little. I don't think he'll move till he's turned it over some more. In the meantime, we're going to stick around. Please be careful, she exclaimed impulsively. Your lives are in danger. I'm sure of it. And yet, her voice broke slightly. I have no one else whatever to depend on. But for you, I might already be ruined. You must know how grateful I am. Shucks, ma'am, he cut her off. We'll see you through, and glad of the chance. We've got a stake in this ourselves. Don't you worry about us, we'll get along fine. He went on in this vein, seeking to restore her shaken confidence till they were near the tracks. Her gasoline scooter was waiting there. Sharon stepped aboard, ready for the return to Crazy Horse. Rip was holding her with a lightly spoken jest for the pleasure of watching her smile, when the swift clatter of a madly driven horse whirled them around. They recognized by Janice, old Ted Johnson's brother-in-law, who ran a little spread over on Bone Creek. He was one of the men whom Rip and Gator had met on the Wishbone. Seeing them, he reined this way and drew in with a jerk. A glance told that Janice was boiling with excitement. His face was flinty, his glance sharp. Sharon exclaimed instantly, "What is it, Bide? Is there something wrong?" "I'll say there is." Janice bit the words off. 2 days ago, we was huntin' the sign of one rustled bunch, ma'am, when we run plumb onto some more of the rustlers at their work. There was lead thrown, and 2 or 3 of the boys got nicked. "Jim?" Sharon demanded. "Has he been hurt?" The words seemed dragged out of her, and she waited for the answer. "No. I was with him. Grimes didn't get so much as a touch," Janice assured her. "But later we parted, and—" he paused, reluctant to voice the rest of it, but forged on. "Ma'am, Grimes ain't been seen since." "Bide," she whispered anxiously. "You mean—" He nodded stonily. "Jim's disappeared. We've hunted high and low, and he ain't new here's on the range." "What could have happened to him?" "Well, if the rustlers got hold of him, he could have been shot and tossed down a hole in the rocks," said Bide bluntly, not pulling his punches. "We didn't get to see who they was. Whatever happened, somebody figured to put Jim away. We think." "Yes." The girl's query was tense. "We think," Janice continued thinly, his steely gaze swiveling suddenly to cover Rip and Gator, "these 2 gents here had something to do with it." At this thin-drawn moment, Sharon's gasp was plainly heard. Before she could speak, Rip beat her to it. "So you think Gator and I had something to do with Grimes' disappearing, Janice?" He had not moved, and his voice betrayed nothing. Bide nodded, watching them narrowly. His answer was soft only in tone. Its meaning cried a flat challenge. He said, "That's what we think, Rip." Sharon exclaimed, "But that's nonsense. Why should Rip and Gator be interested in getting Jim out of the way?" "Reason enough," Janice gave back heartily. "I reckon you ain't heard." Chapter 16. A dead silence fell, and in it the threats passed the very day Jim disappeared, ma'am. But there wasn't no love lost on either side. "Threats," she said. Rip explained about the meeting on the Wishbone Range. "I expect we were both hasty, but I swear there were no actual threats, and less by Bart Galey," he added, "and neither Gator nor I have seen Grimes since." "That's all easy to say, Rip," Janice retorted. "But who's to know what orders you got from Dan Stan?" "I can tell you the answer to that," Sharon declared quickly, in a relieved tone. "Not 10 minutes ago, Mr. Stan discharged Rip for calling him a crook and a coyote." Bide's jaw dropped. He looked both mystified and interested, while Sharon explained what had taken place in Wither's store. "I'll be damned," he said under his breath at the end. "And then, Rip, you've had us all guessing. What in hell is your game in this country? There was still a reserve in his tone. Rip said, "We came here to run down a bunch of rustlers, and that's what we're doing, Janice." It was pretty plain that the methods you men were using wouldn't get us anywhere. We decided to play our own hand and let you and Grimes and the others think what you would. When we got this offer from Stan, I thought it was suspicious. The shrewdest move was to accept, of course. "We haven't learned anything," he admitted, "but Stan is a crook. He's proved that." Before he had spoken a dozen words, the tension eased. When he concluded, Bide shoved his bronc forward and thrust out a hand. "I've got to apologize to you, Rip. You and your partner. I reckon we all have. You've satisfied me that you're on the level." Even Gator was grinning as they shook hands. Sharon spoke up. "Rip, will you go with Bide at once? Help him and the others to find Jim." Her anxiety was unmistakable. To her surprise, Rip shook his head. "I'm afraid we can't do that," he gave back reluctantly. "Gator and I are playing this hand out our own way. We'll do what we can to find Grimes, but I can't guarantee just how soon we'll get results." He didn't elaborate on his opinion that there was much more to be done than finding Jim. There could be nothing gained in admitting to Sharon his conviction that unless drastic steps were taken, and soon, the Nevada Midland, her only livelihood, would be swept away. Stan had his plans laid, and his grip was steadily, ruthlessly closing. If Rip found himself unable to halt the latter, there would be no one to stand between the girl and her ruin. Sharon hesitated. Her willingness to assent at all was the measure of her trust in him, for she was wholly unable to hide her great anxiety for Grimes. "Very well," she said. "If it must be that way, it must. I will run down to Indian Wells, get a pony there, and ride to Ted Johnson's Lazy Lightning." She turned to Janice. "You say the other ranchers are there now. I'll undertake to square Rip and Gator with them, if you have any trouble making them listen." And to Rip again, "If you find you need any help, then you can get it." Rip's eyes thanked her. Once again, however, he shook his head. "It's good of you," he said, "but you won't have to bother. Ted Johnson knows all about us." And to Janice, "Just tell Ted the time has come to speak up. He'll put you right about Gator and me." Bide looked at him in surprise. "You mean there's an understanding between you and Johnson, Rip?" "That's right. Ted knows about every move we've been making, and why." Janice shook his head in bewilderment. "Danged if you ain't a wise one, Rip," he said humbly. "I see it all now. But you sure kept the rest of us in the dark." "It seemed the best way," Rip smiled faintly. "But you know now what to do. We better all get going." He reined his bronc around, and Gator followed suit. Saying so long with raised hands, they jogged away. "Rip," Gator began, after some minutes of thought, "what's your idea of what happened to Grimes?" "I couldn't say. It wasn't them rustlers that got him," Gator proceeded positively. "They'd have knocked him off where they found him and let him lay." "Reckon so. But this hombre in the mine, now, what if it should be this Tim Buck you was telling me about?" "It was Grimes's father who was responsible for his accident," Gator reminded. "Maybe he's snagged Jim and is holding him in the buckskin." "It's just barely possible that's what happened," Rip conceded. "There's more than one reason for our being interested in that mine, any way you look at it." "What'll you do then?" "We'll ride a circle around here," was the deliberate answer, "and see what we can find." It suited Gator, although what they proposed was far from easy, entailing as it did a climb high on the shoulder of Superstition Mountain. Soon, they were high above the valley. The view from here was vast, including vista of the Calico Hills and the distant desert. But they were not interested in scenery. They kept their eyes glued to the ground. It was Rip who made the first discovery. "Look here," he directed sharply, pointing to something on what might be taken for a faintly defined trail through the brush. Pushing forward, Gator saw the traces of old cattle droppings. Instantly, his interest was aroused. Huh. Somebody's been fogging steers along here. It's a cinch they wouldn't drift this high of their own accord. Without a word, Rip fell to following the faint trail. Gator was not far behind him. And now, they divided their attention between the ground and the rocks and brush to the fore. Neither would have been in the least surprised to run onto a hidden brush corral. Instead, the trail led steadily downward until they were once more on the valley's floor. Half an hour later, they drew up within 100 yards of the rocky mouth of the Buckskin Mine. "Well," Gator exclaimed in a significant tone. But they were due for an even greater surprise. In the deepening twilight, they saw 4 men ride out of the mine tunnel on saddle horses. Peter's Caleb was at their head. "Get in the brush," Rip snapped. "We ain't letting those gents spot us." He spoke none too soon. Scarcely had they concealed themselves when Caleb and his men turned this way and struck out briskly. They rode by so close that their muttered talk could be heard. When they were gone, Rip murmured, "We'll just make sure where they're going." They started after. It was not 10 minutes before they thought they had lost the men altogether. Only the fact that the others had been seen was assurance of the fact that they were near. Rip and Gator picked them up again, presently. The difficulty of keeping them in sight at all was proof enough of the secretiveness of their movements. All too plainly, Caleb and his companions rode in fear of discovery. Rip drew in at length. His tone was crisp. "There goes your rustlers," was what he said. Gator merely nodded, gazing through slitted eyes after Peters and the rest. "Getting the dead wood on friend Stan at last," he commented grimly. "We following them buzzards?" Rip's hesitation was of the briefest. The way had led back up the mountain again. Just now they were on a shoulder from which they could see afar. "No, we're staying right here. There's no tellin' which way the cattle jump." He reflected a moment and then added, "I'd give something to know what Stan is doing right now." At that moment, Stan was pacing the narrow confines of the tool shed before the Buckskin Mine. His restlessness was deep. The ease with which Tim Buck manipulated his movements as he chose had become so galling that it was like the exposed nerve of a tooth which he could not leave alone. Bitterest of all was the knowledge that his hope of possessing the Nevada Midland all for himself bade fair to fall through. Worse still, Buck had in some diabolical fashion become aware of his plans just at the critical moment. It would be harder than ever, if not impossible, to catch him off his guard. Yet it had to be done. The increasing drive of that necessity flung Stan this way and that in the grasp of his fear and hatred. At last, it came to him that thinking about it would get him nowhere. "There's no use dependent on Peters or anyone else," he gritted. "I've got to finish that wolf myself. Do it the only way it can be done. A slug in the back'll stop Buck for good. That way, nobody'll know." Spinning on his heel, he caught up a repeating rifle leaning against the wall of the shed and turned to the door. Soon, he was climbing the steep flank of superstition. The sweat that beaded his jowls was not all the result of his nervous haste. There was a fever in his brain, a terrible itch in his trigger finger. Night was falling by the time he drew near the cup on the slope containing Buck's garden. Like an animal, he stole through the brush till he overlooked the spot from a rocky ledge. Cautiously, he peered down. As he had hoped, he was afraid vainly. Buck was there even now, moving about in the cultivated patch. Most of the wilted, drooping plants which Stan had uprooted he had reset in a vain effort to save them. At present he was carrying water, portioning it out, fingering the limp leaves regretfully, utterly engrossed in his occupation. Stealthily, Stan raised his rifle and trained it on the unsuspecting figure. He did not fire immediately, however. His nerves were jumping so badly that he scarcely dared trust his aim. There was some malign yet potent force in the character of Buck, which struck into him even from this distance. Grimly, he steeled himself to shoot before the other became aware of his danger. The crash of the rifle echoed up the side of Superstition with metallic, fading reverberations. Stan stared transfixed across the sights at his would-be victim. But Buck did not drop, as he had expected him to. Instead, he whirled, his deformed body making him look like some unnatural monster preparing to leap. Without a second's delay, his six-gun cracked. Granite dust flew from the ledge behind which Stan lay. Stan knew an instant's panic then. True, the light had not been good. His nerves were frayed and jumpy. Yet it seemed to him that there was a devil in that man down there in the garden which protected him, rendered him indestructible. Stan fired again, then several times in rapid succession without apparent result. Buck not only replied with interest, but he started this way like a charging bull. It was too much for Stan. A yell of terror was jerked out of him. Without taking thought, he rolled over, gained his feet, and started thrashing down the mountainside through the brush. Within a minute of the time of his first shot, he was in full flight. Another minute put him well beyond range of Buck's small gun, but still he drove downward in mad haste, hounded by a nameless fear. Something told him his enemy would guess his identity unerringly. Buck might even have recognized him. Not yet did Stan take time to reflect what the inevitable consequences would be, but their portent overshadowed him. Scarcely half a mile away, Rip and Gator heard the scattered shots. Whirling to peer in the direction from which they had sounded, they asked themselves what it meant. Gator evinced astonishment. He exclaimed, "That can't be them rustlers." "Be quiet." Rip cut him off. In the silence which ensued, they caught a crashing and crackling in the brush. Hastily moving to a better vantage, they saw a man on foot plunging down the mountain. Gator's jaw dropped. "What the hell?" "That's Stan," Rip rasped, recognizing the other's shape. "Somebody's been smoking him." But who? In the fading light they watched Stan out of sight, but waited in vain for any pursuit. Rip prospected the idea of climbing the slope to learn what they could in that direction, but finally he gave over. Too late for that. "We'll stay where we are," he decided. "We're here for a reason that still holds good." Wait as they would, they learned nothing more. Time passed, but Rip's patience endured. There was a late moon. Even that was beginning to fade into the darkness which preceded dawn, when at last they were rewarded. Suddenly Rip jerked alert and murmured one word, "Listen." What they heard was the thud of hoofs on rock. Creeping to the edge of the brush, they looked out to see upwards of a dozen steers being hazed along, in charge of 4 riders whom they had no difficulty in recognizing. They were Peter's Caleb and his men. When they passed, Rip and Gator fell in behind. This time, they had no trouble in keeping up, for the direction was plain enough, and it led straight toward the Buckskin Mine. Just as the sky started to pale toward the east, the partners watched from cover while the rustled steers were hazed into the mine tunnel. "So that's the how of it," Gator grunted his comprehension. "They're holding the over-branded stuff in the mine while it's healing. There's likely 10 miles of gallery in there, and plenty of room. But they must be driving the stuff out some other way when it's ready to move, Rip." The latter nodded. "We've sure got something to go on now," he said. "Our first move'll be to get in that mine." "There'll be guards down there," Gator exclaimed. "And this time, they'll savvy what we're after." He didn't have to say what that meant. The answer was a shrug. "We've got to get into the mine," Rip said plainly, "and that's what we'll do." Waiting only long enough to give the rustlers a chance to get out of the way, they pushed forward. Stan was nowhere in evidence. Dismounting at a little distance, they made boldly for the mine entrance. An armed man stepped forward as they neared, barring their path. "Stay where you are," he warned roughly. "I had special orders that you was to be kept off of Buckskin property, Rip. You better head the other way." "Where's Stan?" Rip queried easily, to distract the other as he pressed close. "We want to talk to him." "I dunno where he is," was the surly response. "Stand back now. Don't you come no nearer, or I'll—" He never finished it. Before he was able to bring up his rifle, Rip lunged toward him swiftly and his fist lashed out. It caught the guard flush on the point of the jaw. The man staggered back, caught himself. The next instant, he flung forward with a rush. His gun had been knocked out of his grasp, but he still had his fists. Snarling his fury, he closed in with a roundhouse swing. Rip parried it. At the same time, he loosed a short, chopping blow that rocked his adversary. The man's guard came down, exposing his head. A second blow, into which Rip packed everything he had, picked the other up and flung him 10 feet to land heavily on his back. By an instinctive reflex, he started to struggle up on an elbow. But that last blow had been too much. He sank back to move no more. "Get on inside." Rip snapped to Gator, as voices were heard behind them in the open. But it was already too late. They had been seen. Several of Stan's men, coming from the direction of Lost Angel, raised a sudden shout and pounded this way. The next moment a gun banged. The slug struck the rocky wall at Gator's side and whined away viciously. "Come out of there, Rip. We got you now." Instead of complying, Rip and Gator sprang for the protection of the shadows deeper in the mine. Crouched behind a protecting shoulder of rock, they watched as these men closed in, effectually cutting off their chances of escape from the tunnel's mouth. Rifles began to bark. Gator answered briskly, then turned a rueful look on his companion. "Now we're in a swell jackpot," he grumbled. "With half a dozen of Stan's gunslingers out in front, and 4 of his rustlers behind us, things'll soon be gettin' plenty hot." The words were prophetic. They were scarcely uttered before the guns started to pound outside, and the slugs probed seemingly into every cranny and corner of the tunnel. Rip and Gator found their position untenable, and they fell back. It was some distance to the first lateral drift. They dared not pause till they had reached it. But there Gator stubbornly stuck, firing at every gun flash of their attackers. "You better be sparrin' of them cartridges," Rip warned. "There's no tellin' how soon we'll be gettin' out of this." It was good advice. A moment later, they caught Stan's heavy tones as he gave orders from the tunnel mouth. "Smoke them out of there," he cried harshly. "Cut them down. We ain't taking any chances with them hombres." The firing increased. Lead droned through the tunnel with a lethal song. There was always the danger of being struck by flying chips of rock from the walls. No sign had as yet come from the rear to advertise the fact that Peters, Caleb, and the other rustlers knew what was afoot, but not for a minute did Rip forget them. When things got so hot that it seemed they could no longer hold out without being hit, they fell back still farther. Rip recognized the desperateness of their case, for while the mine was wholly strange to them, Stan and his men knew it thoroughly. The circumstance might tell heavily against them in the end. Too, there was the fact that somewhere back in here the rustlers lay in wait, and neither neglected thought of the strange man they believed to be hiding in the mine. Darkness hampered them. They had no means of lighting their way save the few matches they carried, and the sparing shots they fired were more in the nature of warnings than anything else. Time dragged by. With a lull in the shooting, they started to crawl back toward the mine entrance. They had not gone a dozen feet before a renewal of the attack drove them back farther than before. Rip hunted for some means of escape, until at length he was forced to confess himself lost. Gator was muttering curses of exasperation under his breath, when suddenly Rip's grasp closed over his arm. "Huh?" he grunted. "Listen to that, Gator." In the silence which followed, there came to them the hollow bellowing of cattle, drifting through the rocky corridors from afar. "Good Lord!" Gator breathed his relief. "They're on another level. That explains why we ain't been attacked from the rear. From the sound, there must be something going on. Why, Rip, PDA swear they got a couple hundred head down in here." Rip's nod was grim. "We knew where they are now. But it won't help us any if we can't get out of here." Chapter 17. Crawling ever deeper in the mine, to a position of momentary security, Rip and Gator fell to counting their remaining cartridges and to a discussion of their chances. Though they had apparently solved the secret of the buckskin, their position seemed hopeless. "What about the way they're driving the steers out of here?" Gator queried. "If we can only find that, we got a chance." Rip assented. "We'll have to find it," he said simply. They started off. But if they had believed the bellowing of the steers would guide them, they were doomed to disappointment. Echoing in every gallery with lingering overtones, the sound was so deceptive that they were utterly unable to determine its direction. There were so many shafts, guarded for the most part with flimsy boarding, that they found it impossible even to make certain on what level the steers were being held. Occasionally, they heard Stan's men calling to one another. Now and then, a fusillade of shots rattled down the drift in which they had taken refuge. A shot or two in reply was enough to discourage any rushes. Once they heard Peters, Caleb rap out an order. The flickering light of a lantern or candle splashed down a shaft from an upper level. It told them that the rustlers had joined the hunt. "Wonder if Grimes really is down in here somewheres," said Gator suddenly in a lowered tone. He was no fool. Maybe he hit on the same thing we did, and the same thing happened to him. They may even have knocked him off. It was a possibility, and one to which Rip's thoughts were later to leap with dramatic understanding. Their own movements were more and more curtailed. Twice, they sought by crawling to other levels to work back past Stan's men toward the mouth of the mine. Both times, a hail of lead at a critical moment warned them that all means of egress had been closed off. The only way open to them was back into the mine. They could work deeper and deeper as they were doing, no more. The time came when Gator started to take in the extra notches in his belt. The dread of slowly starving to death was more real to him than the fear of being shot down. Rip assured him that imagination was working on him. They had not been in the mine for more than a matter of 12 or 15 hours. Fortunately, they found an occasional trickle of water by means of which to allay their thirst. By taking turns, they managed to snatch a little rest. But if they had hoped to outwait Stan, they were slated for signal failure. His patience was even shorter than theirs, but his persistence was endless. More than once, they heard him haranguing his cohorts angrily. One time, the talk was so close that every word was distinguishable. "You've been throwing it into me for days to do something about Rip and Gibbs," Stan hurled at Peter's Caleb. "Now they're cornered, and you got a free hand. Why don't you wade in and smoke them down?" "Yeah," Peters was vindictive. "Why don't I bed down with a couple of rattlers?" Stan cursed him with heat. Suddenly Peters cut him off, his tone jarring with a new note of menace. "Lay off the rough stuff, Stan. What's eatin' you, anyway? Them hombres are penned up. They can't make a play. But you're as spooked as if everything had gone to hell." "I ain't trustin' that pair a minute," was Slack's grating answer. "As long as they're alive, they're dynamite." "Reckon I feel that way myself," Peters grunted. "But damn it, Stan, I still think you're covering up something." As a matter of fact, Stan was. There was a double fear riding him. And if he bore down in emphasis to Peters on one side of it, that did not make his secret dread rest any lighter. Common intelligence told him that he must move before the enemy had time to join forces. He pretended a harshness that was not his as he rasped to Peters, "Talk won't help us. I want Rip and his partner hunted down and finished, and I want it done now." "Suppose you take a hand yourself if you're in such a sweat," Peters flared, his tolerance worn thin. Stan was silent for a minute. "By grab I will," he burst out tensely. "Round up 2 or 3 of the boys. I'll put an end to this business in damn short order." The voices grew indistinct as the men moved away, but Rip and Gator had heard enough to warn them of what was coming. Hastily, they fell back in this pit-black drift, to the best spot they could find for standing off an attack. Using loose ore and rock which had crumbled down between the sure timbers, they threw up a barrier behind which they could crouch. There they fell to watching for whatever was to come first. They had not long to wait. It was Gator who jerked out suddenly, "By gravy, they're comin' with a light." He spoke truly. Down the drift appeared the wavering flicker of some sort of illumination. Soon, they were able to see it clearly. It was a candle, and there was something mysterious about its unsteady advance, for it threw no light on anyone near at hand, and seemed to be moving along close to the ground. Rip was the one who hit on the answer. "They've stuck that candle on the end of a plank," he murmured, "and they're shoving it along ahead of them." "Pretty clever stunt," his companion returned grudgingly. "All the same, I'll just see if I can't break that little game up." He raised his gun. Rip stopped him before he could fire. "Hold on. Maybe this is the chance we've been looking for." "What you mean?" "That'll be Stan and Caleb, and maybe a couple others behind that candle. They'll be watching sharp ahead, waiting for the lead to start the flyin'. If only we can find a hole to climb into and hide till they get past." "I get it." Gator chuckled. "We'll just let them waltz by without knowing they're doing it." That was Rip's idea. Giving over all thought of smoking out the advancing men, they fell to examining the walls of the drift for some hiding place which would answer their purpose. The shadows were too deep to see much, nor had they a moment to spare. Suddenly, however, Gator gave vent to a muted sound in his throat, and his eyes bugged out. Rip looked in the same direction. His surprise was as great. They had been so long in darkness in this ghostly place that they could not be sure they were not seeing things, and yet it seemed that at a point about halfway between them and the advancing candle, a gigantic twisted form was swinging down through the mine timbers from a hole in the roof of the drift. That grotesque figure could be only one man. "Tim Buck." Rip breathed. "He's got his eyes on Stan and the others." Freezing, they watched. Buck moved with the stealth of a specter. Crouching behind a mine timber, he waited with Indian patience while the candle on the plank approached. The dull scrape of boots over the tunnel floor could be faintly heard, the low whisper of voices. Buck drew back as the circle of light neared his hiding place. Rip and Gator waited breathless to see what he would do. Suddenly, the malformed giant galvanized into action. For a second, it was impossible to divine his intent. Then Rip understood. With his tremendous strength, Buck was pushing out the rotten upright which supported the roof of this drift. Stan, Peters, and the others spotted him and let out a yell of surprise. Stan was the first to recover from it, unerring recognition sending a knife thrust of fear through him. "Drill him," he yelled to his men. "Blast him down. He'll kill us all if we don't get him first." Springing up, they didn't wait for explanations. Their danger was plain enough. Guns thundered hollowly, just as a great section of the rock came rumbling down. Turning, they tried to race back to safety. Rip got a flash of Stan himself, his face distorted with terror. A man beside him was struck down, flung on his face. He scrambled up, only to be caught a second time by a rocky mass that crushed the life out of him. Still Buck labored on, tore at the mine timbers with maddened ferocity. "I told you I'd be your finish, Stan, you double-crossing hound," he screamed. "This is the last time you'll buck my game." Desperate, Stan whirled to throw a slug at him. If the shot took effect, it was not apparent. Before he could fire again, the walls and roof of the drift caved in with a tremendous roar, closing the tunnel. It was an avalanche in which the cripple suddenly found himself caught. When he sought to swing up and away, the trap closed over his legs. His grip was wrenched free and he went down, pinned. No part of the significance of what had passed escaped Rip. With a lightning-swift flash of illumination, the truth hit him, Buck's embittered words explaining everything that had puzzled him so long. Breaking from the vice of his surprise, Rip sprang forward and, grasping Buck about the shoulder, attempted to drag him free. "Help me, Gator," he exclaimed. "This is the gent we came on this range to get. He'll never be any good to us if we don't get him out of here in a hurry." Gator had gathered the truth as quickly. He lost no time in doing as he was bid. Together they managed to extricate Buck and pull him back as another section of the roof fell that would have crushed them all had it caught them. Buck had been struck on the neck by a jagged piece of quartz. It was an ugly gash. Although partially stunned, he had his wits about him as he struggled up to glower at them malignantly. "I know you," he rasped. "Rip and Gibbs." "That's us," Rip told him, the repelling ugliness of the man sending a cold chill through him. "Buck, what do you know about Jim Grimes?" he jerked out hurriedly. "Is he somewhere here in the mine?" "You're—" "Hold on, Buck." Buck only glared, his beady eyes glinting in his flat face. "Come on, open up," Gator advised roughly. But still, Buck stood there, as if this was a situation he didn't know what to do about, as indeed it was, for his discovery by this pair threatened to overthrow all his calculations. His only chance lay in getting them out of the way and doing it in a hurry. Something of his thoughts must have shown in his eyes, for Rip exclaimed, "Grab him, Gator. Don't let him get away." Gator started to lay his grasp on Buck's arm. With a sudden movement, the cripple flung him off, and whirling, headed the other way. Rip tried to step him, crying, "You ain't going nowheres. Not if we have to stop you for keeps." Pressing both of the partners aside, as easily as though he was dealing with children, Buck leapt toward the mass of debris on the floor of the drift. Rip and Gator closed in again. With them hanging to his great body, but unable to stop him, the giant hauled himself up to the gallery overhead. Once there, he brushed them off like flies. Then, with lurching fleetness, he started away. It was soon evident that with his knowledge of the mine, Buck was able to avoid them easily. Racing from one drift into another, blundering into the walls and other unseen obstructions, it was all they could do to keep from being shot down themselves. Buck's gun spat again and again in their direction, the slugs droning close, until the hopelessness of pursuit drove home. "It'll take some doing to get out of here with a whole hide, let alone catching him," Gator jerked out tensely. For the moment, Buck seemed indeed to have given them the slip, but Rip continued to probe their surroundings with wary alertness. "What's that?" he queried suddenly, pointing. "It looks like daylight." "It is daylight," Gator broke in. "And that's the out Buck's heading for. He must be." They started hurriedly toward the light. They were still half a dozen yards from the tunnel mouth when something hurtled through the air and fell rolling at their feet, something that sputtered and fizzed with fiery life. "Good Lord!" Rip ejaculated. "Get out of this. Get out before that dynamite tears loose." Grabbing Gator by the shoulder, he whirled him violently toward the open. Scarcely had they burst through the mouth of the tunnel, high on the flank of superstition, before the blast went off with a hollow, snarling roar. The jar and crunch of loosened rock was like an earth tremor. The tunnel closed with a collapsing crash. Gator whirled. "Hell's hinges," he whipped out. Buck shucked us and slammed the door in our face. "We've lost him, Rip." The other assented curtly. "We're wise to the setup, at any rate," he added. "The thing now is to get down the mountain and go for help. Small chance of getting our broncs back. No, Stan's crowd have picked up our horses by now. We'll have to follow the railroad tracks on foot till we can cut over to the Wishbone." They looked down the slope, where the smoke of the Nevada Midland locomotive could be seen. Rip studied it in puzzlement. He knew that a train was being loaded down there. "Damn queer that Stan should be shipping tailings on top of what's happened," he said thoughtfully. They could make nothing of it, but the circumstance gave Rip an idea. "If we can get a mile or so down the tracks in time," he said, "we can climb on and ride the rods instead of having to hoof it." It was half an hour after dark before they struck the right-of-way, footsore and weary. Rip sized up the situation concretely when he said, "We've been after Small Fry up to now. It wasn't Stan who knocked the hotel out from under us or tried to kill us with the ore car. The wreck, everything Stan is just a dangerous crook. Buck is a madman." Their nerves were worn thin with waiting before the faint echoing scream of a whistle advertised the fact that the train had started. They crawled behind a rock till the engine rumbled past, then sprang out and made for the cars. Swinging under the last one, they pulled themselves up on the rods. They had not been seen. A moment later, the train was picking up speed. It was no easy tedke to hang on against the jar and jolt of the car over the uneven roadbed. Grit blew up in their faces. They lay stretched out, their hands gripping the rods tightly. Suddenly, Rip felt a drop of something wet fall on the back of his hand. Queer. It hadn't rained for days. There could be no moisture in those tailings. He looked up at the car floor, and another drop splashed on his upturned face. It felt warm, sticky. He tested a drop with his tongue and knew what he had found. It wasn't water that had splashed him. It was blood. "Gator," he said slowly, "I know where Jim Grimes is." "Huh?" Gator was where? "He's buried under these tailings over our head. His blood is leaking through the car floor." "You mean he was in the mine, that Bucks killed him?" "That's what I mean." It didn't take long to convince Gator. "We got evidence now. But don't you be too sure we'll ever get Buck and Stan to trial. More apt to be a short rope, and a quick one for them when folks learn the facts." Rip agreed thoroughly. "We're staying on this train," he announced, "till we get to Crazy Horse. The sooner we get the sheriff lined up, the better." The train rumbled through Indian Wells not long after. It seemed an endless time while it whirled down through the winding canyons to Crazy Horse. As the train pulled in, Rip and Gator tumbled out from under their car and darted for the shadows beside piled ties. Rip led the way toward the main street. It was nearly midnight, but he was confident that Lint Hoff would be somewhere in evidence. The lawman was. The street proved empty, but no sooner had they stepped in the door of the Golden Palace than they saw Hoff at the bar. Rip's glance fell on the man he was talking with, and he stopped dead, his jaw dropping. An exclamation of amazement burst from his lips. "Good Lord!" Gator was no less startled. The man standing at the bar with Hoff, a glass at his elbow, was Jim Grimes. Chapter 18. The fact that Grimes was still alive was a jolt to Rip, but it was not his chief concern now. His gaze flicked to Lint Hoff's face. "What's on your mind, Rip?" the sheriff asked, noting his excitement. "Plenty," Rip assured him. "With your help, we're ready to put an end to the hell that's run this country ragged for 2 years. To Grimes, he said, "This will interest you. We've found your Rustler, and we can explain a good many things besides that have been puzzling you." Hoff's jaw bulged. "I'd guess you're talking about just one man, Rip," he exclaimed gruffly. "You mean Stan?" "I mean Tim Buck." If he had expected to surprise them, he was not disappointed. "Buck?" Grimes ejaculated incredulously. Why, that's nonsense. Buck isn't even in the country. Don't be so sure of that, Rip retorted. He's been living in the Buckskin Mine for months, and he's had plenty of help. Help? Hoff snorted. You are meanin' Stan. Now right. Buck and Stan. Hoff exploded. A madman and a rattler. You've had Gator and me wrong from the start, Grimes, Rip ran on. He quickly explained why he had accepted Stan's offer. Before he finished, Grimes and the sheriff had the complete story of all that had happened at Lost Angel and the Buckskin Mine. I've certainly made a mistake about you and your partner, Rip, Grimes admitted. You've been doing a fine job. The last I'd heard of you, you disappeared, Rip continued to Grimes. None of your friends knew where you were. That was 3 days ago. I had you dead. What you mean, you had him dead? Hoff demanded. Rip told him of his discovery. I've been in Salt Lake, Grimes explained. Maybe I can set you right about the blood in the car. I got the idea that Stan might be getting away with butchered beef. So, I went to Salt Lake to check up on his shipments. I didn't find out anything. But this blood dripping through the car floor sounds mighty interesting. Hoff nodded grimly. We're investigating them cars, he declared. Leaving the saloon, they headed for the Nevada Midland station, where Stan's train stood on the tracks. There was a light in the office. They found Sharon still there, going over the books and figuring anxiously. As they stepped in, her glance fell on Grimes. Jim, she exclaimed. You're safe. You've come back. There was a world of meaning in her tone, but Grimes chose to ignore it. Hoff drove straight to the business in hand. Miss Longstreet, I'm having a look at Stan's cars. Will you have Rucker push them on to the sit-in? Once the cars were on the side track, Rip, Gator, and Grimes climbed aboard. At last Gator exclaimed, Well now, take a look at that. On the floor of the car, the carcass of a freshly killed steer could be seen. Soon others were unearthed. It makes Buck's game clear from the beginning, Rip declared. He got Stan in his hands when he saved him at that trial. He's been working through him ever since. Organized this gang to do the rustling, beefed the steers in the mine, and shipped them under the tailings, which probably paid the freight and made the rustling all gravy. Not that the money was all that mattered to Buck. That's even. We'll put an end to it. Hoff thrust in grimly. Buck's a mad dog, I'll swear in a posse. Hold on. Grimes halted him as he started to turn away. We ain't wastin' a minute, Hoff. It was his way of getting gospel. Grimes X Buck's got to be stopped all right, but he's dangerous, 100 times worse than Stan and his rustlers. He's got a grudge against every man that walks. The cant of a crazy grudge that'll balk at nothing. You'll need some real men with you to round up that outfit. You're right, Hoff agreed. He whirled to Clem Rucker. Get steam up on that locomotive. We're pillin' aboard and ridin' to Indian Wells. I'll swear in a posse of range men and push right on through the hills. We'll have Superstition Mountain surrounded before daylight. It meant a night's hard riding, but half an hour before dawn the posse, 20 strong, rode out on a ridge that faced the mine. There she is, Hoff rumbled. We're here in good time. I hope so, Gator muttered to Rip. Soon after midnight, Stan, Peters, Caleb, and several others had gathered in the main tunnel of the Buckskin to confer. All looked worried. We've been through them drifts with a fine-tooth comb, protested a man whom Stan had been grilling. There ain't a thing there, Stan. Rip and Gibbs seemed to have crawled in their hole and pulled the hole in after them. They ain't been seen since Buck pulled down them drift timbers, another seconded. Maybe they got buried in the fallen rock, he added hopefully. Like hell they did, Peters retorted flatly. He had a blood-stained rag tied around his head. They got away clean, I tell you. Right now, They're probably miles away and stirring up plenty of trouble for us." Stan was afraid he was right. "Damn you! You knew Buck was in there all the time, didn't you?" Peters charged in sudden fury. "I didn't know a thing about Buck being in there," he protested. "I'm as willing to get shut of him as you are. That ought to be proof of what I'm saying." "We'll blow up the mine," he suggested suddenly. "That'll fix Buck, and Rip and Gibbs too, if they're still in there." "We'll do no such a damn thing," Peters cut him off bluntly. There was iron in this man. It came out now. "We worked too hard getting them steers to bury them that way. What you say, boys?" There was a restless mutter of agreement. All too plainly, the men sided with Peters in this argument. They stared at Stan with growing contempt. Stan was at his wits' end, and they read it in his face. It was Peters who took command decisively in this emergency. "We'll guard the mine at this end, boys," he told them, "and keep a watch fair a while to see what's going to happen. Meanwhile, we'll try to figure some way of smoking out Buck and squaring our account with that pair of sneaking skunks." There was a chorus of assent. Peters placed his men where he wanted them. Desperate, dazed, Stan saw the reins slipping out of his hands. He flung away to the mouth of the mine in a black mood, prowling up and down. But it was not he who saw the first sign of the sheriff's posse. One of Peters's guards, posted in an upper drift, came hurrying down the slope, wildly excited. "Caleb," he burst out, "there's over a dozen men clowin' in on us. I seen them jest as they started to spread out. We better clear out of here in a hurry." "Hold that," Peters was curt. Though he guessed what it meant, he went on heartily. "We ain't stirrin' a step till we know jest where we stand. Pass the word to the boys, and don't let nobody get close to the mine." 5 minutes later, a rifle cracked suddenly, then a second. The fire was answered by shadowy horsemen in the brush. There was this brisk exchange while the light slowly strengthened, and then a hail rang out. "You might's well give yourself up, Stan. We got you dead to rights." It was Lint Hoff's voice. "Go to hell, Hoff," Peters hurled back. Out in front, Lint Hoff turned to glance grimly over his posse. They were dismounted and spread out. "They're dropping back in the tunnel," Gator muttered to Rip. It was true. The move enabled the posse to close in, but they were not deceived. They knew they had a bitter fight on their hands. Just as they were pushing into the mine, a man rode up on a lathered bronc and flung out of the saddle. It was Bart Galey. "Let me get into this," he jerked out. "I want my whack at them curly wolves." He had his gun out. Rip stared at him. "Where have you been keeping yourself, Galey?" "I've been riding my own trail," Bart evaded. "I only just heard what was going on." "Well, are we talking all day or doing something?" Though the posse took advantage of any cover that offered, they were at a disadvantage from the start. Before long, nearly all of them had scratches to show for the flying chips and fragments of rock knocked down by ricocheting bullets. Undeterred, they closed in, hoping to pin the enemy in a blind drift. Every foot they gained was a fight, for the rustlers were determined not to be driven back into the mine where Buck awaited them. Neither side dared advertise its position with lights. There were only the lurid muzzle bursts of the guns to go by. "Danged if you can tell what you're shooting at," Gator grumbled to Rip. Lint Hoff heard him. "Shoot at anything you can't see," he jerked out harshly, "and worry about your mistakes afterwards. We're cleaning up on this bunch, and no mistake about it." It seemed that someone else was bent on taking his advice, for only a moment later, a slug, which he would have sworn had come from the rear, tore through Rip's shirt at the collar. For 10 minutes they inched forward, lead whistling about their heads. The stench of burnt powder here was strong. Suddenly Grimes jerked out, "I can hear the steers bellerin'. They must have a bunch of them in here. They won't be here much longer." Hoff grunted, trying to ignore the fact that things were at an obvious stalemate. But to Rip he muttered, "Dang hard driving them birds back. Seems like they just ain't budging a foot." "It's not so strange," Rip told him. "They know what's layin' in wait for them if they get shoved far enough back in this mine. Buck is probably only waitin' his chance to bring these workings crashin' down on all of us. He's in here, and he's got dynamite. You know he tried that game on Gator and me last night." Gator turned from this talk to lift his nose and sniff suspiciously. A moment later he burst out tensely, "Smoke. Something burnin'." Rip was sure of it the next instant. "You're right," he exclaimed. "The workings are afire." Stan had found himself caught between the opposing forces. If he fired the mine timbers, the tunnel would soon fill with blinding, choking smoke. It would drive out the posse and Peters's cohorts, suffocate the steers, of which Caleb sought cunningly to rob him, and even spell the end for Buck. Feverishly he pawed through his clothes for letters, a notebook, anything that would burn. A moment later his match flared, caught. In less than 10 minutes, a lurid, flickering light glowed in the tunnel. Stan watched, a feverish madness in his eyes. Buck at that moment was not far away. Following events closely, he knew how matters stood. He cursed himself for making use of such a fool as Stan. Never had his warped brain been keener and more vindictive. Here he was with success almost in his grasp, only to have it snatched away. And it was Stan's doing, Stan's incompetence. The smoke was denser now. It got into his lungs and set him to coughing. In the lurid glow of the flames licking the timbers overhead, he glimpsed a crouching figure near the spot where the fire had started. A galvanizing shock ran through him. Stan. Only the mad bellowing of the steers, keyed to a wild crescendo by the crash of shots and the terror which lay in the thickening pall of smoke, prevented men from hearing that wild cry. Buck had not forgotten them, however. All his enemies were here in this mine, Stan and the men who had turned against him, the lawman who had long threatened him, Rip and his partner, even the cowman he had long sought to ruin. A kind of frenzy gripped Buck at the thought. Both Stan's men and the posse were in the main tunnel. The cattle were penned in a drift, running off from it. He could hear them crashing vainly into the gate that held them imprisoned. Released, they would stampede through the tunnel, sweeping everything before them. He waited no longer, willing to snuff out his own life to wreak his vengeance. Rip and Gator got a flash of his bent, twisted bulk in the flickering light of the flames as he hurled himself toward the penned steers. Although the gagging smoke had them nearly helpless, they were holding their ground. "It's Buck!" Rip cried. "There he goes." Hoff had his gun up at the moment. Drawing a bead on the giant, he blazed away. But even as he fired, a gust of coughing shook him. The next moment, Buck had merged with the writhing smoke shadows. The mouth of the lateral drift was closed by a stout wooden gate behind which the steers were milling. It was locked, but a blow with a sledge opened it. The steers bolted forward, horns tossing. Their bellowing grew to a swelling roar. Buck flung the gate wide and leapt back. With a rush, the terror-stricken herd sprang through the opening into the tunnel and thundered toward its mouth, heads down, death for anything in their path. No one could miss that mad bawling and rumble of hoofs. Rip sprang to his feet. The steers. They've busted loose. In the wild light of the flames, the horde of stampeding steers could be plainly seen. Rip wheeled. "Get back," he yelled. "It's our finish if we're caught here." The words broke the spell. Already, Stan's men were on the move. They were even nearer to that tossing sea of horns than the posse. Rip saw them frenziedly hauling themselves on the unburned mine timbers, searching desperately along the walls for a cranny to crawl into. Then he looked beyond. Flinging open the gate and springing aside as the steers spilled out, Buck had caught sight of Stan retreating toward him. The next instant Buck sprang forward, caught Stan by the shoulders, whirled him around. "I warned you," he snarled. Smoke choked him, but he drove on gratingly. "You thought you could make a mock of me, but you'll pay now, Stan. You'll pay in full." Stan let out a scream of terror as those great ruthless hands closed on him. Buck began dragging him toward a shaft near at hand. A second later, Stan read his design as his enemy flung him toward the pit. Strength born of his naked fear made him cling to the other like a leech. Buck tore him loose, thrust him over the crumbling brink. Again, Stan grappled desperately. Buck's giant strength was too much for Stan. But it took him a second too long to shake the man off, for even as he stood there, his great muscles knotted, a maddened steer barged into him. Buck clutched at the wall or support. It crumbled in his hands. Reading his danger, he screamed. Then his grasp slipped off, and with Stan's arms wrapped around him, they plunged downward to destruction with a yell of terror, the frantic steer hurtling after them. "Lord!" Gator cried hoarsely. And then, "Come out of this, Rip. We're goners if we don't reach that side drift in a hurry." Rip swung out, and they fought through the smoke. Some of the posse had almost reached the mouth of the side drift, the cattle pounding close upon them. Rip saw Linthoff stumble and go headlong. Gator was at the sheriff's side in a flash. Lint was heavy, raw-boned, but Gator picked him up in a single movement, hurled him forward toward safety. Thrusting his partner ahead of him, Rip was the last to gain the safety of the drift. The thunder of the onward sweeping steers was deafening. Rip scarcely dared ask himself what had become of the rustlers. If they had escaped annihilation, it could only have been by a miracle. A moment later, he caught a change in the sound of those stampeding hoofs. It was slacking off, drawing away toward the mine entrance. The next instant, he heard a new sound, one that jerked him taut. In some far-off level, the flames had reached Buck's store of dynamite. The dull thunder of that explosion was followed by the muffled concussion of countless tons of settling rock as those workings collapsed. A cry reached him as he stood there. It was answered at once. Rip read the meaning of it in a flash. The rustlers were running down the main tunnel, fleeing the mine. "It's Stan's bunch," he jerked out. "They're making for the open." The posse galvanized into action with a rush. Dashing out into the main tunnel, coughing and choking, they were in time to see the fleeing rustlers just as they broke from the mine entrance. The few hasty shots flung after them had no effect. "Right after 'em," Linthoff roared. As they burst out into the daylight, a gasp of dismay rose from them. Peters and his men had not only succeeded in escaping unscathed from the mine, but had seized the horses belonging to the posse, and were even now striking out toward the Calico Hills at a gallop. Already, they were beyond range of the posse's guns. Chapter 19. He came running back a moment later, breathless with haste. "They didn't wait to turn their own broncs loose," he burst out. "They're down here in a corral." He led the way to it. Rip, Grimes, and the others were not far behind. Bart Galey did his best to hinder their efforts to get up ponies in a hurry. "We'll never snag that bunch now," he rasped. "The hell with them. They'll leave the country, let them go." Grimes whirled on him. "Stow that talk, Galey. Stand back and keep out of the way. We'll get them, with your help or without it." Galey started to curse him. Linthoff stepped between them before anything could come of it. "Save it till later," he snapped. "We're losing time." They flung into the saddle, hastily. Raking the spurs home, they started after the fugitives. Superstition Mountain loomed higher as they left it behind. Soon they were in the Calicos. And now the forced exchange of horses proved an unexpected advantage, for the mounts abandoned by the rustlers were both sound and fleet, and they were fresh. Although the escaping men had disappeared from sight, the posse soon began to draw up. With his first glimpse of the quarry, Rip in the lead, struck straight across the hills at them. The way led through the wild land fringing the Wishbone Range. Here, Lindhoff and the others were entirely at home. So, it appeared, were the rustlers. Ted Johnson was first to open up with his gun. The rest immediately followed suit. Peters's men answered hotly. Knowing they would be cut down, unless they changed their tactics speedily, they struck into a wild, tangled maze of malpais and broken gouches. Circle around. Grimes cried. We can pen them up, in there. The possmen spread out, and began to strike into the rocks. Knowing they were trapped, and without sufficient opportunity to hole up, the rustlers scattered. Rip saw Grimes shoot the bronc out from under Peter's Caleb. The gunman leapt clear, started to clamber up the rocks. I'll get him. Bart Galey jerked out. He sought to force Grimes roughly aside. The latter pitched into him with a wrathy exclamation. Galey slashed at him wildly with his gun. The barrel of Galey's gun caught him in the head, and he slid out of the hall. Galey flashed a furtive look around. He didn't see Rip. The next instant, Bart deliberately threw down on Grimes, firing at point-blank range as the other writhed on the ground. Rip had suspected Bart Galey of more than hot-headedness. Now his suspicion was confirmed, for Galey was feverishly signaling Peter's Caleb, waving him into the rocks. Galey, he called. Bart fired even as he wheeled. And then, as Rip's bullet took him in the chest, he stiffened with a jerk, tried to level his gun again, and even while swift amazement raced across his features, pitched forward out of the saddle. Peter's Caleb's shot droned so close that Rip felt its flutter. But Gator had appeared on the spot in the nick of time. Before Peters could shoot again, he fired once. Peters sat down and slid to the foot of the slanting rock, his face graying as death caught up with him. Lindhoff rode up as Rip started for Goodnight's side. So you got Caleb, he rumbled deeply. I got one of them, myself over there in the rocks apiece. We'll soon have the rest of them rounded up. He saw Grimes then. Jim. Are you hit bad? Grimes struggled up with Rip's help. Never mind about me, he gritted. I'll be all right. The hell you will. Gator exclaimed bluntly, leaping to Rip's aid. You'll keel plumb over in another 2 shakes. The prediction was scarcely out of his mouth before Grimes fulfilled it. They lowered him while Hoff stared in real concern. You better get him to Lost Angel right off, he advised gruffly. Our job's most done higher anyways. Rip assented. He tied up Grimes's wounds. He and Gator got him into the saddle, and holding him there they started back to the camp. Before they drew beyond earshot of the scene of the fight, the firing ceased. Rip was satisfied the cleanup would prove complete. When they reached the camp, riding in with Grimes held upright between them, they went directly to the store. They were hauling up before the place when somebody burst through the door and down the steps on the run. It was Sharon. Jim? She cried as Rip and Gator lifted Grimes down. She steadied herself then, turning to Rip. What happened, Rip? Is it serious? Men get hit harder and live, he assured her. He'll pull through. Bring him inside, she said breathlessly. We must do something for him. They got Grimes in the store. Suki Withers said there was a cot in the back room. They placed Jim on it. A few sips of whiskey brightened him up. Jim, speak to me. Sharon cried, bending over him, her anxiety tearing at her. If only you'll say something. Grimes met her gaze as if suddenly awakened, and despite himself, his eyes flicked to Rip, as if he read an unescapable connection between the two. What shall I say? Hard of hearing. Sharon hid her hurt by busying herself with Grimes's wounds. Looks like we're due to collect our wages and be ridin' on, Gator said to Rip later that day. It looks like we're due to collect our wages and be ridin' on. To his surprise, Rip shook his head slowly. Not this time, Gator, he made answer. I reckon This is the end of the trail for me. I've been looking a long time for the right girl." Gator said, "Huh?" incredulously. Grimes's head had come up with a jerk. Rip's intentions got to him, despite his determination to hold aloof from anything that concerned Sharon Longstreet. He opened his lips to speak, but before he could get a word out, the girl time only, an extra dress free of extra turned cost with every order. "You don't need us here any longer," Rip told Sharon. "We'll just step outside and wait." "I'll call you if you're needed," she nodded. In the front of the store, Suki and Cyclone Bradley were waiting to hear what had taken place. Rip and Gator accommodated them. Gator was right in his element here, talking 13 to the dozen once he got started, and it was Rip who remembered after some time that Sharon hadn't called them. While Gator held the floor, he took a peep into the other room. What he saw was more than enough to assure him that his stratagem had worked. He was just swinging away, wooden-faced, when Gator finished his story and turned. "She ain't called us yet," he said to Rip. "We better go in and see what's what." He started for the door. Rip stopped him with a shake of the head. "No," he murmured, "we're going the other way, Gator." Turning his partner, he headed him for the door. "You were right. We're done here. We'll be drifting on." The end. Can I send you a Wild Western novel for free? Get your copy of Wrangler now.